全てが燃え尽きるまで。根は戻る。
さあ存分に味わ
え。いずれ風に吹き落とされる。生きるために。ドリームカムトゥルーコラボスタート。燃やし尽くす。どの勝利も苦労の賜物だよ。
Excuse me. And welcome back. And Doki is revealing the outfit. Yeah, I've got a stream up on my second PC right now. Just waiting for it. Pull up YouTube chat. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Crack open a cold one, because obviously kind of hot right now. Got some sugar in me. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Time to rail the stars again? Yes. And rail how bad Penacony's story is. Actually, it's not bad. It's just painfully mid. How goes mining for Firefly? Honestly, with the even with the shitty artifacts or relics rather that she has right now for my Firefly, on this team she just kind of wrecks everything. Like I can like let me show you how bad my Firefly relics are. Right, her headpiece is like like it's okay. It's got attack percent and break effect. That's nice. But it rolled twice in a defense percent, so that's trash. Her speed boots are god awful. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I just ended up fucking wasting self-modeling resin for this shit, and it just turned out like this anyway. So her speed boots are absolutely god fucking awful. Her what are these? Her hands, her gloves, her gauntlets, whatever we want to call them. I rolled this shit on stream, and then I was like, oh, let me roll this, because it started as a 3-line star, I think. And I was like, oh, let me roll this, see if it rolls break effect. And, you know, what are the chances of that? Sure enough, it rolls break effect. I'm like, holy shit, alright, so let's try rolling this. Guess what? Rolls 3 times in the crit damage. Because fuck you. I'll probably toss this over to like Shay if I ever want to switch her ass over to Iron Cavalry set for whatever reason. And then pretty sure I didn't have the self-modeling resin this shit. I did end up farming this naturally, but like this one isn't that good either. Cause yeah, attack percent main stat, and it does have break effect to be fair, but it only rolled once into it, so you know how good can that be? Oh, and don't even get me started on how trash her ornament set is. Holy fucking goddamn! I don't even need to mention. You can just see how fucking trash they are. I need more words in my mental dictionary to describe how trash something is. Because right now I only really have trash, shit and god awful. I need to expand my thesaurus there. But despite that, despite her relics being fucking terrible, I ran this team on MOC second half, and they were able to clear it in like 2 or 3 turns. So like, even with that, even with all her trash relics, I'm just like, if the way she's performing now, do I really need to give her anything better? Like, this team was able to fucking 2 or 3 turn second half of MOC 12. And I don't think I've ever been able to clear an MOC phase that fast before. So I'm just like, does she really need anything better than that? Not only that, but y'all will remember, or y'all probably remember me talking about how I was planning on getting HMC her own copy of Ruan Mei's light cone. But now I'm just sitting here like, do I need to? Like, do I really need to? Like, god fucking damn. Let me get in my resubs. I don't think the sub alerts have been going off, so let me try fixing that. Hopefully that test one will kickstart the sub alerts again. But Ruskin, thanks so much for the 50-month resub. Welcome back, man. Greatly appreciate the 50 months. And this guy rules. Thanks also for 50 months as well. And thanks for the 100 bits just now. But yeah, thanks so much for everybody who's subbed for 50 months. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, garbage shit. Happy weekend, Mr. 2. Yeah, hopefully you're enjoying your weekend as well. I sure am. Work fucking sucks. Fuck work. How's life been treating you at the moment? I mean, work fucking blows, like I just said. But I mean, hey, it's nice. It's a nice feeling not having to worry about, you know, having no money, I guess. I guess. Still sucks having to fucking waste almost half my day, 5 days out of the week, in a fucking office though. That shit fucking sucks. Or no, sorry, not in the office, but outside the house. 9 of those hours are in the office, and 2 of those hours are spent fucking commuting. But you guys have already heard me bitch about that shit for long enough, though. You guys kind of get the point. What you drinking? Some Arizona tea. Grape flavor. You were able to clear V6, the highest difficulty on Divergent Universe with Firefly, and she still got really shitty relics. You want to run Ruan Mei HMC together anyway, so maybe not. I was about to ask as well, Hannah. If Ruan Mei's the team damage buff, does this stack? Because I actually don't know. The light cone doesn't say it doesn't, right? Because normally if there's an effect that doesn't stack, the game would tell you. But it doesn't say that it doesn't. So I'm just sitting here like, maybe? But then again, a damage buff doesn't, like, who is it? This whole team is all about fucking, is all about break damage. So, like, what the fuck do they care about damage buffs for? So, yeah, like, honestly, like they might stack, sure, but, like, realistically, how much do they really care? Or how much, realistically, how much does Firefly even care? Yeah, it doesn't say it doesn't stack. Yeah, or it doesn't say that it can't stack. Yeah, but then now that I think about it, like, Firefly is... Excuse me. Excuse me, fuck. Affected the same type can't stack. Oh, does it actually say? Was I just not reading it properly? Yeah, it does say down here at the bottom, effects of the same type can't stack. So yeah, there's no point in me rolling for Ruan Mei's light cone, specifically for HMC. So yeah. You okay? Still getting over a slight cough from me getting sick like 2 Fridays ago. Like, I'm not sick anymore, but I have like a lingering cough. It happens like half the time I get sick. Half the time, like, I'm able to recover pretty quickly, and there's nothing wrong with me afterwards. But then the other half, sometimes I recover, and then, you know, I have to deal with the fucking, like, a lingering cough that lasts for like a couple weeks afterwards. It's like half and half. Naked Firefly is OP enough. Yeah, apparently. Break effect and energy recharge. The energy regen is too good to pass up, though. Let's see. Break effect, 60%. If the user's break effect should exceed 150%. One skill point will be recovered at the start of each wave. All allies regen 10 energy immediately, and effects of the same type can't stack. Let's see. Honestly, yeah, no, I honestly don't think HMC would really benefit from having Ruan Mei's light cone. Like, it is a straight upgrade, sure, and I guess. The extra, what is it? The extra skill point would be nice. But most of the time we're running these two together anyway. Like, I'm sure there might be a time where you actually want to use Ruan Mei on another team, and then you go in there with just HMC and you just bring somebody else. I suppose you wouldn't really bring, like, a second Harmony character. You just bring another break effect related character like Boothill, I suppose. Maybe. But then again, Boothill actually does benefit from like actual conventional like attack buffs. Like, he's not entirely BE focused. Like, Boothill's main thing that he gets from break effect is just from his first bonus ability, where it just converts his BE into extra crit stats. So, like, in that kind of team, HMC actually having Ruan Mei's Gacha Lycon actually does matter, because it'll at least benefit Boothill in that case. I suppose we would need to run, if we don't have a Ruan Mei in an HMC team, we would have to run somebody else, like a second a break DPS. But, like, how many break DPSs do we have in the game? Well, I mean, we do have some. I mean, technically, Sushang is one. I think Serval is also, like, more break effect focused, is she not? I guess technically, Shei is as well. But we don't have, like, a pure break effect damage dealer like Firefly. Everyone else who scales with break effect, like, still kind of double dips into crit stats anyway, I think. Maybe with the exception of Serval, maybe. I like how you can use units in Divergent Universe before having to farm. Yeah, that's very nice of them. That's a big dub for sure. Yeah. That way you can actually use characters you have and like, oh, I've always wanted to try this character. Let's see how they are. I mean, to be fair, it's not exactly a an accurate depiction of how they perform because you know it's still simulated universe, but at least it gives you an idea. Also, hey Rex Nemesis, how's it going, man? You watching new talents? Yeah, I watched 2 yesterday. No offense to Gigi or Gigi, how do you say her name? No offense to Gigi, but Liz was definitely the star of the day yesterday. Like, I'm pretty sure Liz is easily top 3 singers in all of Hololive, not just like Hollow EN or whatever. Like, she might be on par with Suisei in terms of like just raw singing talent and ability. Like, it's very obvious she comes from a singing background or like a singing career. What's stopping you from testing it? Oh, because I'm lazy. Simple reason. Hope your Firefly rolls were blessed. They were okay. I did have to go to, like, soft pity for both her and her light cone, but at least I won both of them. So it's not like I needed to roll more. Incredible that Star Rail still blocks you from events by needing to complete, like, the story quests or whatever. Jesus fucking Christ, yeah. Like the one thing that holds Star Rail back from being like a goat gacha game. Excuse me. Ruan Mei wants all the energy she can get, so people use memories of the past. And then give Ruan Mei light cone to HMC. Really? People have problems with her getting her her energy? What? Why? I don't feel like I've ever gotten... I don't think I've ever felt like I needed more energy on her. Does her ultimate only last for 2 turns? Maybe that's why? Deploys a field. Okay, yeah, it does only last for 2 turns then. Yeah, that would explain why. And then her own thingy, it only regens energy every... What is it? Actually, it only regens energy at the start of each wave. Okay. And so that's why people run, like, S5... What is it? S5 memories to pass for the extra energy. Gotcha. Speaking of Boothill, you managed to get him on the last minute of his banner. Nice. Yeah, Boothill's really fucking strong. Turns out. Boothill needs to Americanize Penacony to save it. America, fuck yeah. Arizius, don't make me time you out for fucking spoiling 2.3. I don't need to hear your opinion on it. I would like to form my own opinion of it myself. Would appreciate you not just spoiling everything right in the fucking story right off the bat. I don't care what you think about the story. I care about what I think about the story. Now I'm gonna go through it myself today. Assuming that the story chapter today is short enough to where I can finish it in one sitting. I don't know if it is though. About to find out. You're not gonna hear much yapping this time around. Hopefully that's the case then. Those are fighting words. Actually, where is this place? Oh no, I fucking walked right past them. Hey, wait, Blast, how's it going, man? Those are fighting words close to Suisei. Bro, have you fucking heard Liz sing from her stream yesterday? Or from her in her debut stream yesterday? Hey, Sababa, welcome back, man. How's it going? Liz, Suisei, and Arisa have insane bars. Yeah. Yago does it again. Don't know where the fuck he finds these people, but he's done it again. That magnificent bastard. It's getting close to potential wallet destruction? What do you mean? What's going on? Feeling tired, managed to get both the Ruan Mei and Firefly. Next 50-50 is biting your ass. Oh no. Well, pray that you can win all the 50-50s. I didn't pay attention to any of that. I assume March 7th was just summarizing what the fuck was going on while we were off doing whatever the fuck. You just started Star Rail. Any tips for a beginner? The game gives you a free Natasha. Level her ass up immediately. This game you must have a healer. Alright, at the very least you must have a shielder. You need at least one character on a team that is dedicated to sustain. So either healing or shielding. The reason why is because this game is a turn-based game. It's a more traditional turn-based game where, you know, your characters move and then enemies move based on, you know, how high everybody's speed stats are. So what that means is, unless you can just top deck everybody, which is not gonna happen in like as early as starting as early as like mid-game Star Rail. I mean, I would argue like it's kind of an issue throughout the entire game. You can't really top deck people. Unless, like, outside of, like, you know, simulated universe or something. But, yeah, the game will give you a free Natasha, I think. I think 30 minutes into playing the Bella Box story or something like that when you meet Natasha. So yes, immediately level her ass up. Also, the game will give you a second free healer in the form of Lynx. I forget how you get her. I think you have to clear like some stage of like MOC or something. But however you get her, once you do get her, unless you get spooked by Chi-Chi at some point. Sorry, not Chi-Chi. Basically the same as Chi-Chi. Unless you get spooked by Bailu at some point while you're rolling Star Rail Gacha. Level Lynx immediately as well when you get her. The reason being is because you eventually want to have 2 healers to get you ready for MOC. Assuming you're interested in doing like Star Rail or getting to endgame in Star Rail. So assuming that's the case, focus on getting 2 healers first. 1 for each team. Then you can focus on other stuff. You get to a point where you pull a character, you're no longer happy, just tired. It took too long. Yeah, many times throughout FGO Wave Blast. Very first time it happened for me was back when I was rolling Tomalancer for the first time, back in 2018. I'm sure you guys remember me rolling. I'm sure some of you guys, maybe some of you guys, if you guys have been here for long enough, some of you guys may remember watching my ass dump 1,700 Saint Quartz for a single copy of Tomalancer. So yeah, that was fun. Yeah, for sure. By that point, when I got her, yeah, I was just like glad it was over. Not even happy to see her, just fucking glad it's over. Alright, up there, Mr. Korn. Yeah, him and his fucking P6 Chen rolls. No, I'm sure he's had some terrible FGO rolls as well at some point. Yeah, we're long past that. Also, FGO stream on the 28th. Ooh, thanks, Santa. I think I remember reading about it on Twitch somewhere. Or not Twitch. Twitter. But then I forgot to pull it up to remind myself. But yeah, apparently it's a, what is it? New event? Because I think for the past, like, month or so, JP's had nothing but reruns. Strangely. Her outfit reveal is pushed to tomorrow? Really? Oh, why is that? Let's see. Delays from the project team. Oh, unfortunate. Okay. I'll just wait for tomorrow then. Thanks, yeah, no problem. If you have any more questions about Star Rail, do let me know. Remember most expensive Merlin? Yeah, I mean, you can always watch my video on that. Pretty sure it's still up there. Corn, Mr. Corn. Not sure what he's been up to lately. Hopefully he's doing alright. There was also the guy who went 3K with no Dantes. I mean, who was it? X0 went, I think, 3,200 Saint Quartz or something. I forgot how much it took him for his first copy of Abigail. But, yeah, that shit was also insane. Nearly 10K for you. I'm sorry that happened to you. Yeah, fuck Los Angeles and fuck FGO. She get eidolons for Firefly? No. Honestly, I don't know why she needs eidolons. Like, what the fuck are they even gonna do? When using enhanced skill ignores 15% of target's defense? I assume that helps out her break damage, I guess? Sure, okay. enhanced skill doesn't consume skill points. I thought it didn't in the first place, but whatever. While in complete combustion, I think her ult state. Using enhanced basic or skill to defeat an enemy target or to break their weakness, allowing Sam to immediately gain 1 extra turn. Oh, so she just gets to go again. Cool. It's a built-in fucking 3-star hunt blessing. Where your character gets to go again immediately after either they kill an enemy or they break them. Okay. It's that blessing. While ulted, Sam's effect res is increased by 50%. Okay, cool. She's never getting fucking, you know, debuffs? What are those? And while she's ulted, increases her fire resist penetration by 20%. And using enhanced attacker skill, increases weakness break efficiency by 50%. That's really fucking good. I imagine that stacks with Ruan Mei's bullshit too. So she can just like insta fucking break people right off the bat. But no, honestly, no. Firefly does not need any of our eidolons. Then again, if you run her in a proper team, which is this, which is Ruan Mei, Firefly, HMC, and Gallagher, or you know, insert another medic here, but basically your core 3 has to be Ruan Mei, Firefly, and HMC. If you just run her in that team, she doesn't need any eidolons. So like, why? Am I getting Firefly E2? No. I mean, if I had the money, sure, yeah. Firefly is fucking dope. Everybody loves her, including me. But at the moment, money's kind of tight for me. Can't exactly, you know, fucking throw it at gacha games as much as I would like. At least not for now. But like, I don't really feel bad about not getting her to E2 because does she need her eidolons realistically? No, not really. At least not to me. I adore her. I was trying to read your name all fancy and shit. But I adore her. Welcome to the stream, man. How's it going? I assume you're talking about Firefly. Her E1 makes her more skill point efficient. Honestly, I've never had any issues with skill point consumption, with like skill point management with Firefly. At least not on this team. Cause like everybody on this team is skill point positive with maybe the exception of Firefly. Well, yeah, with the obvious exception of Firefly, because I assume her enhanced skill still consumes skill points. But like Ruan Mei, she only needs to use her skill once every 3 turns. HMC, I guess you can use a lot of skill points with her, but it's not like she needs to. Like you can definitely, she's definitely like she can consume more or less skill points depending on what you need out of her. Like if you need her to help break enemies who have imaginary weakness, then sure. But like against enemies who aren't weak to imaginary, it's like, okay, whatever, you know? Yeah, just have her use basic attacks all day. And then Gallagher, well, Gallagher is obvious, you know? Basic attacks all day, baby. And then skill point whenever you do need to like give somebody on your team a fat heal, which is nice. And if you have him at E2, sure. If you need him to debuff cleanse somebody, then sure. But most of the time, Gallagher isn't really looking to use a skill, or he shouldn't have to. So he ends up being skill point positive most of the time in the first place. So like on this team, I have no problems whatsoever having Firefly just use as many skill points as she needs. Having Ruan Mei's light cone helps out a lot. True, it does. But even without it, I can't imagine how it'd be that hard to stay skill point positive with a team like this. Maybe if you inserted more like skill point hungry characters, like if you put another consistent skill point hogger on this team, then sure, maybe you would start having some issues. But on this team, no, hell no. At least not in my opinion. Do I have E4 Harmony HMC? Actually, do I? No, I only have her at E2. I haven't even gotten her extra eidolons yet. Bro, what game is this? This game is called Honkai Star Rail. It's a more recent gacha game, came out last year. It's a Hoyoverse gacha game, in case you couldn't tell. Same people who make Genshin. Isn't her E2 kind of whale bait? Her best in slot team already works really well. If you got an eidolon, you prefer like E2 Ruan Mei, to be honest. It's definitely like one cycle bait for sure. But then again, like, all eidolons in Star Rail is just fucking whale bait anyway. Yeah. I mean, along that logic, every constellation in Genshin as well is just nothing but pure whale bait. Because in both Star Rail and Genshin, 5-star characters are all designed to work at their base forms, either C0 or E0. I mean, you can make some exceptions with some of the permanent characters, sure. But like most, if not all, the limited 5-star characters across both Star Rail and Genshin are intended to work at, you know, C0 or E0, depending on what game they're in. So like, you know, if you want to call a certain eidolon like whale bait, technically they're all whale bait. Because, like, every DPS character, right? Every DPS limited 5-star character across in both games, like, their constellations or eidolons basically boil down to, oh, they do more damage faster. So, like, okay, well, in that case, everything's whale bait then. Technically. So it's like, It's like, I mean, you're not wrong, but... Also, I do think that the extra turn is extremely powerful. Like, just for the record. Like, if you have Firefly break enemies, and she gets to go again, okay, sure. Just more free damage. Oh, and remember, it stacks with this one, too. Or her E1 will also stack with her E1, with her E2 as well. I mean, technically speaking, everything, her E6 should also stack with it, too, won't it? I mean, E3 as well, so it's like, you know. Yeah. I actually do think that Firefly's E2 is it probably teeters on the verge of being broken. Because that's what makes Selly so powerful too. Except Selly doesn't have it on Eidolon. It's just baked into her kit naturally as part of her her talent or whatever. Or is it her talent? What's her shit that allows her to go again when she kills a motherfucker? It's not her ultimate. It's not her skill. Is there a talent? So enters buff state. Upon defeating an enemy with basic... Yeah, so it is her talent, yeah. Like, that's what makes Selly so fucking strong in Star Rail, where if she kills somebody, she just goes again for free. Because why the fuck not? Except Firefly, you need to pay for that on Firefly with her E2. And after seeing how much fucking damage she does on the Ruan Mei HMC team, in fucking MOC 12 no less, yeah, having that extra turn where she just gets to go again for free, just for breaking somebody, not even killing a motherfucker, just breaking them, oh yeah, no, that's extremely powerful. On the verge of unfair, if you ask me. I mean, if you want to call this whale bait, I think it would be more accurate to call it one cycle bait. That'll be more accurate. Though Ruan Mei's E2 is also extremely strong too. Naturally. Even better if they're both at E2.
平和な現実が一番だって感じるね。
Looks like Fortnite. You playing Wuthering Waves? I am, but I'm not playing at the moment. I'm playing something else, so shut the fuck up. Also, imagine dissing Fortnite in 2024. Do I need to talk to her about any of this shit? Sure, why not? Is Firefly one of your waifus? Out of obligation, I would have to say yes. My favorite waifu in this game is still Bronya. I'm still loyal to her. But like, Firefly is coming up there, you know? She gunning for that top waifu position, that's for sure.
ピノコニーの人たちは何が起こったのか知らないままただ少し記憶がぼんやりしてるなって感じるだけまるで記憶の一部が誰かに抜き取られたみたいにねあと調和セレモニーについては表向きには未知なる性格の災いに見舞われたため中止せざるを得なくなったってファミリーが声明を出したんだ
You've been wondering if Silverwolf / Pella can replace Ruan Mei? Pella for sure. Silverwolf, I'm not really too sure. Actually, yeah, Silverwolf probably not. Which is kind of ironic, considering they're both Stellaron hunters. But yeah, I think Silverwolf is probably better used on a separate team, cause like Firefly can apply fire weakness to anybody using her ulted skill, right? So like, what does she even need? What does she need Silverwolf for? Cause like Silverwolf's biggest utility is her ability to put a weakness onto an enemy that they didn't have before, so that way you can like, you know, you can basically force teams that you want to use onto whatever enemy you want, right? That's Silverwolf's like single greatest like piece of utility, or it's her most game-changing one, if I'm gonna use a buzzword here. But you know, so since Firefly already has that built into her own kit, what does she really need Firefly? Or sorry, what does she need Silverwolf for? So Pella would be a much better option just because, you know, defense debuff. At least I think she should be. You know, the fun thing is, all those diehard fans of Star Rail series, you're surprised no one's actually started making the actual train in real life? Well, I would imagine it would be kind of hard to build a fucking train from scratch. I'm sure somewhere in China, because China's got a lot of like high-speed rail networks and shit like that. If I understand it correctly, I'm sure in China somewhere, MiHoYo is either MiHoYo or like other like independent people, probably like, I don't know, they could have like hired a fucking train station or like decorated a fucking train or whatever. Then again, though, the fucking Astral Express is modeled more after like a what is it? It's modeled after like a fucking like an old school train, like a fucking 1800s, 1900s train, like one of those old locomotive type things. So like, eh. So yeah, they would probably have to like build one from scratch. Like, I'm sure they could. I'm sure MiHoYo has the money to fucking pull off a promotional stunt like that, but yeah. We probably would have seen something like that by now, right? I don't know. Hey, maybe at this year's Anime Expo coming up in a couple weeks now, maybe at the Honkai booth or the MiHoYo booth, maybe they'll have like a fucking, you know, Astro Express replica or something. Like they could always just bring along. They could always just like set up a replica. Obviously not like a real train or anything, just like a prop, like a really big prop. Nothing stopping them from doing something like that, I would imagine. Makes sense. You agree with that? Point of view is that Hoyo can make enemies specifically to counter her break mechanic, kind of like the Mara-struck soldiers that counter Celes. Sure, I believe she's strong, but you don't understand the hype of people pushing for eidolons. Well, understand that most people who are, well, actually, I shouldn't say most. I don't want to generalize, but I'm sure quite a few people out there are rolling for Firefly eidolons not because they're trying to make her stronger, but it just because, oh, you know, it's Firefly. They're just rolling because it's Firefly, right? Plenty of more casual, or dare I say normie, gacha streamers, I'm sure, have only rolled E6 Firefly just because it's Firefly. Right? And their intention isn't really, their main intention anyway, isn't exactly to make her stronger. But for people out there who are rolling for Firefly's eidolons, like specifically to make her stronger because they care about gameplay or whatnot, yeah, I would agree. At least after testing my own Firefly with her own shitty freaking relics, yeah, no, in a proper team, which is Ruan Mei HMC and a healer of some kind, yeah, no, she doesn't need her eidolons. Like, really, why the fuck does she need it? She doesn't need any of that shit. Realistically. So yeah, no, like, you're right. I definitely agree that Firefly doesn't really need her eidolons. Somebody has her at E6 and has expected she's nuts. Well, yeah, it's E6, I would imagine. Like, if you're spending $1,000 for a single character, I would hope that they're pretty strong. One cycle bait? I mean, considering how many people seem to care about one cycling, yeah. I think we should coin that. We should use that phrase more than like a whale bait, or using the phrase whale bait. Yeah, at least specifically for Star Rail. Yeah, one cycle bait. You'd be shocked if an E6 5-star wasn't broken. Yeah, exactly. Like, to be fair, like if you're gonna drop $1,000 for an E6 character, yeah, like I would hope that they're at least very strong. If you're gonna pay that much for a fucking, you know, a single fucking set of pixels. Yeah. Would be strange if they weren't. Cute Firefly emote. After playing this game since release, you just got Bronny yesterday? Mm-hmm. That's Gacha for you. I mean, hey, my Bronya is still E0 after a whole year. The only copy of Bronya I've ever gotten was at the beginning of the game when I decided to do the 30 multis on Stellar Warp banner for the guaranteed pick a perma 5-star. And it came down to me either choosing between Himeko or Bronya, and I was like, well, I gotta go with Bronya, and hopefully I'll get Himeko later. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. But I have not seen another copy of either Himeko, or Bronya since last year. Or Himeko, I got her I think like 5-6 months ago, so she's obviously more recent. But yeah. That's how the gacha be sometimes. You sometimes don't see characters for a really, really long time. Excuse me. Silverwolf's defense shred is still higher than Pella's. Yes, but Pella also puts defense debuff on everybody, doesn't she? Or she has AoE defense debuff with her ult, pretty sure. And remember, Firefly is a splash damage character, or she's a blast character, as I think they're officially called in this game. So she hits multiple targets. So honestly, I think Pella is still better anyway. Because you're going to be doing... Firefly will be doing more damage, assuming she's hitting all 3 targets. Hell, even if she's just only hitting 2 targets, I think she'll be doing more damage anyway. You get what I mean? Yeah, exactly. So... yeah, I still think Pella is overall a better choice. Unless you have a very specific reason why you want to run Firefly with Silverwolf. Firefly coming for wallets outside of the game with the announcements of the Sam figurine and the GSC Firefly figurine. Yeah. Her reputation certainly precedes her. Isn't there a service in China where you can call Firefly, she talks to you over a phone? I would not be surprised. It's fucking China. I wouldn't be surprised. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I saw something like that scrolling through Twitter the other day. Kind of sounds familiar. Unhinged gacha players? Bro, anybody who plays a gacha game unironically is fucking unhinged. So that just kind of goes without saying. You play this like you play FGO. If the enemy ever gets a turn, you've already failed. Wow, you must be a fucking whale in this game then. Is a Lyco necessary on her though for Firefly? I'm not sure. I'm not sure actually. Let me check real quick. The increased break effect is quite nice. Considering I've heard that Firefly's optimal break effect stat is like 240%. Like, yeah, her light cone giving her fucking 60% is quite nice. When the user deals break damage, enemy inflicts routed on them, lasts for 2 turns. And routed debuff increases their break damage by 24%. And their speed is lowered by 20%. This one is actually really good, because remember that Firefly, her ult kind of works like Robin's, where she's basically in a race against time, where you want to use her as many times as possible before her ult state expires. So if you can reduce enemies' speed, actually I don't even know if reducing enemy speed was even going to like really matter that much. Because like, what does enemy speed have to do with like Firefly's ult like lasting longer or shorter? I don't fucking know. So that probably has nothing to do with it. Now that I think about it. So maybe never mind on that. But I mean, still, speed debuff is quite nice. Like speed debuffs are actually kind of rare, aren't they? Because like how many characters in the game even have a speed debuff? Like Welt is like the other one that's like. That is like we know, yeah, like that's what he's kind of known for. I forget if anybody else has like a built-in speed debuff into their kit. Might just be Firefly with her light cone, that is, and then Welt naturally. But suppose that's nice. Then again, if the speed debuff doesn't like help Firefly get more turns while she's ulted, then yeah, it's not really that big of a deal. At least it shouldn't be. I guess the increased break damage is nice, but I mean, hey, that's what you have HMC for. So honestly, I don't think her light cone is really all that necessary. I'm not gonna lie. What is the what are other people saying in the Star Rail community? What are people saying about her gacha light cone? Because now that I think about it, now that I'm kind of considering it here, now that chat's brought it up, it's like it's okay, it's nice, but I don't actually think it's that necessary. Like, as long as you have, say for example, I don't know, another light cone that gives you a shit ton of break effect, I guess. But then again, what other destruction light cone gives you a shit ton of, break effect? Actually, no, it doesn't even matter. Like, fucking S5 Aeon, this shit, is apparently really good on her anyway, so yeah, what the fuck is the point worrying about that shit? What the fuck that shit. And in case you're already using Aeon on somebody else for some reason, like my dumbass putting Aeon S5, giving S5 Aeon to physical MC, PMC. I mean, bro, you have this shit already. You have the new Flames of Far destruction light cone from MOC shop. If for some reason you need this. And I think this is also this one's also pretty good on her as well. If for some reason you still don't have S5 Fall of an Aeon. Only Misha's light cone also has break effect. I guess that's nice. I kind of wonder how much break effect it gives you at S5. If it starts out at 28%, then because how much does Memories of the Past start you off with? Hold on, give me a second. HMC. Yeah, Memories of the Past also starts you off at 28%. So that should mean that S5, Indelible Promise, should also give you like 56% break effect. And then when where uses their ult increases their crit rate by 50. Oh, this one, the crit rate doesn't fucking matter because break damage. So, scratch that. But I mean, hey, at least the break effect is nice. So yeah, like Firefly has she has multiple options, like non-gacha options, for her light cone. So she's good, man. She really doesn't need her gacha light cone, I don't think. Yeah, 56% at S5, right? Yeah, just like Memories of the Past. So yeah, no, her gacha light cone is completely optional. Yeah, I would say. Like, I think for sure, in Firefly's case, she's kind of a rare exception to the general rule in Star Rail that you should get E0S1, or you should prioritize E0S1. With Firefly, you can definitely risk going for more eidolons on her, I think, as opposed to trying to get her light cone. A scale model of Astral Express would be neat too. That'd be kind of hard to do because the Astral Express should be pretty big, no? I mean, it's a fucking it's supposed to be like a passenger train, so yeah, it's gonna have to be kind of big if they want to like make a 1-to-1 model of it. Like maybe it would have to be like a 1-to-2 ratio or 1-to-2 scale, or like maybe even 1-to-3. And I think 1-to-3 might be a little too small. Maybe 1-to-2 would be nice, I think. Because yeah, 1-to-1 would be way too big, at least for like a convention setting. Unless like MiHoYo like rents out like a huge fucking showroom floor over at the entertainment hall or something. Which I mean, they have the money to do it, so yeah, I guess we'll see. I mean, shit, doesn't MiHoYo rent both the space in the dealer's hall and the entertainment hall? At least I'm pretty sure they did that before. Will we get like a 6-star version of Harmony MC? I don't think so. At least it doesn't. I don't feel that way. Maybe later, but for now, no. I think the super break mechanic is something that's unique to both her and Firefly. Because doesn't Firefly also do super break damage too? Maybe I read that wrong somewhere. Maybe I read that wrong. Maybe she doesn't have maybe she can't do super break damage. Yeah, I don't see super break written anywhere. It's just regular break. But yeah, super break feels like it's unique. It's intended just for HMC. But we'll see. Maybe later. Chlorine C2 or Firefly C2? Oh, what I'd choose? Probably Chlorine. Yeah. Because, like, Chlorine is an electro DPS in a game where Raiden exists. So, like, if you want a reason to use Chlorine, specifically as opposed to other, like, electro DPSs, then yeah. Maybe she would need, like, an edge in the constellation department. Firefly doesn't need her eidolons because she has an entire dedicated team that works for her or works with her. So like she doesn't need any eidolons, man. She really doesn't. Firefly LC actually has lower base attack compared to S5 Aeon. Oh, that's funny. Only other character who has 20% slow is E6 regular Daniel. Ah, I see. So kind of a big deal then, huh? 20% slow is quite big, actually. Yeah, now that you put it that way, yeah. 20% slow is actually kind of a big deal. As long as they don't resist it, of course. And then speed debuffs are actually one of the rarest debuffs in the game. Yeah, because I can't think of anybody else who, besides Firefly E2 and Welt, I actually can't think of anybody else who like legitimately lowers speed. Like there are a few characters in this game who can like increase their own speed. Kafka Lightcone, for example, comes to mind. Her Patience Lightcone. But when it comes to debuffing speed, yeah, that's kind of rare, isn't it? Oh, from her relics? Okay. Because I remembered seeing her getting super break damage from somewhere. Yeah. 4-piece Iron Cavalry when uses break effect is 150 or higher. I'm pretty sure my Firefly's is. Damage dealt to enemies ignores 10% of their defense. Actually, is her break effect over? Yeah, it's 213, so she's good. Break damage dealt ignores 10% defense. That's really good. When users BE is 250% or higher, super break damage dealt to enemy target additionally ignores even more of their defense. So yeah, that's why people tell you to get her ass to 240% BE or something, and she gets the rest of it somewhere else. I mean, technically speaking, her having giving Firefly the 2-piece forge ornament set should kind of cover her, no? Because when she inflicts when she hits enemies with fire weakness, yeah, she just straight up get 40% BE. So yeah, this should automatically factor into this, or vice versa. I think it goes the other way. So honestly, technically speaking, my Firefly is already good at 213 break effect. Because as soon as she hits somebody with a fire weakness, she just gives herself 40% more break effect, and now she has, you know, all of a sudden she's got fucking 250% break effect. Silverwolf actually as well, but hers is random. Yeah, so it's not reliable. But yeah, I guess technically she does count. Hey Zara, welcome back, man. How's it going? And welcome back for 8-month resub. English is hard, but yeah, welcome back, man. How's it going? How we doing? I'm enjoying my weekend. Yeah. She can also super break on one of her bonus abilities. Okay, then I didn't read it properly then. During ult state, attacking enemies with no fire weakness can still reduce their toughness. Anyway, yeah, we've seen that. Yeah. When she's ulted and has BE greater than 200 or 360. What the fuck? It goes all... She scales all the way up to 360? The fuck? Why? Attacking a weakness broken enemy will convert toughness damage into... Okay, yeah. I didn't read this part. Into super break damage. Okay. One instance of 35 or 50% super break damage. Yeah. So yeah, and there you go. There's what she does have super break damage of her own. And for every 10 points of Sam's attack that exceeds 1800, it gives her even more BE. Huh. And she has 2400. So okay, I'm assuming her break effect is already being calculated. It's already included into her current BE stat right now. So that's cool. It only shows in combat. What, her third bonus ability? So this doesn't show on the regular stat sheet. It only shows up when you're actually in a fight. Okay, gotcha. So yeah, then technically my my Firefly should have even more break effect. Yeah, then she's good already. That trace is uncapped, right? I mean, it doesn't have a cap. If MiHoYo wanted to cap something, like, yeah, they would tell you, but it doesn't say so, so I'm assuming it doesn't. Yeah, I guess it doesn't. I mean, I guess technically the soft cap would be 360, because, like, why would you need more than 360 break effect? Because, like, this is the highest BE that you would really want on Firefly, because she actually gets something out of it with the higher super break damage when hitting enemies who are already broken. So... Robin doesn't work with it as far as you know, though. What, Robin's attack buff? Increases crit damage, damage dealt. While in the concertos, oh right, because her attack buff must be in like a special modifier or something. I would imagine that's why. Yeah, maybe if because I'm assuming this is because this is a specific buff. It's a specific buff that happens to increase attack. So that's probably why Firefly doesn't take that into account, or Firefly's third bonus ability doesn't take that into account. It's probably only looking at only looking at Firefly's raw attack stat itself. So I'm assuming whatever Robin does with her ult, the attack buff from her ult doesn't like actually change anybody's like actual attack stat. It's just, oh, here's a buff that happens to increase your attack, but it doesn't actually like show through or anything. It does work with everything else though, like Asta, Tingyun, Wohuo. Let's see. See, for every Asta, I can see why Asta's charging stacks works, because Asta is only giving herself charging stacks. Right? Because who is it? I would imagine Robin's ult like gives her buff, like, and as an actual like it gives a symbol on people's like buffs, like buff lists, that happens to increase attack. Whereas for Asta here, I would imagine she only gives charging stacks to herself, and then it increases everybody's attack stats, so that way it increases their actual attack stats themselves, rather than giving them like a buff or something. And you said it works with Tingyun. Let's see how Tingyun's shit works. Let's see. Tingyun's is an actual like an actual buff she gives to somebody though, to be fair, that increases their attack. And for some reason this works on Firefly. That's kind of strange actually. Wonder why that is. And then I don't have Huohuo, so I can't see what she does. But yeah, that's kind of odd then. Why it doesn't work with Robin. Best light cone for Harmony Trailblazer? Technically speaking, it would be Ruan Mei's light cone. Her Gacha light cone. However, like, Memories of the Past is a great alternative, because it's a 4-star, and at S5 it gives her 56% extra break effect. That's really, really nice. Not to mention, I believe it's our only Harmony light cone that gives break effect that's not a 5-star. Maybe there's another one. Maybe we got another 5-star light cone somewhere that increases break effect. Not too sure though. Actually, no, I'm pretty sure Memories of the Past is the only one that gives you break effect that's not a 5-star off of that's Harmony. So yeah, like it's either you get Ruan Mei's light cone, or obviously you're most likely you're not gonna do that. So basically your only other option is Memories of the Past, and the higher superimposition level, the better. You also use DDD. What's that? Oh, dance. Let's see. Oh yeah, dance is always nice. Yeah, can't go wrong with dance. That's for sure. It's free turn acceleration or turn push. Woohoo! Giving HMC Ruan Mei's LC is almost like is almost an insult to her. Maybe, now that I think about it. Unless you have to. Actually, no limit, Chris. I think somebody earlier in Twitch chat, I forgot who it was. So you holler if you were the one who said this. But somebody in my Twitch chat like an hour ago said that if you're running the Firefly team with Ruan Mei, Firefly, and HMC, you actually want to give HMC Ruan Mei's light cone, and then give Ruan Mei S5 memories of the past. Like, you actually want to swap them around. Because Ruan Mei's ultimate only lasts for 2 turns, and ideally you want to have her ultimate up as long as much as possible, because it's just really, really strong. Because it gives everybody a global elemental resist penetration. And so, because obviously Ruan Mei's ult costs a lot, it's probably like 140 ult cost or something. Giving her S5 memories of the past is actually really nice, because it gives her 8 whole energy at S5. And so that means she's able to get her ultimate a lot fucking faster. And it's not like you want 2 copies of her Gacha light cone on both her and HMC, because the light cone down here specifically says that effects of the same type can't stack. So like, there's no point in giving both Ruan Mei and HMC her Gacha light cone, the past self and mirror. And HMC doesn't really have any energy issues as far as I'm aware, right? At least I'm pretty sure she doesn't, right? Because I believe HMC gets energy whenever her team breaks enemies, right? It's probably off of one of her bonus abilities here. Let's see. Addition and delay. No, it's not off of her. What is it? It's not off of her. Whatever the fuck. I thought Trailblazer gained energy whenever. Yeah, it's a fucking talent. Yeah, it's right here. She immediately gains energy, a whole 9 energy at level 9. Just for your team fucking breaking any enemy. So like, she gets hella energy really fucking fast. And considering break effect is kind of like what she's meant to do, or at least her teams are meant to do. Yeah, it's kind of baked into her abilities or her kit. So yeah, like, you could honestly give HMC Ruan Mei's light cone and then give Ruan Mei S5 memories of the past, so that way Ruan Mei gets her ultimate a lot faster. Yeah, it was you, Machi. Yeah. And that makes perfect sense, actually. So that's not like the one time you would, I suppose that's the one time you would actually swap their light cones around, or that's the one time you would give HMC Ruan Mei's Gacha light cone, because that actually makes sense. And I mean, you're going to be using these 3 together on the same team anyway a lot of the time, so yeah, you might as well, right? Does it stack? No, Zex. No, Zex. It does not. Because it says down here, the game specifically says effects of the same type cannot stack. So, unfortunately, no. Ruan Mei's light cone doesn't stack. I was wondering about that too at the start of the stream, until somebody in Twitch chat, was probably Machi, pointed out, yeah, like, read the bottom line. And sure enough, it says effects of the same type can't stack. So yeah, most likely past self and mirror effects can't stack if you're running 2 on the same team. So yeah, there's your answer. If they could stack, it would be fucking nuts. I mean, I guess. Like, to be honest, maybe with like maybe for Ruan Mei and then like another maybe another Harmony support, but like damage buffs don't count for break damage, do they? Or maybe they do. I actually don't know. Because break damage only scales off of how much BE stat you actually have, no? Sparkle's light cone stacks, by the way. Favoritism. Somebody over at MiHoYo loves Sparkle. Firebreaker. Cool name. Ended up being relatively easy to build. I mean, I was kind of expecting her to be like fairly easy to build, because like that should be one of the main drawing factors of like break teams, Because like if you have a team that's focused mainly on break damage, well then obviously break damage doesn't care about crit stats, because then break damage doesn't scale with that shit. It only scales with break effect. So naturally that just means that yeah, like any character technically, I mean Boothill's kind of an exception, but even then, like that would mean that every character who's focused on break effect, like whose main job is to break people, or maybe they just scale really, really hard with break effect, they don't need any crit stats at all. So theoretically, they should be very easy to build. It's just, a Firefly is so much easier to build than I thought. Cause like, like even with shitty fucking substats, as long as all of her main stats are right, like, she still kicks a lot of ass. I mean, assuming that she's in you know, the fucking HMC Ruan Mei team, sure. I mean, hell, you don't really need Ruan Mei, I don't think. Like, all she really needs, appropriately, is HMC, and that's it. And then you can just throw in whatever other characters you happen to have. One healer, and maybe, like, an extra... maybe an extra... I think Ruan Mei is our only other like break support other than HMC herself, of course, or HMC themselves, of course. So honestly, instead of another Harmony character, I suppose you would bring like another break damage character or some other break damage related character. And I suppose you could bring like Sparkle or Bronya just for their action push or their turn push. Yeah, they shouldn't add any more damage. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's just like, yeah, Firefly she's so easy to build. Her substats don't really need to be that insane. I mean, if you ever Gacha Lycone, that is. But like, as long as she can hit 250 break effect, and you know that might need a little bit of break effects, but I mean, hey, at least break effect, getting break effect subs is nowhere near as fucking, you know, like fucking testicular torsion inducing as, like, say, fucking trying to roll for crit stats at the very least. And then like, her best teammate is free. And like hopefully you already have Ruan Mei, but even if you don't, it's not like you like absolutely must have her. Like, she's great to have, sure, but like, as long as you have HMC, you're good. Not only that, but she has 2 free fucking Lycones that you can use if you don't roll for a Gacha Lycone. And like fucking S5 Aeon is like apparently not even that much worse than her Gacha Lycone. Like, it's only like about 15% like less like weaker. It's not that bad. You can always make up for that just by getting lucky with your substats. You know, imagine getting lucky with substats, right? Break DPSs are really easy to build. Yeah, exactly. Which is why I'm really happy with like the direction that, at least from a gameplay perspective, I'm really happy with Penacony, because it's giving us, like, it's introducing us the 3rd major build type. Yeah. I think you're new to the stream. I adore her, so I don't think you've heard me say this yet. But back when we first started getting leaks about HMC and Boothill, and I guess a little bit about Firefly. I don't know if we were getting too many leaks about Firefly back then, but I remember back when we were getting leaks for HMC and Boothill, at least when we started figuring out what they did. I was like, oh, so they're trying to push break teams as like the 3rd major build type of the game. The other 2 major build types are the first one is the conventional crit stat builds, obviously. You know, just give everybody crit stats and, you know, crit everything to death. And then the second one is with DOTs, where the linchpin for DOT teams is you either have Kafka or at the very least Black Swan. But then as long as you have either one of those characters, you can make DOT teams really, really strong. And the advantage of DOT teams, obviously, is they don't care about crit stats. Right? Because DOTs can't, dots don't crit. So what the fuck do you care about crit stats for? Right? Unless you want to build like a specific crit build, like a Kritka maybe, but like at that point, you know. Like, sure, you can, but you don't have to. You can just give her all attack stats, and she's perfectly fine with that. And then, like, break teams seem to be following the same sort of what's the word I'm looking for here? The same sort of school of thought? That's kind of a weird phrase to use. But, like, break teams are very similar to DOTs where, yeah, they don't care about crit stats either. So, on paper, at least, they should be really easy to build. And then their linchpin is also very similar, but, technically speaking, break teams are even stronger because the one character that they rely on is free. You get HMC for free just by going through the fucking story. And here you go. Here's HMC. So yeah, and not only that, but like characters like Boothill and Firefly, both having the perk of like just being able to apply their element as a weakness to anybody. So that way they're legitimate like universal DPSs. Hell yeah! Like these two characters are probably like Penacony overall for like from the eyes of a free to play, Penacony is by far the best chapter we've gotten so far. Is your Firefly E2S1? Try E0S1. And I've already said this before. You should have heard me say this earlier, but Firefly doesn't need any eidolons. She doesn't. Her eidolons are completely unnecessary. She don't need this shit. Hey Hazzy, welcome back. We talking Firefly teams? Yeah, well, more specifically or more accurately, I was gushing about how fucking good break teams are now that we have everybody in the game so far. Now that we have HMC, now that we have Boothill, now that we have Gallagher, and well, we've had Ruan Mei for a while, but you know, now that the gang's all here, like, bro, like break teams are, like, if you don't work on a break team, like if you have Firefly, if you don't work on a break team, like there's something wrong with you. Like, I understand if you have Kafka and, like, you don't really use her on a DOT team, like, that's fine, because Kafka's just that strong. But, like, if you have Firefly, and you don't work on a super break team, or you don't work on a break team with HMC, like, what the actual fuck is wrong with you? Hoyo destroyed wallets with both Firefly and Ruan Mei at the same time. I mean, hell, they knew. They know. Hey, would you like to run one of the most busted teams in the game? Would you like to run one of the most broken teams in the game? See what I did there? Philosophy. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Thanks, Looney. Or Lunith. Yeah, philosophy was the word I was looking for. One of the equations in Divergent can make DOTs crit. Oh no! Actually, no. Oh hell yes! Hell yeah! Every DOT main's wet dream. Every DOT main's wet fucking dream, bros. Oh. Sorry, I just pulled up Doki Bird's stream on the other monitor. Oops. Remember when people thought Silverwolf had value? I mean, she's still very strong. She's still legitimately one of the best characters in the game. But, like, it's nice that you don't have to rely on Silverwolf, you know? Like, it's nice that you don't have to rely on certain characters anymore. I mean, this is always going to happen, just with more characters coming out, you know, the more options you'll have. But, yeah, I mean, that Firefly and break teams being a thing now in Star Rail doesn't really, like, diminish Silverwolf's value. It's just, it's nice that you have options. It's nice that you don't have to think to yourself, oh, I have to use Silverwolf here, you know? You don't need to? Well, yeah, if you already have 2 out of the 3 build types in the game, or if you already have 2 very strong team types in the game, then yeah, you only need 2 out of 3. You know, MOC is only 2 phases after all. Or there's only 2 halves to MOC after all. She's another Pella if you're missing one. More like a single target Pella, but yeah. It's okay for some teams, she's still fine. Yeah. Like, I still use Selly from time to time, and a year into the fucking game, she still works perfectly fine. Yeah. Imagine when we get more dedicated, break supports. Yeah, imagine. Though, to be fair, I don't know how they're gonna top, like, Ruan Mei or HMC. Like, if they do give us another, like, break support, like, what would they even be like? To be honest. Like, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't predict that. Well, I don't know if I can predict, what they would do. You don't think dupes should be in gachas? But you feel like a good rule of thumb should always be a single copy. I mean, yeah, obviously, I mean, you already know that dupes exist to make money. However, I would tell you that you should at least rest assured that, at least for Genshin and Star Rail, Genshin and Star Rail, most, if not all, the limited 5-star characters are at the very least designed to work perfectly fine at. Without any extra dupes. Like, to be perfectly honest with you, like, the dupes in both Genshin and Star Rail are only there if you really want to fucking, they're there as whale bait, basically. I mean, I already mentioned that phrase before. Like, if you play the game, if you know what you're doing, and you work on your account, like, single copies of all the limited 5-star characters should be more than enough. Like, you don't need extra copies of any of these characters. If you do, you have a serious skill issue. Or maybe you just don't play the game, or you just don't play the game enough. So yeah, like, yeah, I get where you're coming from, but at least with these sorts of games, you only really need 1 copy, at least in my experience. You hope Super Break teams have, longer lifespans? What do you mean? Like, Super Break teams are gonna be strong for a very long time. Like, are you worried that we're just gonna drop Super Break teams or break teams in general after, like, Penacony? Because, like, that's not really the case, my dude. Like, you know, the Penacony monkey that throws the bottles, if they make more of those types of enemies, that would be annoying and unpleasant. I mean, a Firefly team would fucking break his ass even before he gets to, what is it? Before he gets into that whole, like, bottle phase, where you can't reduce his toughness anymore. And I mean, hey, if that really bothers you, then just replace Gallagher with, like, Aventurine or something. Aventurine, or at the very least, what's his fucking name? Gepard, yeah. If you're really worried about that. Hey, Manimic, how's it going, man? I'm doing alright. Enjoying my weekend. Ruan Mei is so crazy. 5-star harmony characters. 5-star harmony character, man. You see these 5 ladies right here? They are all busted. These 5 ladies, they are all fucking. They all break the game. And she enables mono quantum. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of people really love running mono quantum teams too. And hey, it's that they're only gonna get stronger the more quantum characters we get. You know, hint, hint, Jade, hint, hint. Crazy how well teams are coming together. It's almost as if the longer the game goes on, the more options you have and the more crazy-ass teams you can put together. Holy fucking shit. 100% they'll add another super brick support. I mean, hey, I'm all for it, man. Because, like, they can definitely add, like, another character who, like, specifically enables super break. Because, like, HMC is free. So, in my opinion, it's not that big of a deal if they add in another super break support. My only worry is that they would make the gacha version, like, so much, like, a lot better than HMC. But then again, HMC is already really fucking strong to begin with. So, it's like, I guess they can make them a lot stronger just because they're a gacha character, but like... I mean, at that point, that would just be a one-cycle bait, to be honest. You don't want to play the game, you want to win? Oh, then just wail for E6 Firefly, then. Easy. Eidolons matter if you have dedicated teams like DOT. I guess I can see that for Kafka, because my Kafka is E2, for full disclosure. Where's my Kafka? Yeah, I did roll for E2 Kafka, and obviously E2 Kafka is very strong. Right? Like, E2 Kafka makes perfect sense for that. See, I do see where you're coming from with that. But even still, Kafka should still be able to enable DOT teams. It's just E2 makes her being able to enable DOT teams a lot better. But I mean, hey, that's kind of how it is for all 5-star characters, so. Thing is, they should be enough. Of course, there's gear and skill issues and all that, but you're also kind of scared because enemy health pools are getting higher and are getting higher and higher. I mean, I guess, but at this point, if you haven't already accepted that Star Rail definitely has, you know, like, Star Rail is definitely the kind of game where the devs, like, do consciously make the content harder and harder over time. Like, there's no getting around that. Like, Star Rail is definitely a game where if you don't keep up with all the latest and greatest units, you will straight up have more difficulty, like, clearing MOCs and whatnot. Like, maybe Pure Fiction a little less so, because Pure Fiction, you know, you can use AoEs for that. Not to mention you have a lot of strong buffs that you can use for Pure Fiction, so PF, not so much. But for MOC, for sure, man. Unfortunately, just Star Rail is just kind of like that game. So, yeah, your fears are founded. Like, your fears are correct. But, like, if you didn't already notice that, like, a couple months into the game, then, like, I don't know what to tell you. Other than, like, I'm sorry, but this is the way this game is. Because, unfortunately, this is what the players have apparently collectively decided they wanted, right? Because remember back before Star Rail came out, back when Genshin was the only Hoyoverse game, the only like big name Hoyoverse game out there. Remember when people kept bitching about? I mean, technically people still are bitching about this, I would imagine. But like, you know, a year into the game, a year and a half into Genshin, people are already bitching about, oh, you know, Abyss is so easy. There's no end game for Genshin. Yeah, right? So yeah, MiHoYo kind of took that shit to heart. Oh, you want actual challenging endgame? All right, here you go. You have E1 Black Swan? No, my Black Swan is only E0. Then again, I use Black Swan and Kafka together a lot, so that doesn't really... not having E1 or E2 Black Swan probably doesn't matter as much. But no, my Black Swan is only E0. Where is she? There she is. Makes sense they're both together. Yeah, no, I don't have E1. But yeah, E1 Black Swan seems very strong. Excuse me. You meant power creep happens for every unit. That's what you meant. I mean, similar answer. Like what I just said to that other guy in chat. I adore her. Like I could. That applies to your statement as well. Like Star Rail is just that kind of game, where MOC is very clearly designed to be played with whoever the latest character is. That's just how it is for this game. Now, my hope with Star Rail, and this hope is getting stronger and stronger, especially now that we have, you know, break teams as a thing in this game. And especially with DPSs like Firefly and Boothill being able to apply their own element as a weakness just on anybody, so they're legitimate universal DPSs that you can use against anybody. My hope is that the longer the longer Star Rail is around, the more characters we get, and so therefore the more options we have, and the more teams that we can build that can just kind of tackle any content in the game. So like, I think eventually, my prediction is that just naturally Star Rail's content will get easier and easier. Maybe not as quickly as Genshin's content became easy, because I mean Star Rail is still a turn-based game at the end of the day, but it should get easier and easier, if maybe a little more slowly, because, you know, we're getting more characters who can act as universal DPSs, and we're getting more teams where you don't have to fucking worry about, you know, smashing your dick against the fucking car door trying to get crit stats. Right? You don't need to worry about like pulling your hair out over, you know, getting the perfect fucking crit stats and like trying to speed tune everybody. I mean, speed tune is probably still important, sure, but crit stats not really so much anymore. I mean, you still need to have the proper characters, sure, but like the important part is that we're getting more options, and the options the more recent options we are getting, they're just getting stronger and stronger. Like, is that power creep? I mean, technically, yes. But at the same time, like, if the game wasn't like that, then you're going to have a Genshin situation where you're going to have fucking characters who are obviously weaker than the older characters, and people are going to be like, well, what the fuck? But people are going to bitch either way. People are going to bitch if, there's this game has power creep because all our latest characters are just so much stronger than others. And if it's the opposite way, where characters either are not obviously stronger than the older ones, or they're clearly weaker than the older ones, and people are gonna bitch about like how, oh, why are the new characters so weak compared to the older ones, man? And people don't have a reason to roll anymore. At least the people who care about gameplay. Just letting you know, it's getting scary. I don't think you should be too scared about that, especially not when we have break teams anymore, or not, especially now that we have break teams. Like, I would say invest into like a break team for sure, if you have Firefly, that is, and then just try to level up as many of your stronger characters as you can. So that way, you have options for different kinds of MOCs coming your way. Because, like, in gacha games, that's the most important thing for any player. For all players. Is just having options. Because, reminder chat, in gacha games, you don't have access to everything in the game. At least not everybody does. Most people don't, in fact. The only people who are going to have access to literally everything are the whales, right? And, you know, only a small percentage of the player base is even going to have all the characters in the game. I mean, hell, even most of the whales who do have all the characters in the game, they're probably not even going to use all of them, right? Like, most people don't have the majority of their accounts leveled up. Actually, maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe there's a lot of free plays out there who don't have very big accounts in terms of, like, character number. But then, you know, they do have, what characters they do have, they probably do have very well invested into. Maybe they just don't roll a lot. So, yeah, maybe technically in their cases, yeah, they have the majority of their accounts leveled up. But, like, you know, for example, my account is a fucking anomaly. Most whales don't do this, right? Where they fucking level up everybody just because. Certainly not a lot of the 4 stars. Most people just focus on the 5 stars, if we're gonna be honest. But just having options is the most important thing. The more options you have, the less scary a gacha game's like endgame or like its content becomes. Because if one character doesn't work or if one team doesn't work, hey, if you have options, if your account is like big and huge and you know you have a lot of other characters you can throw out of the problem, you can. Oh, one character doesn't work? Okay, let's try another team. See if that works. And honestly, for a game like Star Rail, that's the way to go. Because like if one character doesn't work, most likely they're just not gonna work, period. Because, like, Star Rail doesn't really have a lot of RNG. Maybe it's got damage RNG, kind of like FGO does. But, you know, everybody's turn is very, like, there are some skills and, like, some debuffs that are RNG, obviously. But, like, the amount of RNG that this game has is nowhere near enough to, like, really move the needle on, like, how well your teams perform. Like, the only way they would, or the only times that they would, is if, like, your team is, like, on the very cusp of, like, being able to, like, you know, 3-star MOC 12, and you just need 1 or 2 things to go your way. Then in that case, then sure. Right? Sure, maybe some combat RNG going your way would actually make the difference. But that's not most players. Most players, I feel like, in Star Rail, if a team doesn't work, they're just not going to work. So your best option is just to use another team. Try something different. See if that works. And maybe it will. Also, Arrow on. Thanks so much for redeeming Uwu. Hopefully you're feeling Uwu tonight. Tingyun asked the Hanya. Yeah, Harmony path is the best path in the game. Yeah, even some of the 4 stars, with the exceptions of Yukong and who was the last one? There's another 4-star who's not all that. But yeah, Tingyun, Asta, and Hanya, they're all very useful too. Not as explicitly busted as the 5 stars, but they're still very strong. You see people saying HMC is nothing without Ruan Mei. Yeah, those people are fucking retarded. Don't listen to them. Then again, Hoya vs. Gacha players thinking that they know shit. Funny. Good joke. No, Hanya should still be pretty good. I think Tingyun is overall a better 4-star, a better Harmony support than Hanya, but Hanya is still okay. She's no Yukong, at least, that's for sure. That's for fucking sure. Actually, no, there isn't any. We don't have any other 4-star Harmony characters. It's just these 4. So yeah, like every Harmony character in the game is strong, with the exception of Yukong, obviously. Yeah, Hanya was our last 4-star Harmony. Yeah, that's my bad. Yukong hasn't been on banner since September. Yeah, I wonder why. unfortunate too, because she's fucking hot. Hanya is basically baby Sparkle. Yeah, that's pretty much her role. Yeah. Yeah, she's essentially baby Sparkle. With her skill point regen thing and her speed buff on her ult. Yeah, basically budget Sparkle. We have Sparkle at home. When it comes to power creep, Star Rail is one of the better ones. I guess I would say Genshin is better with power creep than Star Rail ever was. Cause like Star Rail, they obviously design MOC to be played with whoever the latest character was. Whereas in Genshin, as long as you have like fucking Raiden, Shogun, Bennett, Xingqiu, and Xiangling, then well, shit, man. One half of Abyss is already cleared for you right then and there. And, like, a lot of the new characters that we got with, like, Inazuma, like, they weren't, like, obviously stronger than who we already had. Like, Raiden obviously is the main exception, but, like, Yoimi is strong, but you don't need her. I guess Ayaka's really fucking strong, too? But she's a little tougher to use. She's certainly a little bit harder to build, that's for sure. But yeah, the important thing is that even in Star Rail, you can still clear current content with older characters. It'll just be a little tougher, but you still can. As long as you can do that, then yeah. What's the point of bitching about power creep? I mean, most Hoyoverse Gacha players bitch about power creep without really even knowing what true power creep is. I mean, first of all, imagine bitching about power creep in a single player game. Have I built your Firefly? Yes, I have, Jirei. I have her max traced out with full relics with appropriate sets, but their subsets are absolutely god-awful. And I'm not even going to show you them because they're just that trash. But for Firefly, her substats being trash honestly isn't that big of a deal. It really isn't. But yes, my Firefly is built. E0S1. My Gacha knowledge is better than yours, so you agree with my take? I mean, just because I appreciate your compliment. That means a lot to me. However, you know, as long as you convey your, even if you disagree with what I have to say, right? And you know, by all means, please do so. In case there's something I say that you don't quite agree with, even if you know, I have more gacha experience than the vast majority of people who play gachas on this platform. Yeah, as long as you convey your disagreements politely and in a way where, you know, I don't take it as like you just trying to take a shit on me or anything. Yeah, it's good to talk about these things, but I appreciate it. You don't play Genshin anymore, but you did feel like most characters are still viable today. But then again, Genshin doesn't really have any game. Yeah, to be fair. I mean, sometimes there are some Spiral Abyss versions where they are considerably more annoying than others. I think technically speaking, this current cycle of Abyss is actually probably one of the worst ones because floor 12, I heard, it's basically a Novelette check. It's basically, do you have Novelette? If not, then you're going to suffer. So, But yeah, historically, Genshin Abyss hasn't really been that bad. Like once you've played the game for long enough, yeah, like Abyss really isn't that bad. Forgot you had this. Hey, thanks, Jirei, for the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate it, man. Welcome to the team. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate the sub. Also, no need to C6 everyone or E6 everyone if power creep happens every time. I mean, for Star Rail, I guess technically Genshin too, but definitely for Star Rail. I mean, every 6-star, 6-star, imagine 6 stars in this game. Every 5-star limited character at E6 breaks the game in some way. So it's like, eh. There still is a reason in E6 characters. To be fair. Power creep in a single-player game is not the same as one in a PvP-oriented one. I mean, I guess not, but it's still a similar concept, is it not? Like, to be honest with you, what does it matter? Yeah, if just from a purely conceptual perspective of like if a game has power creep or not, technically speaking, what does it matter if a game is single-player or PvP? Like, as long as a game gets content it adds content that's better than its older content, then that's technically power creep, is it not? At least according to most players who talk about power creep. What I'm saying is that power creep matters a whole lot more in PvP games, as opposed to single-player games. Have any idea how Max Whale character is gonna behave in Z3? No. I have no fucking clue. I mean, I've never played any of the Z3 betas, so I have no idea even how the game is even gonna play. So, I don't know. But considering it's a Hoyoverse game, yeah, I would expect maxed out Z3 characters to just break the game. Did you get Dejim Brecher? I know I'm not saying that name right. In Arknights, yes, I did. Play Honkai if you want to know what power creep is? Yeah, I know, right? From the stories I've heard about that fucking game. Sparkle but with bigger tits. I like the sound of that. Hey man, if they made Sparkle a fucking legit short stack in this game. Whew! Not Yanqing though? Yeah, I don't know about Yanqing, to be fair. Not sure if anything can redeem his ass at this point. Imagine a 6-star Harmony. Yeah, she basically clears MOC on her own, or they basically clear MOC on their own solo in 3 turns. Flat as justice. Oh, well, I hope you're happy with how Sparkle turned out in this game. Cause I'm gonna be real with you, I love me some big old fucking titties. C6 in Genshin feels a lot better than like E6 and Star Rail, cause you can solo with a lot of C6s in Genshin, with Farina, Novelette, and Arlecchino. I actually kind of disagree. Mainly because I've never been impressed with solo runs in Genshin. Like, we're talking about a game where the whole point is like build a team and like you're supposed to use elemental reactions. I mean, to be fair, mono element teams exist, so you know, half of what I'm saying probably doesn't even apply. But at least the base concept of Genshin gameplay is that you get 4 characters together with different elements, and then, you know, you do cool shit with their elemental reactions. So like, I've never really been that impressed with like solo runs in Genshin. Obviously, they're impressive just from a character capability point of view, I suppose. But it's not very interesting to me, you know. It's kind of like I see Zero Cycles the same way in Star Rail, to be perfectly honest, just for different reasons. Because like people talk about Zero Cycles in Star Rail as if there's something to be impressed by. I mean, I guess I'm impressed by how fucking lucky you got with your relics, substats, and how much money you spent to get fucking E6 characters. Sure, maybe, but like, is that really skill though? I don't know about that one, man. Like, maybe it was real. It took a lot of skill rolling the Gacha button. Sure, maybe. I don't know, man. I just like seeing like teams working together and making something and you know making shit happen, as opposed to like solo runs in Genshin or like zero cycles in Star Rail. But hey, that's just me. This game doesn't require skill. I mean, technically it doesn't, no. To be fair, technically it does not. Because in PvP-oriented games, not having newest characters will hurt you way more than in single players. If we're talking about gachas, the most newly released ones after Genshin, or most of the new ones are taking after Genshin, which is a good thing in terms of like power creeping. Well, here's the thing, Arrow. We are on the same page when it comes to why power creep is a lot worse in PvP games than they are in single player games. But here's the thing, what I'm trying to say is both PvP games and single player games have power creep. Like the concept of power creep is the same, it's just the impact that they have on different types of gacha games, mainly whether or not they're single player or PvP, is way fucking different. We are on the same page here. You're trying to argue with me when we're actually trying to say the same thing. I think you're misunderstanding me when I say that power creep, just conceptually speaking, is the same no matter which game you're talking about. Because as long as you have a game, a live service game that continues to add content, and the content is better than its old what content it had before, then technically speaking, that is power creep. Trying to say the same thing with different words, not even with different words. I think you're just not understanding that you're hearing me say that power creep is the same thing, but you're kind of jumping to conclusions. Because I completely agree with you that power creep in PvP games is a lot fucking worse. Which is why I said that most people who play, especially most Hoyoverse gacha players who talk about power creep as if it's like the fucking end, it's gonna be the death of these kinds of games, have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to power creep. Like they have no idea what true power creep looks like, or I should say, what the true impact of power creep looks like. Because then you give them a game like Raid Shadow Legends, you give them a game like Honkai, even something like Honkai Impact 3rd, then they will understand, they will get a better idea of what power creep truly looks like. But yeah, we're saying the same thing. It's just you're just hearing you're just hearing the shit that I'm saying. I think you're kind of twisting it the wrong way. Hoyoverse gacha players have probably never played any old gacha. Most of them have not, no. Like, legit, most of them have not. Most Hoyoverse gacha players, the only gachas that they know of are Hoyoverse gachas. Or, like, maybe fucking Wuthering Waves, because, like, that's, like, the new big one on the block. Like, that's our first, like, actual major Genshin clone / Genshin competitor, so people have heard about it. But yeah, no, like, legit, most Hoyoverse gacha players have never known any other gacha game other than Hoyoverse ones, or maybe Wuthering Waves. They don't bother with anything else. They might have heard, like, they might know that, oh yeah, there are other gacha games out there, but they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about other gacha games. They only care about Hoyoverse ones, because that's all they know. Yeah, so for sure, a lot of Hoyoverse players know nothing about what gacha can really be like. All they know is Hoyoverse, and that's it. And maybe Wuthering Waves, and that's it. You were top 100 in King's Raid for a bit. That shit was terrible. Yeah. No, gacha PvP, like, if it's a serious gacha PvP, yeah, no, that shit is miserable. Like, unless you're a gacha game where you do have PvP, but it's not, like, taken seriously. Like, say, for example, Azure Lane or, like, Blue Archive. Yeah, then those like, non-serious PvPs, yeah, sure, whatever. Who cares? Like, the PvPs in those games don't really matter too much. But, yeah, in gacha games where the PvP actually does fucking matter, yeah, I ain't touching those games with a fucking 10-foot pole. At least I'll try not to. Maybe one day I might end up playing a gacha where, you know, the PvP is actually taken seriously or whatever. I pray that doesn't happen, but who knows? Future is weird. Also, Omega, thanks for the 39-month resub. Welcome back. Just came in. You're assuming somebody is saying Firefly power creep. No, actually, surprisingly not. No, we were just talking about power. Somebody just brought up the concept of power creep in Star Rail, so we went off on a tangent about that. But surprisingly, no. Nobody in chat's been saying how Firefly is like power creeping Acheron or anything. Like, if you think Firefly power creeps Acheron, I'm sorry, but like talk about some real fucking autism right there. So you said on a TikTok post that Penacony is mid, and you are based for that. And a Hoya fan was fucking white knighting it until he said that the only gacha he played was Star Rail and Genshin. Yeah, case in point. Gacha PvP sounds terrifying. It is. If it's a serious PvP, yes, it absolutely is. Because in those types, in gacha games where they have serious PvP, oh no, 120% they are going to have power creep. And that power creep is gonna fucking blow dick. Like, time and time again, I hear stories about gacha games where PvP is taken seriously, and holy fucking shit. The shit that I hear from the stories that I hear, like, make me really glad I've never bothered going out of my way to try those kinds of games. It's the reason why most gacha games don't have PvP. Because they're really easy to screw up. FGO PvP when? Honestly, I think it can happen. Because Grailfront is like the... FGO's Grailfront game mode is like the perfect, like, fucking, like, testing ground for PvP. Like, honestly, I think Grailfront PvP can work in FGO. Now that we've had a couple of Grailfronts and we've seen how its mechanics work, I think that can legitimately work. We'll just see if Lozingo ever decides to capitalize on that or not. They probably won't. But I honestly think FGO PvP might work. Because again, Grailfront exists. So maybe. Have I played R1999? No, but I've heard about it. I've heard it's a good game. I've heard how, I think Reverse 1999 was the game where my Twitch chat was telling me how, like, it's very free-to-play friendly. Like, you can get basically most of the characters in the game for completely free. There's, like, only a couple that you might have to gacha for or something. So that's good. You want arcade PvP, but for PC? I mean, as nice as that would be, that ain't gonna happen in a million fucking years. We'll get legitimate FGO, like, mobile PvP before we get arcade PvP. FGO Arcade is not coming out of, is not escaping arcade jail, for fucking years, if ever. Nah, FGO Arcade is gonna stay in Japan. Whether we like it or not. Serious gacha PvP can ruin lives. I mean, fuck, man. MMOs have fucking done that shit. So yeah, gacha games, same shit, man. People play Azure Lane for PvP. Surprisingly, some people do. There is an actual PvP meta. I mean, Azure Lane does have a leaderboard, so yeah, some people care. You put a leaderboard for anything, people start caring. Because, you know, clout. Clout, and people want to flex. But yeah, some people do. Kind of strange, but yeah, some people do. And like I said, there is an actual meta for Azure Lane PvP. Azure Lane PC client, when? That'd be really nice. That'd be fucking nice, actually. No idea though. Ask the devs. What upcoming gacha news / games am I most excited for? I mean, FGO, we've got anniversary coming up in 2 weeks or so. So yeah, Archetype Earth is literally right around the corner. Summer is gonna be very close by too, so can't wait to fucking watch my bank account spontaneously combust when summer hits. Other than that, looking forward to all the other gacha games coming out. Now that we have Wuthering Waves, I believe the other gacha games that I would like to see come out that I know I'm gonna try myself are Z3. I mean, that's gonna be out in 2 weeks as well, on July 4th, obviously. So we'll try that out. We'll also try out, or I'll also try out Azure Permilia, Girls Frontline 2, assuming we even get a fucking global server for that. What else? Arknight's Enfield. I think there's one last one that I'm forgetting here. Let's see. Wu was already out. Z3 will be out soon. Enfield, Azure Permilia, GFL 2. Actually, no, I think that's it. Unless the... Oh, no. I'm forgetting the last one. Project Mugen. Yeah. I'm hoping we get more news about Project Mugen, because it's been a year since we last saw something come out of Project Mugen. So hopefully this summer, or hopefully at like a game game trade show, like Gamescom or something, later this year we'll get something more out. We'll get more news out of that. Is Fate and Multiblade related? Yes, they're part of the same universe. You saw a couple characters in Multiblade. Yeah, they added I believe 3 FGO characters into Type Lumina. Mash, Dante's, and Ushiwakamaru. I'm pretty sure it's those 3. But yes, Fate Stay Night, or just the Fate universe in general, and Multiblade, they are related. I guess they're different. You can think of them as basically different timelines of the same universe. For example, I don't know if you know this, but in the reason why they added Dante's into Type Lumina is because in Dante's home timeline, he actually murders Roa. He just straight up fucking owns Roa. Fucking murks his ass. And so, yeah, it makes sense that they put Dante's in as a DLC character into Type Lumina because, you know, he's basically Roa's biggest nightmare. Motherfucker, Dante's fucking shanks Roa's ass. But yeah, they're part of the same universe, so they're just different timelines. Mentioned Wu earlier, missed my Wu streams. How am I liking the game? Initially, I wasn't too impressed, but the more I played it, the more I started to enjoy it, which is good. So yeah, I like Wu quite a bit now, mainly for its gameplay. Its aesthetics is like coming from Genshin. Like Genshin nails the visual part of its game so hard that I look at a game like Wuthering Waves, I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at? Like, something about Wuthering Waves looks very blurry. It might be because of the engine, because for some reason the Wuthering Waves is on fucking UE4. It's on Unreal, I think. Pretty sure it's on Unreal. Whereas Genshin is on Unity, I'm pretty sure. But, you know, engine differences aside, I'm sure Unreal can look very good, just like Genshin does. So I'm pretty sure this isn't even this shouldn't be an engine issue. It's just for whatever reason, whatever Kuro game decided to do, Wuthering Waves looks nowhere near as good as Genshin. Genshin still looks 1,000 times better. I mean, not to mention I can actually see things clearly in Genshin, whereas in Wu, I always feel like there's like some sort of blur filter over the game at all times, which is kind of unfortunate. Not only that, but like the sheer amount of particle effects in Wuthering Waves, or like, just like the combat effects. I think my biggest problem with Wuthering Waves, other than the visuals now, is that when you're in combat, when you're fighting shit, when your characters are doing stuff, there can be so much shit going on that you can't see what the fuck you're fighting. So I have a big problem with properly dodging enemy attacks because half the time I can't even fucking see them. Right? And not all enemy attacks have like the glowing fucking yellow markers indicating, oh yeah, we're gonna attack you now, right? Where it's either it's that and oh, here's an attack that you can parry. Right? Like half their attacks, they don't have that yellow flashing indicator. They just fucking murk your ass. They just fucking slap you. So it's like when I'm fucking using Yinlin, I'm using all her bullshit, you know, fucking elemental skill or whatever they fucking call it, resonator skill. What's their what's their official name in this in Wuwa? Like, I'm using her skill, I'm using her heavy attack. Ult doesn't really count because, you know, obviously characters have invul frames during their ults. But like, you know, especially when you use other characters, right? And other characters use their transition skills, their intro skills, and their outro skills and whatnot. There's sometimes a whole bunch of shit on screen that it masks whatever the fuck enemies are doing. And so I get my ass slapped every now and then just because I got hit by an attack that I didn't see coming. Or I saw it coming too late, so I didn't react fast enough. So that's kind of annoying. Yeah, it's kind of honestly annoying. Like, I don't have that gripe with Genshin because in Genshin, no matter what you do, you can still see enemies coming in to attack you very clearly. At least that's what I feel like. That's not really the case in Wuwa. Wuwa, there's a legit problem where I can't see shit. And that's kind of an issue. So, hopefully, Kuro Game, hopefully especially Chinese players, hopefully the Chinese players have kind of bitched about that too. So, Kuro Game will actually listen to them. So, hopefully, maybe, fingers crossed, they'll address that. Maybe they'll make enemy attacks like a little bit easier to see at least. But for now, that's kind of where I'm at. But that's like my my only major gripe, I guess. I mean, technically it's two, but you know they go together. So I'll just lump those two problems together as one. But yeah, other than that, Wu was fine. I think the biggest draw of Wuwa is definitely gameplay. Kuro Game it's very obvious that Kuro Game focused on the gameplay first and foremost. It's very obvious. Because combat in Wuwa is very satisfying compared to Genshin. Because Genshin's combat is satisfying from a setup point of view where you build a team, you put a team together, you figure out what you need to do with that team, or what that team is trying to do, or what that team's game plan is, right? What their rotation looks like and whatnot. And then once you figure that out, then you practice that in like Abyss or something. You get that shit down stat, and so that way you can perform perfect rotations. That's the satisfaction that comes from Genshin. But to be fair, we've experienced that shit for like the past 4 years. Whereas with Wuwa, there's not as much team building, I don't think. It's basically you have your DPS, your sub-DPS, and your support. Either a buffer or a healer or whatever you want to take. Or maybe you can have like a main DPS and then 2 supports as a hyper carry. One can be like a utility buffer or like a debuffer, and then the other one's a healer. So there's not as much team building in Wuwa, but the actual gameplay itself feels a lot more satisfying because you actually have to engage with enemies properly. Because in Genshin, if your team is strong enough, you don't really give a shit what enemies do. And especially if your team has a shielder, Zhongli, then yeah, at that point, you definitely don't need to give a shit about what enemies do. But in Wuwa, you still do, to a certain extent, right? Enemies will still fucking punch you in the face if you're not careful. But not only that, when you successfully dodge or parry an enemy attack, like, bro, that shit is like fucking serotonin manifested. You know? Like dodging an enemy's attacks perfectly multiple times in a row, especially if it's from the same attack, that shit is cool. And if you parry enemies successfully, right? That shit is fucking cool as hell too. It's kind of hard to do and I suck at it, but whenever it happens, it's fucking cool. At least when you time it properly. You can kind of cheat with characters like Jian or like Yinlin, where they have multi-hitting attacks, so you just need to fucking hit an enemy with a multi-hitting attack as soon as they use an attack that you can parry. It just kind of auto parries it. It kind of auto parries it. So, kind of cheating, but whatever. But yeah, like They definitely nailed the gameplay. Oh, and the exploration too. Exploration is very smooth. For obvious reasons. It's an aesthetic choice. I keep hearing people say that. I don't buy that as a good enough excuse. Like, I know where you're coming from because, oh, you know, Wuthering Waves lore-wise is supposed to take place. It's supposed to be like a post-apocalyptic setting and, you know, blah 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 whatever. So like, yeah, it has to be. It should look, you know, a little you know, a little grungier. Like, you can still have a very good-looking post-apocalyptic setting. Like, that's not my... its aesthetics or its setting isn't my problem. My problem is it just doesn't look very good in the first place. Like, the fucking... like, the color saturation, the contrast, they could definitely be better. I mean, lowering the brightness setting definitely did help quite a bit, but it can still be better. Kuro Game can still improve that shit on their own, too. On their end. And again, for whatever fucking reason, the game looks looks very blurry compared to like Hoyoverse's games. Like, fucking look at Firefly here. Like, she does not look blurry at all whatsoever. Right? I look at March 7th over there. Her model is very crisp. Like, I can definitely tell that's supposed to be March 7th. Her model is beautiful. I mean, every model in Hoyoverse games are fucking beautiful as hell. Very crisp. Even at distance, you know exactly who they are, if you recognize them at least. But in Wuthering Waves, like, as soon as you like pan the camera out, at least like halfway, like, character models start looking very blurry. I don't know why. Can't be my eyesight, because character models don't look that way in Hoyoverse games. It's something intrinsic. It's something intrinsic to Wuthering Waves for some reason. I just don't like that. Again, you can have a grungier setting, right? A bit of a dirtier setting, for lack of a better word, but it can still look beautiful. It can still look great. There's still a couple landmarks in Wuthering Waves that they look fucking cool as hell. I think my favorite landmark, or my favorite region, whatever, is the whatchamacallit? I think the broken levitating city. I forget what it's called. Where it's near the it's where you farm the rage tassicores. That area. Like, that place is fucking cool as hell. I dig that area so hard, man. That shit is my jam. Cause like an urban setting, but there's water everywhere. I've always found like post-apocalyptic or like abandoned urban areas, but then it's like flooded, right? It's flooded and it's got a lot of greenery all around because, you know, all the overgrowth and whatnot. I really like that particular post-apocalyptic setting. So like, that area is basically the closest I've seen. It's the closest I've seen a gacha game like kind of recreate that sort of setting. So I dig that place a lot. But anyways, point is that I think Wuthering Waves could look a lot better, and no, I don't take, oh, it's an aesthetic choice as an excuse. No. Like, you can have an aesthetic, like a darker, more depressing aesthetic, still look very nice. It's just Wuthering Waves doesn't look as nice as I want it to, or as I kind of like envision it in my head looking like, you know. I don't know. I don't know if anybody really gets me on that. I don't expect a lot of other people to do that anyway. But that would be my like major complaint, basically. Yeah, I suppose the soundtrack also doesn't really pop. I mean, for a game that is all about like fucking sound waves and shit, you would imagine that their fucking soundtrack would actually be a bop. But yeah, no, the soundtrack is not all that. Really isn't. Not to mention, like, I think when I was going through Jian's character quest, like, the music didn't even work half the fucking time. If I recall correctly. So yeah, hopefully they fucking get their shit together when it comes to their soundtrack. Like, fucking, now that they made a whole bunch of money off of Yinlin, Like, maybe they can fucking go pay Vanguard Sound Studios again, or whatever the name was. The studio that did a lot of their songs for PGR. Maybe they can go hire them again. You know, the funny thing with all those diehard fans of Star Rail, you're surprised nobody started making the actual train? Deja vu. Somebody else mentioned this exact same question, or this exact same thing earlier in Twitch chat. You would actually turn it into like a bed and breakfast type of thing? Well, first of all, building that exact sort of train would be kind of difficult because it's not exactly a modern looking train. It's more of like an old school historical train, is it not? It's not like a modern high speed rail train that China has. So that's one thing. They would have to build a whole train from scratch. At that point, I think it's just cheaper for MiHoYo to go to, like, say, I don't know, like South Africa, or like a luxury rail line in like Europe or somewhere, where they still have those kinds of exact like train models that they could like rent out and like renovate to like make it all Star Rail themed or something like that. Like, honestly, at that point that would be cheaper, I would think, instead of trying to build their own. So I can kind of see how that would be kind of difficult to do. Your 2 wives? Nice. The gunner and Wuwa don't telegraph their attacks. Yeah, ranged enemies are fucking annoying in Wuwa too, because they don't telegraph their attacks, and their fucking projectiles, like their bullets, are fucking tiny. Like, for someone like me who doesn't have very good peripheral vision, or at least not as good as it used to be, yeah, I have a big problem with those fucking ranged assholes. Like, they don't do that much damage, sure, but it's still annoying getting hit by them. It's one of the main reasons why I really like playing the ranged characters in Wuwa. Chisha and, Yinlin, for example. Cause, like, the more distance I can put between my character and enemies, especially when I'm fighting the ranged enemies, the more time I have to react to enemies afar shooting at my characters. So yeah, I kind of agree with you on that one too. Yeah, dealing with the fucking gunner enemies is kind of annoying. Kind of. Not too annoying though, because again, they don't do that much damage, but still kind of annoying. You probably already heard me talk about this just now, Astiniacs, but yeah, no, I don't accept the whole fucking, oh yeah, the aesthetics are different excuse for why Wuthering Waves looks as bad as it does. Maybe it doesn't look bad. Maybe that's the wrong way to put it, but it looks nowhere near as good as Genshin. But yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that. Genshin is the most expensive game ever. Is it actually? I think I heard my Twitch chat say that a couple times too, so it would check out, or that would corroborate, so I guess I'll take your word for it. But yeah, it clearly fucking shows. Yeah. Like, I suppose, yeah, if we're gonna put it like that, then yeah, I suppose I shouldn't be too hard on Kuro game, but I mean, hey, if you want to compete with Genshin as best you can, you best fucking try to invest as much as you can into it as well. You know? And that also includes the amount of money that they put into the development of the game. Shit, bro. You sent that before the before my entire right? Yeah, so that's why I'm not gonna grill you on that all over again now. Okay, so yeah, you get the point. Or at least I hope you do. Or I hope you guys do. Yeah, like 4 days without music. Jesus. Probably because it's a fast-paced action game, but I mean, Genshin can be that too with some of the enemies that we have to fight. To be fair. Yeah, maybe it's just a it could be just a sheer investment difference. Maybe that's just all it comes down to. Cause like it can't be time. Then again, Kuro Game would have to tell us like when they started working on Wuthering Waves. I would imagine they've been working on this game for at least the past 2 years, ideally 3, maybe even 4. But yeah, maybe it is just investment diff. It's not aesthetic choice, they're just lazy. And I wouldn't go so far as to call them lazy either. Cause like, if the game didn't have if the game just didn't look fucking blurry, it will look much better right off the bat. Oh, and make the colors pop a little bit better too in some areas, and a lot of areas actually. Cause like, for example, in Genshin, right? Genshin has darker areas or darker regions, right? Where there's not a lot of lighting, or the lighting is a lot worse. For example, Chasm, Seirai Island in Inazuma, especially Tsurugi Island when you first get there, when it's all covered in fog and shit. But even there, even in Genshin's areas where, you know, there's not a lot of lighting, or the lighting's kind of trash, or like, you know, there's just you know, you're in a dark place. Oh, also Enkonomiya as well. Even in those areas, they still look fantastic. Even the darker or the more drab colors still look nice. At least compared to a game like Wuthering Waves. So I don't know, man. I think they gotta change something. They gotta improve something about that. At the very least, get rid of the fucking blur filter, or whatever the fuck that is. Unless there's a way for me to get rid of it in the settings itself right now, but I highly doubt that. They've been working on the game for the past 4 years too, so probably investment diff. Yeah. Maybe one day Kuro Game can come out and tell us how much money that they invested into Wuthering Waves. And when they do, then yeah, we'll see if it truly is simply investment diff. Because yeah, like if they only invested, for example, 50 million, that's still a lot of money. Yeah, that's still a huge fucking difference. Yeah, so there truly are some things that money just can buy. That time simply cannot. Take some time though. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Genshin wasn't perfect back when it came out. I mean, I would argue it made much of a much bigger impact, but I mean, hey, that's, you know, Genshin impact, get it? But I mean, hey, that's just kind of to be expected. But yeah, I just pray that Kuro Game can, you know, at least make Wuthering Waves look a little better. But we'll see. It's their decision. They're the devs after all. I'm still gonna keep playing the game, regardless. But I already turned off motion blur, and for some reason they auto-enabled motion blur at the beginning of the game. So you have to fucking go into your settings to disable that shit. I don't know why, but that's how I decided to do it. But no, I already disabled motion blur. No, this blur thing is something different. It's like a filter. They didn't focus. Yeah, it really feels like it really feels like Kuro Game had to pick and choose like which areas of their game that they really wanted to work on. Obviously, combat was #1, and then I suppose the second one that they worked on was probably exploration. Maybe, probably exploration. But yeah, I think your take is good there. I do think that they definitely had to pick and choose which areas of the game that they really wanted to focus on. Like, they knew they couldn't, like, focus on everything at once. So, you know, they had to make do with what they had, basically. And yeah, hopefully Kuro game can get a lot more people on board, so that way they, you know, they can grow as well. Get a lot more people on, so that way they can, you know, work on more stuff. So hopefully with time they can improve. I mean, they should. He said the word. What word? Kuro's approach was more cautious. I would argue that that's kind. If that's truly what ended up happening, where Kuro game was trying to play it more safe, I think that's where they kind of fall short. To be honest, I don't think they should play it. You can't like playing it safe. I don't think really works. At least it doesn't work as much as say if you take risks and like try to make your game like a lot more different than Genshin. But then again, I mean, hey, Genshin, if you're gonna copy Genshin, you know, shit, man, there's worse things you could have copied. So I guess it made sense, but. I mean, there's a reason why I call Wuthering Waves and other games like a Genshin clones, you know? They might need to hire... Not just might, they do need to hire more people. They absolutely have to. And hopefully now that they've made absolute bank with the Yinlin's banner, and they're gonna keep making more bank with Changli and Jinshi later, yeah, hopefully they get more people on. Open world and story feel half-assed. The 1.1 seems to be just Dragon Spine 2.0. They're lacking their own identity. Yeah, I've heard that the Wuwa's story is not all that. I mean, hey, they have a skip button, so I automatically like Wuwa's story much better than Genshin's, at least. But yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about with where I would have preferred Kuro game like taking more risks instead of playing it safe. Because when I talk about Kuro game playing it safe, I mean that they basically just followed Genshin's formula more or less to a T. They just kind of changed a few things. They just changed enough things to like kind of put their own Kuro game flavor to it, so that way it's still different enough from Genshin. But yeah, like at the end of the day, Wuthering Waves is still a Genshin clone, and while I mean that in a good way, I don't use the term Genshin clone as an insult. Still a Genshin clone at the end of the day, so. Makes it harder to be invested into the game with the worst voice acting and story just being kind of ass. Yeah. Yeah, I see where you come from with that, for sure. Don't know if directly trying to compete with Genshin could be called cautious. I mean, if you make a Genshin clone, like making a Genshin clone is honestly, I would disagree with you there, Estaniax. I would say making a Genshin clone in this day and age is the safe thing to do. Like, bro, I don't know how many other gacha games you play, but have you seen all the new gachas that have come after, like, have come in the wake of Genshin Impact coming out? And they all just fucking have a Genshin Impact style gacha system? Like, holy fuck, bro. How many new gacha games these days just basically rip off of whatever the fuck Genshin has? At least as far as how Genshin handles its gacha. Right? Oh, you have a fucking, maybe you have a soft pity, but you definitely have a hard pity within like 7, 8, 9 multis, depending on the gacha game. And, oh, you have a 50-50 chance for the rate-up character. If you don't roll them, your next 5 stars is guaranteed to be the rate-up. Ho ho ho! You heard Wuwa tries to be like Genshin so that way it can attract Genshin. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly their fucking approach. Yeah. That's exactly the point. Like, people, you see this shit, again, this is not unique to gacha games, bros. Like, you have to understand, Genshin clones were always gonna fucking happen. You know, you have a thing, like, when somebody comes out with a thing that's super fucking popular, it comes out, you know, it's a really fun game, it just fucking blows the hell up, right? Everybody starts playing it. Of course you're gonna have more, like, other devs, other people looking at that shit and like, hey, we can do that too, right? We can cash in on that market too. Oh, people want to play, like, you know, Genshin Impact style anime open world gacha games? Sure, we can make one of our own too. And guess what? In order to play it safe, just copy Genshin. Because clearly what Genshin did works. And so you just copy like 90% of that shit, just make things a little bit different so that way you give players a reason, a legitimate reason to come play your game. And you're good to go. You know, just make sure your servers aren't on fire every other day. So yeah, honestly, copying Genshin or trying to compete with Genshin is the safe thing to do. Not to mention, people have been clamoring for like a legit good Genshin competitor for the past like 2-3 years maybe. Like Tower of Fantasy tried being that, but it wasn't exactly a direct one-to-one competitor. So people just kind of ignored it. At least out here in the West, I'm sure in China it's still going on. It's still chugging along just fine. But like, at least out here in the West, people have been looking for another Genshin Impact. That's not Genshin, right? People want to play more Genshin clones, which is why Wuwa's doing as well as it is, despite all the problems that it had and still has, and still has. You prefer Kuro doing Kuro things? Yeah, ideally they should have given Wuthering Waves more their own spin to it. Yeah, they should have gone further and beyond, making Wuthering Waves their own thing rather than just a fucking Genshin clone. Fucking, you know, oh great, Genshin 2.0 or some shit. Hey, here's Genshin Impact 2, guys. You know. Yeah, I agree. They should have done more, but you know, clearly the devs didn't want to do that, so here we are. So at this point, all we can do is pray that they continue to give Wuthering Waves like they continue to develop the game in a way where it kind of branches off from Genshin Impact and keeps being its own thing, or like slowly becomes more of its own thing rather than just staying a Genshin clone for the next fucking 4 years or some shit. We'll see, though. Yinlin, 70% of the budget went into Yinlin's jiggle figures? True. 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 Yeah, exactly, Fami. Yeah, because Genshin is a trendsetter. And so obviously you're gonna have people coming out and trying to follow that trend. Like, it's no wonder we're starting to see more Genshin clones, we started getting news of more Genshin clones starting, like, I don't know, 2 years ago or so, right? Or maybe even last year, right? Where we first started getting news of, like, you know, not Azure, that was earlier this year. Like, Project Mugen, for example. And you know for a fact there are people out there, or there are other studios out there working on their own Genshin clones that we don't know about. Or at least I'm sure there are. Then again, now that I think about it, now that we know how, now that we've already known how much MiHoYo put into Genshin's development, like, to be fair, maybe we won't be seeing that many Genshin clones. Just cause, like, if devs know how much it costs to fucking develop the game, just on its own, and like have to spend the next 3 or 4 years doing it. On top of that, shit, man. I don't know. Maybe a lot of devs don't want to have to commit to doing something like that. Doing something that crazy. But there will definitely be studios out there who will try, because, you know, if they can pull it off, then guess what? Money, money, money. You heard GFL2 Gacha also has the Genshin system? I mean, hey, there you go. If Genshin players are loyal, they'll never be Kuro fans. To be fair, a lot of Genshin players are loyal, but that's simply because they don't know anything else. Like, remember, a lot of Genshin players are normies. Normies are casuals, where the only gacha game that they know is Genshin, and to be honest with you, they probably don't even know what a gacha game is, even though they play Genshin. Because they don't have any perspective. They don't know what gacha game. They don't know any other gacha game. Right? They might not even know, like, you know, like that the whole like fucking like wish system in Genshin is called a gacha to begin with. They're just like, oh, we get to spend this currency thing to try to roll for new character or try to acquire new characters, and it's random. Oh, let's see what we get. You know. At the same time, there's also a lot of there are also a lot of Genshin players who do want, you know, something like some sort of alternative to Genshin Impact, to be fair, right? And we've all been playing Genshin for at least the past 3-4 years. You know, it's nice to play something that's a little bit different, but yet a little bit similar, a little bit familiar as well. So I would say it's like half and half. Definitely a lot of people in both camps at the very least. First step should be to not call these sorts of games Genshin killers. Yeah, no. If anybody calls any Genshin clone a Genshin killer, no, they're talking out of their ass and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I mean, we've all dealt with fucking every content creator under the fucking sun on YouTube putting out videos with the absolute most disgusting fucking clickbait thumbnails talking about how Wuthering Waves is gonna be a new Genshin killer and shit like that. Which is absolutely fucking brain dead. I mean, I give those YouTubers and other content creators the benefit of the doubt that, you know, they're aware that, you know, these aren't exactly, you know, the whole Genshin killer term is fucking bullshit, and that they're just doing it just for clicks and views. But like, if anybody actually believes that shit, if anybody actually believes that, oh yeah, Wuthering Waves is gonna kill Genshin, like, no, they're fucking retarded. Only thing that kind of looks like Genshin in GFL2 is the gacha, and then maybe like the gun equips, like a relic system. I mean, to be fair, that's good enough, you know. Like, you don't need to copy everything about Genshin Impact to have stuff that's clearly inspired by them. Like, obviously, GFL2 has the more has the XCOM gameplay. I believe it's called, like, the genre is called like isometric or whatever. Like isometric turn-based gameplay or whatever. But yeah, I mean, if Genshin didn't exist, then very likely Girls Frontline 2 would have a different gacha system. Matter of fact, Girls Frontline 1 had a construction gacha, a construction style gacha. So in a timeline where Genshin Impact never came out, and there was no other gacha game that kind of like took Genshin's place of becoming like the gacha game. If that had never happened, then I would actually give a very big chance to GFL2 that they would have kept the whole construction gacha to begin with. Like, maybe they would have changed. Maybe they could have changed to a more like standard gacha system, or like a more standard gacha style, but it wouldn't really have been like a Genshin style one necessarily. Genshin is way more popular than it should be. Yeah, Genshin is the only gacha game like that truly captured the normie market. Like, you can see that because in every fucking anime convention you go to, half the fucking cosplayers cosplay Genshin. Like, you don't have that. Like, even like smash hit animes don't have that kind of impact. Pun intended. Right? Like, you know, take the most popular anime airing right now. Like, what is it? Jujutsu Kaisen or whatever? JJK? Right? You go to an anime con, like, see how many JJK cosplayers there are compared to Genshin cosplayers, and holy fucking shit. Like, we cannot you cannot understate just how much of a fucking impact Genshin has had on just a general weeb community overall, right? Just anybody who even knows or kind of likes anime. Like, Christ, man. Genshin Killer is just a meme for giggles. I mean, that's how it should be treated, but some people out there legitimately believe in that shit. Or, like, they subscribe to that shit. And given Genshin's size and the sheer number of people who play Genshin or know Genshin, right? Even just a small percentage of people who believe in the whole Genshin Killer thing, yeah, it's still a lot of people. You know, 1% of a billion people is still, you know, how many people is that? Like 10 million people? That's still a lot of people, man. FGO is really popular in Japanese conventions. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Because in Japan, FGO is kind of like their home ground. I would imagine like FGO, Blue Archive, Uma Musume, maybe Grand Blue? Yeah, Hoyoverse hasn't really, like, Hoyoverse, to be fair, Hoyoverse games haven't been able to, like, take root as deeply in Japan as other regions because Japan's already has a very rich history with gacha games. Most of their players have been playing gachas for God knows how long. Or a lot of them anyway. So yeah, the sheer number of players or the sheer impact that Genshin or Star Rail or now Wuthering Waves has on Japan is quite limited. I mean, to be fair, you still have a ton of Japanese artists, Pixiv artists, like, drawing a whole ton of Genshin shit, because they know that Genshin is super fucking popular overseas. So, you know, money, money, money. And a GFL 1 copied Kantai, which was the biggest game back then. Yeah, or I don't know if actually when did GFL come out? GFL 1 come out like 2018? Even then? 2018, I would argue 2018 Kantai was already past its prime. Or Kantai was already past its peak. I think 2018 was when it was starting to like its popularity was starting to like burn out a little bit. Like, I think Kantai was most popular back in like 2014, 2015, maybe 2016. But I think I want to say by 2018 they were definitely they were starting to be on its way out. But I mean, yeah, that's still believable that GFL went after, copied the whole construction gacha that you saw in like Kantai. Well, it could have been left to cook a little bit more just before release. Yeah, for sure, I agree. Yeah, I think Wuwa could have used like at least half a year in the oven. Ideally, another full year, but at least half a year, at least 6 months. Would have done a lot to optimize the game and clean up a lot of the bugs that it had at launch. Impact work. Take a shot every time I say the word impact. Amazing how much JP loves FGO, still spends wildly to this day. The power of the power of the Fate IP, man. That's what a good fucking IP will do for you, man. Like, that's why you see like a whole that's why you see so many fucking gacha games, or at least over the years. That's why you saw so many like so many studios try coming out with gacha games for like older IPs. Right? The Konosuba gacha game, the fucking I don't even need to list off examples. Y'all can fucking imagine examples of your own. I'll do it anyway though. The Konosuba gacha, all the fucking SAO gachas, for God's sake. What else am I missing here? I was about to say Preco, but I think Preco is a unique IP, so can't say that. Same thing with the Grand Blue. Oh yeah, the is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? That IP. They got that anime slash light novel series got a gacha game too, right? One Punch Man. I'm sure OPM has a gacha game. Oh yeah, solo leveling, perfect example. Excuse me. They were impatient, I guess. I want to say the reason why Kuro Game wanted to launch Wuwa at the time that they did was I'm positive that Kuro Game took out a whole bunch of loans to fund the development of their game, right? They've had to have, right? I mean, if MiHoYo said they spent, if Dawei said they spent fucking 100 mil developing Genshin, MiHoYo should have absolutely taken out a whole bunch of loans to fund their development, right? Especially when I think y'all said in YouTube chat, that even MiHoYo was only about the size of Kuro Game back when Genshin first launched, right? So yeah, with them being nowhere near as big as they are now, yeah, for sure they had to have taken out a whole bunch of fucking loans. Same thing with Kuro Game, man. Kuro Game should have taken out a whole bunch of loans of their own too. So I want to think that one of the main reasons why, probably not the main reason, but one of the main reasons why Wuwa came out at the time that it did was because Kuro Game didn't really have that much time left to keep working on the game, and they needed to start making money to start paying off their loans, or like start paying off whatever shit that they got themselves into developing Wuwa. Like they just had to start making money, so they just had to kick the game out the window. Hey, kind of like a newborn bird, Hey, kick him out of the nest, Hey, time to start flying. Right? You gonna learn today. So yeah, I mean, that in itself was a big risk for them to take. I would imagine if that's exactly how it ended up happening. Actually, not what I'm completely baffled by is why the fuck did they release Jian's banner first? What? Why? Why did they just start with Yinlin's banner? What the fuck? Well, yeah, I suppose they learned the lesson by pulling up Yinlin's banner fucking 2 weeks early, or however earlier they pulled that shit up. So yeah, fix that real quick. You're not complaining? I know you're not, Hannah. I know you're not. The husbando enjoyer certainly didn't mind that, I'm sure. But yeah. Danmachi Gacha fumbled really hard. I remember a streamer friend of mine playing it every now and then. But yeah, I heard that the game didn't do as well as it should have. Game was kind of shit. You're impressed that Hoyo is not an openly trade. They can't be, Fami. I think I know the reason why. At least I have more insight to why Hoyoverse is not publicly traded. In China, their stock market doesn't really work the same way as a normal Western stock market. For one, the Chinese government owns everything. For one, like China doesn't really have a true stock market, or like a bond trading market. I'm not an economist, so a lot of the shit I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm just kind of regurgitating facts that I've read online or off YouTube videos or off articles on the internet or something like that. So if you want to know like the nitty gritty, like you're gonna have to do your own research. I'm just regurgitating shit here, but stock markets don't work the same way that they do in the West as they do in China. So when you see like stocks being traded and shit, it's not really the same because again, the CCP rules China, and they get to control the economy whatever way they want because they're communist. Simple difference in government styles or different ideologies. Sure, put it that way. So yeah, MiHoYo is not a publicly traded company. Maybe they could be. Again, I'm not an economics expert. Maybe they could be actually. Maybe it's in their best. Maybe it would be in their best interest to like go public and start selling shares and shit. I don't know. Maybe any economist in chat can kind of elaborate on that further as to maybe why they could. But I would imagine it's because of political reasons. Because, you know, CCP. And, like, we know for sure that the CCP absolutely has their eyes on MiHoYo. Main reason for that is because Xi Jinping has spent the last decade basically eliminating every other alternate potential source of power that could possibly threaten him in his rule. Because he's now basically a dictator. And he doesn't want anybody challenging him. So he's gotten rid of everybody. And that also includes economic sources of power too. Like y'all, I don't know if you all remember back when fucking Jack Ma of Alibaba fucking disappeared for no reason for like a couple years until he came back up in like fucking, I don't know, Portugal or something, wherever he went off to. But yeah, I would imagine it's for political reasons why Hoyoverse is not a publicly traded company. I would imagine if they had the option to, they absolutely would go public, because that just means way more fucking money. But then again, even if they had the choice to, even if they weren't going to get fucked by the CCP for going public, I can still imagine Hoyoverse not going public anyway. Just because the Chinese are very fucking proud of their own shit. And so I can see them not really liking the idea of like them having to like answer to like an international board of like directors or whatever. So even if they did have the option to go public, maybe they wouldn't do that maybe they wouldn't even do it anyway. I don't know. Kind of hard to say. Excuse me. Most likely, yeah, I adore her. Hannah in chat is a big husbando enjoyer. She'll roll for waifus every now and then, especially if they're meta. But she's more of a husbando enjoyer. So yeah, she definitely didn't mind Jian coming up first as our first limited character in Wuwa. And I believe 1.1 has both limited 5 stars are waifus, right? So yeah. Like, unless there's a very good reason for her to roll for them, like they're meta or something, yeah. And not to mention, she also plays, I believe she said that she also plays Star Rail and Genshin, so yeah, at this point, playing 3 different games, yeah. Gacha funds are kind of stretched a little thin, so yeah, she definitely wants to be more careful about who she wants to roll for. Used to play Genshin, okay, not anymore. Need new guys in 1.2? Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with more guy characters. Even for I would argue even for the waifu only enjoyers, even for the absolute autistic parasocial Andes who play gacha games and only roll for waifu characters. Even for them, I argue that husbando character is still good, because at the very least that means that whenever there's a husbando character, whenever there's a male character on raid up, they just get to sit that one out and start saving up, you know? But, you know, most parasocial Andes aren't really known for being logical, so I don't know how many of them are really going to see the logic in that. Big pecs roller? Yeah. Jinshi can be meta because every character with a dragon is OP. something about, you know, China being obsessed with dragons. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, for a lot of people, when you think about dragons, the first thing you associate with them is China. Looking forward to Zhao Chu. Yeah, the pink-haired fox boy. I mean, to be fair, in MiHoYo's credit, Fox boys are very rare. I'm sure they exist in other IPs or other games or other gachas maybe. But yeah, as far as gacha games go, Fox boys are very rare. So props to MiHoYo for like having the balls to like put out a Fox boy character or a Fox guy character. Then again, you know, still kind of makes sense because the Foxians are a whole fucking race. So yeah, obviously you got to have guys there too. But logic, I only see waifus. Yeah, that's kind of the issue. Like, it's fine thinking with your dick for most things. For most things gacha, but there is a limit to how much you can think with your dick. Especially when it comes to you fucking harassing other people over the internet for anything that disagrees with your fucking waifu-only biases. The stream is now negative 100,000 social credit. Bro, I destroyed my social credit score fucking years ago. Like, part of the reason why I never want to take a sponsorship with any Chinese gacha at the very least is because of the fact that I've trashed a CCP so fucking hard in my streams over the years. Like, even if, like, I would love to do, like, for example, a sponsored stream for, like, Arc Knights or Azure Lane. Problem is, you know, given my digital footprint, probably not going to work out. Doing very well with husbandos in Star Rail. I can explain that. The reason why husbandos are doing much better in Star Rail than they are in Genshin is because in Star Rail, every character has to matter. Because if you think about it, Star Rail is a much more difficult game than Genshin. Because this game is a turn-based game, right? This game is a more traditional turn-based game where characters and enemies have speed stats, and you know, like their battle order relies on their speeds. It's determined by their speed stats, right? Not to mention, characters are usually, unless you have a fucking E6 5-star character, characters are usually not so strong to the point where they can just one-shot everything right off the bat, right? You can't just top deck people unless you're trying to go for a 0 cycle. And that's not most people. So eventually, unless you're trying to 0 cycle people, eventually enemies will punch your characters in the face and they'll do damage, right? So what that means is you have to bring all the characters on your team have to bring utility. They have to make sense. They have to be strong. And do you know the one way you can get primarily waifu-driven players to start rolling for husbandos? That reason is if you just make the husbando characters very strong. Make more Boothills, motherfucker. That sort of thing. Give players Boothill. Give players more Gallaghers, right? Because Gallagher is the only break effect scaling healer in the game. At least for now. I'm sure we'll get more in the future, but until then, Gallagher exists, right? The guy character, the males of this game, the boys of Star Rail, a lot of them are very powerful. Sometimes even more, sometimes as strong as, if not stronger than the waifus. I mean, fucking, motherfucking, where is his ass at? Daniel Alter says hello, right? So, like, bro. Yeah, it makes perfect sense that the guys are doing quite well in Star Rail because meta-wise, just gameplay-wise, every character needs to pull their own weight. So you give a character, you give a guy, a limited male 5-star character in Star Rail, some actual sauce. Oh yeah, people are gonna fucking roll for his ass. I mean, hell, just look at FGO and how much people roll for fucking God Juna. Like, if your gacha game has a problem with people not wanting to roll for the guys, the solution is very simple. Make them meta. Or just make them extremely strong. Easy. The stronger you make them, the more waifu-only players will pull for him. Begrudgingly, but they'll pull for him. Or they'll roll for him, sure. Too much negative social credit, I know, right? Raposian. That's what the species is called in Star Rail. What, the fox dudes? Or the fox characters? I thought they were called, literally called Foxian. Or maybe Raposian is their official name. Putting Lycan in, or the Lycaeo or whatever his name is in Z3 is an even, bolder move, isn't it? Yeah, I would say so. I would agree, yeah. Because, Z3 seems to be a game that's kind of out there, to be honest with you. Yeah. MiHoYo is definitely taking a lot of creative liberties with Z3, just from what I've seen. Like, its setting and its aesthetic is very unique. I don't think I've ever seen something quite like that. At least not in a gacha game. Their animation quality... Z3's sheer animation quality is through the fucking roof. Like, holy fucking shit. How many animation frames do Z3 characters have on average? Yeah, you can't iframe damage in Star Rail. Yeah, exactly. But, yeah. It's just, on average, Star Rail characters are much more impactful than your average Genshin character. I mean, part of that is also because Star Rail hasn't been out for long enough. Hasn't been around for as long as Genshin, so obviously Genshin's just gonna have more characters. Also, I would argue that Genshin's approach to its like character meta, or its power creep, if you want to call it that, is not as severe as say Genshin, because remember in Star Rail you have a lot of the older characters still work just fine. So it's like, do you have to roll for newer characters? No, not really. Nowhere near as much as say you would need to in like Star Rail, right? So like rolling for the new characters in Star Rail actually matters a lot more. So if it's a guy, then so be it. Rumor says there's already a hit on you. I mean, with how many secret police stations China has in foreign countries, I wouldn't be surprised, man. I'm sure there's going to be a secret Chinese CCP mall ninja waiting for me to go to the bathroom and fucking slit my throat while I'm in the stall or something like that. I'm sure that'll happen. Waiting for that day to arrive. Aventurine is really, yeah, Aventurine is a very good preservation character. I mean, arguably he's the best preservation character in the game. I say that because Fushun is kind of not a preservation character. She kind of plays her own game, to be honest. Like, she's definitely not a conventional preservation character. But Aventurine is, because he actually gives shields to everybody. But yeah, no, Aventurine's really good, yeah, gameplay-wise. Yeah, if anybody's talking shit on Aventurine's gameplay, they can go fuck themselves. Pridwood ranks him as the best to stay in the game. I wouldn't be surprised, yeah. Because, technically speaking, as long as enemies don't do too much damage, yeah, as long as Aventurine can maintain all of his shields, he brings so much utility, you want to bring Aventurine to everything anyway. Yeah. Yeah, his kit is really good. Like, his biggest weakness is just dealing with enemies that do a little bit too much damage. So in that case, maybe, like, Fushun might be a little better, but even then, it's arguable. I mean, hell, even healers might have a problem with enemies who do too much damage, too. Because, like, if your character just straight up die in one or two shots, then, like, what the fuck is the point of having a healer? Fushun is her own special tier? Yeah, I would think so, yeah. She kind of plays her own game, to be honest. In Genshin, you can dodge or use jungle. Yeah, exactly. You have ways to ignore enemy attacks, right? Dodge them or just tank them with the shields. In Star Rail, yeah, no, you can't really do that. The most you can do is, like, mitigate damage or, like prevent damage from happening in the first place, but enemies are still gonna attack you no matter what. So, yeah. You like how Danny Alder didn't do anything despite being Omega powerful story-wise? I know, right? The one time he actually came along and did something was during the fake ending of Penacony, where he and who was a Jingyuan like bust in like Kool-Aid men and fucking kicked the shit out of Full Power Sunday. But you know, yeah, it was all a dream. So plan on E6ing HMC event. Yeah, eventually, if it's free. It should be. Yeah, I'm just lazy. Gotta get around to actually getting, collecting her other eidolons, too. Am I gonna stream Z3 on its release day? Yes, because, at least I should be able to. Because Z3 comes out, when is it? Z3 comes out... Oh, also, I think the new Hollow girls are gonna debut soon, right? To pull up the stream real quick. But yeah, I plan on streaming Z3 day 1 because it should come out on July 4th, and I do have July 4th off. For some reason, my workplace isn't giving us the next day off, so I'm not gonna have a 4-day weekend. So that fucking blows dick. But at the very least, I'll have July 4th off. So we'll see. Yeah, it should come out. Z3 should come out during the 4th of July. So yeah, I have the day off, so I should be able to stream it then. Actually, maybe I'll still be able to have July 5th off because I think I have something going on then, and so maybe I can submit a request at my workplace to have July 5th off. Maybe, but we'll see. Sunday, more like Monday now. Got him. Bellabog was peak Star Rail story. Honestly, yes. It's really weird to say, but yes, you are right. I agree with I hard agree with you on that one. Because at the very least, Bellabog's story makes sense. It was pretty grounded, right? It was easy to follow. You know why people are doing shit. I mean, I'm sure there were some plot holes here and there, but for the most part, it was easy to follow. The characters were good overall, and yeah, you had a fucking kick-ass ending. With a kick-ass fucking, you know, the rock soundtrack, and you're fighting against you know, fucking alien motherfucking Cocolia, with a giant ass fucking robot, and then I don't know where they get it from, but you know, AMC pulls out a giant motherfucking sword from somewhere, probably out of their ass, but hey, it's cool at least. Feels weird because the only reason you're playing Z3 or you're giving it a shot is because of your friends. I mean, that's fine. That's perfectly normal. Plenty of people play, especially when Genshin came out. Plenty of people picked up Genshin and tried it for a little bit just because either the friends were playing or they kept hearing their friends talk about it, or they watched streamers play it. Plenty of people picked up Genshin back then, just to see what it was about. You know, obviously a lot of people dropped it, but dropped it afterwards, like maybe a couple weeks or a month in. But that's just what happens to most gacha games, you know. Just most games in general. Games in general, when they first come out, are at their most popular when they first come out, and they bleed players, over time. That just happens to anything. But yeah, that aside, yeah, it's perfectly normal for you to try a game just because your friends are. There's nothing wrong with that. Space China dropped the ball. Yeah. Hopefully future Shenzhou chapter's a little bit better, but yeah, it was very slow. I didn't even get what the fuck was happening half the time. Butt sword to compete with Booba sword. I mean, hey, if you like that sort of thing, you certainly wouldn't be disappointed. Then they picked up the ball back up in Penacony a little bit, but stumbled on the way back. Yeah. I would say they still kind of dropped the ball on Penacony. I think overall it was okay. They did a good enough job. But, like, considering how much they were hyping it up, man. It's like, bro, I expected more. Also, imagine fucking spending 3 hours of the stream doing nothing but sitting here and talking, doing nothing but talk to chat and not doing the fucking story at all. Holy fucking shit. And now the Hollow Girls are about to debut. I want to watch that too. Fuck, man. Fuck me. And I actually want to pay attention to the story to see, because, you know, I've already read all the rest of the Penacony up until this point, so I at least want to give the rest of Penacony's story its due justice, or its, you know, due diligence. Fuck me. We lost track of time. I mean, this is what I'm saying, man. I just love sitting here and just talking to chat about all things gacha, man. Yep, stream. Time for me to become a VTuber. I'll just do nothing but gacha Zatsu streams all fucking day. All day, every day. But yeah, man, that's my motivation for becoming like a full-fledged, like an actual known gacha CC, man. Because ain't nobody can yap about gachas like I can. Might as well do a podcast. I actually don't know about a podcast because here's the thing. I hate talking to people. For me to do a the reason why is because there are two things that'll happen whenever I'm involved in the podcast. One, I'll join like a big podcast with like a bunch of people in it, like say for example Tectone's Gacha Cast, which I was on for one episode I think a couple months ago. The problem with those kinds of podcasts where there's a lot of people involved is that because there's a lot of people, you can't really discuss things because obviously the host in this case in GachaCast's case, Tectone has to go through everybody to make sure everybody like voices their opinions, but you don't, because of that, we don't have time for an actual proper discussion. Like, sure, there might be some instances where, oh, you know, there might be two or three people like kind of doing a quick little back and forth about, oh, I think this way about this gacha, or I think that way, but there's never enough time to like truly get into the meat of like the topic of whatever they're talking about at the moment and like really dissect things and analyze stuff, right? And for someone like me who just knows gacha much better than many people, most gacha CCs out there, I kind of need that time, right, to kind of go in and talk about shit. I mean, again, look at the past 3 hours of me doing nothing but sitting here talking about gacha stuff. So I don't really do very well in those cases, right? Where I have to abridge what I want to say. But then if I do that, that means I have to skip out on a lot of like important details that I feel like you guys need to know, or you guys would do better off knowing, right? So that way you guys understand the points I'm trying to make better. And the other podcast situation would be like a smaller one, obviously, where you have less people, like say maybe 2, 3, or 4 people. But in those cases, like seeing how your average gacha CC is also a big fucking yapper, like bro, like I've grown up most of my life dealing with people who do nothing but talk over everything that I have to say. And when I say grow up with people, I mean my own family. Because they love talking over me. Because, you know, fuck what I have to say. Everybody else in my family is older than me, so, you know, clearly that means in an Asian family, whatever I have to say doesn't mean shit. Because, you know, old seniority and age seniority. The older you are, the wiser you become? Yeah, bullshit. Fuck whoever says that. Don't know about you, but the rest of my family's pretty fucking retarded. Not my brother, maybe not him. Still hate him. I still hate his fucking guts either way, though. But yeah, like, I don't want to deal with people like that, man. Fucking people who will just constantly talk over my shit. Unfortunately, that's most content creators. So I kind of have a problem there, too. So, like, for me to do a podcast, I would have to, one, find somebody who also knows a lot about gacha, right? Where we can actually have a meaningful conversation, because they'll be able to understand what I'm talking about, right? Because it can't be just a normie gacha. It can't be a normie fucking, or like a casual fucking gacha CC, because most gacha CCs only play fucking Hoyoverse games and Wuthering Waves, and that's it. Like, maybe they might know other gacha games because they've done sponsors for them, but how many of them actually have actually spent the time and, like, hunkered down and, like, seriously played other gacha games? Not a lot. There's only maybe a handful that could talk about gacha games to the same extent that I can. Like, surprising enough, Tectone is one of them. Surprisingly. I'm sure Fobmaster is another. I think Mr. Pokey might be another one, too. But besides them, like, who else? So I would have to find somebody who actually is knowledgeable in the gacha genre. But also, I would have to find someone who isn't gonna fucking yap over my shit and interrupt me every fucking 6 seconds. Right? Like, I would appreciate people like listening to what I have to say, and once it's clear that I'm done talking, then they yap their shit. Because I do the same thing for them. I grew up fucking doing nothing but listening to people, and not by choice either, so I'm really good at listening to people. So you have my word that I can sit here and, you know, sit here all patient-like, and fucking listen to people. And listen to what they have to say. I don't know if I can say the same about anybody else. Am I able to keep up all the daily chores and use stamina and all my gacha? Yes. However, it basically takes up all my time nowadays. Thanks to my fucking, you know, my full-time, my full-time job now. Okay. Hollow Girls are debuting now. So, hey, not something. Thanks for the 38-month resub, man. Hope you have a good one. Or thanks for coming back. And yeah, hope you have a good day too. It's Grain Farina, or it's Denjo Farina. She's got a good voice. Ooh, she's EU. She's got an accent. Is she German? Does she have a German accent? Her accent sounds familiar. Nahida from Wish? Nah, she doesn't really go off Nahida vibes. She's much more Farina. Think you can do like a Lex Friedman style podcast when it comes to knowledge. Only Fobmaster can match him. Yeah, I expect Fobmaster to really be my equal when it comes to gacha knowledge. Yeah, because I'm aware that technically speaking, he has been playing gacha games for longer than I have actually. I think he started picking up gacha games back in like 2016 around then. My first gacha game was FGO back in FGO NA back in 2017. So yeah, I'm pretty sure, unless somebody else knows any other gacha CC, yeah, it's basically only Fobmaster who can really go toe-to-toe with me on, like, just raw gacha shit. Or, like, mainly gacha stuff. Who? Oh, Farina. the Genshin Hydra Archon. Yeah, actually, you'd actually be down to watch me and Fobmaster do like a one-on-one podcast? I mean, hey, maybe. I'd be down with it. I would just have to figure something out with him, but I don't know if he really wants to deal with the fucking, you know, sub 100 viewer Andy like me. Maybe. I mean, he is aware that I'm a fucking gacha addict. I think he said on stream before that he does consider me to be a bigger gacha addict simply because I still play FGO to this day. So maybe we can work something out, but I would have to, what is it? I would have to, tweet him or something, or try to get a hold of him and see how he feels about like a one-on-one like podcast thing where we just kind of talk about random gacha stuff. But maybe we can work something out. For now, though, I'd rather work on like building up my own channel, though, because I'm working with an editor to start pumping out a regular pipeline of like YouTube content. It's just my fucking 9-to-5 job is fucking kicking my ass right now. I just don't have the time to really focus on stuff. Like if I wasn't streaming today, I would have been working on getting clips for the first video that I want my editor to work on. So. And now here I am wasting, 3.5 hours doing nothing but sitting here with you guys yapping about gacha games, when I should have been spending it going through the story. I still enjoy this though. It's the main reason why I stream anyway, to talk to you guys. If that weren't the case, then I wouldn't be streaming at all. Yeah, Cecilia definitely has like a German accent. She kind of, because it reminds me of Kiara's accent. Yeah, she has to be German, or at least Austrian, or somewhere from, or from an EU country that speaks German as one of its languages. I forget if they speak German in like Belgium, or like the Netherlands. No, Netherlands they speak Dutch. That's its own language. I think in Belgium they probably speak some German, right? I think in the Belgians speak both German and French, I want to say. I don't know if they have their own language per se, but yeah, Cecilia definitely has like a German/Austrian accent. Yeah, she's speaking German right now. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so this is basically hollow EU, because 3 out of the 4 new girls are all EU. Gigi's the only one who's like probably not EU, though I swear she has an accent too. But she claims she can only speak English. You absolutely destroyed MOC12 Firefly? Yeah, man. Like when I did MOC12 off stream, like the night after we rolled for Firefly, yeah, no, she absolutely dismantled second half of MOC12. Even with her shit relics. Yeah, no, Firefly is unfair. Like, even at E0, she's fucking unfair. Assuming she's on the right team, of course. Assuming she's with, Ruan Mei and HMC, that is, but... I mean, I'm surprised I even doubted that Cecilia was German just from looking at her last name. Fucking Immergreen. Now, now Kiara has a fellow German-speaking buddy. Kiara can now bully the German. You won't lie, you wish you could mass farm relic domains in Star Rail. Don't understand why you have to farm up to we can farm up to 6 material domains, but not relics? Maybe because Hoya expects us to look at them? What do you mean? I don't know if I'm understanding you properly. Wish you could mass farm relic domains in Star Rail? We can farm up to 6 materials. Oh, I think I know what you mean. So basically, farm. You're saying that for relic cavern or like calyx flowers, I think that's where you farm the materials from. You can get you can do like up to 6 runs, right? And you get base 1 material per run, one tier 1 and 1 tier 2. But with the relics, you can only really get up to like 2 relics per. What is it? 2 relics per individual run, right? That's what you mean? Yeah, okay, yeah. So I do understand you. I mean, the reason it's simple is because Hoyoverse knows that MiHoYo knows that the biggest the biggest fucking stamina sink is gonna go into relics. Like their gear. Cause like the point of like leveling up traces and abilities and shit like that is that like as long as you farm enough, you should get everybody to max level, right? It's guaranteed progress. So like, you know, that's easy. Those are easy to farm. So MiHoYo doesn't have any problems with you like doing like 6 runs at a time. But with relics, like they know that that's the thing that people want to farm for, right? Because that's because they have variable. There's RNG. You know, it's RNG. It's RNG gear. It's RNG stats. So naturally, that just means that people are gonna put more stamina into trying to like optimize their relics and shit. And so that's what they make hard. They make that shit difficult. Because why? It'll make them more money. Yeah. More people spending More people spending more stellar jades for Trailblaze power. Yeah, that just means more money for MiHoYo, man. And remember, max refreshing Trailblaze power in Star Rail is more expensive than max refreshing resin in Genshin. Because you can remember you can refresh Trailblaze power in Star Rail more times than you can in Genshin. Because in Genshin you can only refresh 6 times, in Star Rail you can refresh 8 times. In Genshin, it also costs less, too. Still costs a lot, but it still costs less. Because in Genshin, max refreshing resin costs 800 primos, but in Star Rail, it costs 900 stellar jades for all 8 refreshes. So it's like, Yeah, it's free money for MiHoYo, man. They know us well too way too well. I mean, they've gacha companies have researched this for fucking years. Like Genshin is not the first gacha game where there's like fucking that you get gear, you can farm gear with like RNG stats or whatever. All right. I mean, MMOs have been doing it since the dawn of time, so far from the first ones to do it. Like it doesn't take a genius to figure out that if you give like the gear system of your game infinite farming potential by making everything RNG, right? And you put it into a gacha game with stamina as part of its mechanics, then yeah. You could make a lot of money doing this. I'm surprised Korone isn't restreaming these two girls, because Korone restreamed the first two girls yesterday, but she's not here today. Kind of wonder why that is. What'd you eat today? Not much, actually. I just ate some fruit snacks and some chocolate fudge cookies that I got on the floor here. I have to actually eat some proper dinner once I'm done stream today. Speaking of cookies. Bibu saying she's gonna make Cecilia play Mario Kart with her. How diabolical. What is the deal with Koreans and cheese? I feel like they try to put like gooey cheese on everything. I don't know. However, I do see what you mean, because yeah, now that I think about it, a lot of Korean places do offer like very cheesy options, yeah. I don't know. Koreans must love cheese or something, I don't fucking know. Maybe the Americans influenced us or something. I don't know. Already fell off Wuthering? Yeah, just like how I fell off Genshin, too. Yeah, bro. I fell off all my other gacha games. I only main Star Rail now. Can't think of any other Asian culture that goes as hard on cheese as Koreans do. I guess among the Asians, yeah, we probably go the hardest on, cheese. As opposed to everybody else, yeah. You might have a point there. I don't really consider myself to be a true Korean, though. I'm very much so whitewashed, so I don't really know how much, like, actual Koreans consider cheese to, like, how essential actual Koreans consider cheese to be a part of their cuisine. But yes, I know that we do love to put cheese in a lot of shit. Something about us and cheese, you know? I didn't realize she was playing the, Cecilia's playing the violin now. So it seems Hololive has found their own violin player, huh? Like cheesy ramen, cheese fondue, cheese poured over steak, hamburgers, cheesy corn dogs. Koreans are just cheese monsters. Yeah. Something about Koreans and cheese, man. I guess we just love that shit. We just fucking love that shit, bro. Cheese is real good, it's no wonder. I'm not like terribly big on cheese. Like obviously if it's part of like pizza then sure. Obviously I like that. I also really like like grilled ham and cheese sandwiches. Like those I really dig. But like there's like a fine line for me personally where if something has way too much cheese, then it automatically ruins the dish for me. So like there has to be like a sweet spot of like cheese on like a dish for me to like really like it. Or maybe it has to be prepared a special way or like a particular way. Do I like fine cheese? No, not really. I don't really go after. I'm not really like a cheese connoisseur or anything like that. My friend protagonist is. My IRL friend protagonist is. I mean, he's much more of a food connoisseur than I am. I just like whatever tastes good. But since he actually cooks, he's much better able to like analyze like what goes into like a meal or whatever. Like we like the two of us like running around to like different fast food restaurants, like different restaurants just in general. And like just trying out different new places that we come across or he comes across wherever. And yeah, we like sitting down and like analyzing like how good these new places are. I think just earlier this week he found like a new hot chicken restaurant, or yeah, a new hot chicken joint. And we finally decided to go there. And then yeah, we were like, man, this place is really good. And then yeah, he's definitely a spice boy. So yeah, he's had his eye on this hot chicken joint for a little bit, I think. So yeah, and it's very hard for him to like find like a spice place that he actually enjoys. But like this time around, he actually like this place is actually really good. So it's like, okay, fuck. But yeah, no. Anyways, back to the original question. Nah. Like, I'm not really too much of a food connoisseur. All I care about is, does it taste good, and will it kill me after, or will it fucking send me to the toilet, fucking in within 3 hours? Like, am I gonna have the shits basically half the day the next day? As long as I have my answers to those, then yeah. The rest is fair game. Hey look, Cecilia even has a sword. She truly is Dendrofarina. You like spicy, but the Budak Korean fire noodles is like fucking burning lava. Yeah, I feel like those Korean instant, like spicy instant ramen noodles. I feel like those were like basically like they basically only exist just for the spice level. Yeah, those kinds of foods, like we don't really like spicy food that's spicy just for the sake of being spicy. Like that shit is kind of trash, to be honest. Like, yeah, spice is good and all, or like spicy shit is good and all, but like, if you're eating something that's spicy and all you're doing is just making yourself suffer, then like, what the fuck is the point of eating that shit? Like, the spice actually has to taste good. Like, thankfully that hot chicken joint that we went to earlier this week, like, it was the good kind of spice. Like, it wasn't just spicy for the sake of being spicy, you know? Like, it actually tasted good, too. Play anything tonight besides Starro? No. Starro, it's just Starro for today. My initial plan was to start up the stream, like, around, like, 1 or 2. And then stream until the Hollow Girls debuted. Right now. Until 8 o'clock today, and then hopefully I would have gotten through most, if not all, the new Star Rail story today. But clearly, things did not go to plan. But no, Star Rail is the only thing for tonight. Probably tomorrow too, in case I have to come back tomorrow to finish up Star Rail's story. Oh, she doesn't have a sword. She's got like a fucking weird lance thing. You like Neoguri? It's your favorite ramen packet? Name sounds familiar. But hey, glad you enjoy those nudes. The nudes. Though I highly recommend you try out some actual like some actual legit restaurant ramen. Because like instant ramen or like instant noodles are good and all, but restaurant ramen where they actually properly prepare that shit is where it's at. Maybe you've had some before yourself already, I don't know, but can't wait for the next time I go out with the boys to have some ramen. Fucking miss that shit. Also, if Cecilia is German, isn't it fucking like 3 or 4 a.m. in Germany right now? What the fuck? It's like 5 or 6 a.m. in Germany right now, isn't it? Unless she doesn't live in Germany. Like maybe she lives in America or something. Definitely best in restaurants for the real thing? Yeah, exactly. So you know. You already know. Talking about fast food joints, actually. If you had to pick between like hamburgers, pizzas, or fried chicken, which one did you choose? Probably... Honestly, probably burgers, because with burgers, you have the most variety in terms of like actual food content. Maybe pizzas can give burgers a run for their money, but on average, I would rather eat burgers, because if I were to choose only pizzas, I would have that would be really hard on my stomach. Because typically speaking, whenever I eat pizzas these days, it gives my stomach a pretty hard time. Like these days, as like I've noticed that as I've gotten older, my stomach can't really handle like the sheer amount of grease that American pizzas have on them. And so, yeah, I have to go fucking... I have the shits afterwards. Either the same night or, like, the day after. So I have to be careful when it comes to eating pizza. But with burgers, I can eat burgers just fine. Not to mention, you can put a lot of shit on burgers, too. Again, you can do the same... You can put a lot of toppings on pizza, but, again, I have... My stomach has trouble with pizza these days. Or a lot of the time it does. So I have to be careful with pizzas. But burgers are fine. I can still handle burgers just fine these days. Just fine for now. And yeah. Not to mention, burgers can be pretty healthy. It can be pretty healthy, especially if you like prepare it yourself, or maybe you go to like a gourmet burger joint. Maybe they make burgers that are a little bit healthier. Like, and I also love fried chicken, but like, first of all, the fried chicken places, the like actual good fried chicken places around here are not too common. Like we have some, but I don't go to those I don't go to those often. And not only that, but you know, with fried chicken, it's just fried chicken. You know, not really getting you're not really getting anything else with that unless you like go to a place that gives you like sides. And to be fair, a lot of the fried chicken places we do go to do give you a lot of sides. But overall, I would say I'd go with burgers, I would say. Oh, sorry, my bad. I was muted. Anyways, what I was saying was that I'm eating some dinner right now, and I'm also watching some VTuber debuts on my second PC. So yeah, there's one more VTuber debut that I want to watch after this. So after that, once that's done, I'm gonna go back to reading through Penacony's story. Am I able to stream what I'm watching as well? Technically, I can. Yeah, technically I should be able to, because the Hollow Girls themselves are doing multiple restreams, and I've been seeing other like random indie VTubers restream it themselves as well. So sure, yeah, let's pull it up then. I'm gonna have to pull it up on stream now, though.
With just a few flicks of her pen, she skillfully sketches the portraits of the most wanted, notorious outlaws known to citizens. I decided to dispatch
Internet.
to the Far East to track down two particular hellhounds.
There we go.
As expected of someone with her unique gift, she was able to locate them with ease. However, somehow she managed to get herself distracted. On her way to apprehend the criminals, she discovered what she would later describe as the wonders of Far Eastern crane games. As a member of justice, perhaps she felt it.
Stream gotta change title and stream or can't have sound. Oh right, because of the whole fucking copyright issue. Then yeah, in that case, there's not really much point in me having the stream up, because I kind of also want to listen to it as well. I think it's mainly a problem because I'm restreaming. If I wasn't restreaming to both, dual streaming to both YouTube and Twitch, it wouldn't be an issue. If I were only streaming to Twitch, then yeah, I wouldn't really care. But I am dual streaming, so yeah, I have to care. But yeah, I at least can have the video up, but I'll just have it muted. I'll just have the audio on my second PC. So Raura should be a VTuber that I know. Yeah, Uniho. So now we know why she graduated. Or why she retired her Uniho indie VTuber avatar. Well, I mean, if something happens with Hololive, if something happens with her Hololive career, I mean, she can always come back. I mean, that's what Mint and Dokibird did. So yeah, we now officially have a Brit, a German, and an Italian in Hollow EN. Well, if we're going to include more EU people, then Kiara would count as an Austrian. I don't think we have any other EU folks, right, in EN? Because Advent doesn't have any EU people. And then Kiara is the only EU from Gen 1. So yeah. We now have an Austrian, a German, an Italian, and a Brit. Also, Laura's like opening animation was clearly the best one. Is she on the apology wall with the 3 mics? She's apologizing to all of her old fans for retiring her her Uniho avatar. She's become a corpo now. Hey Hector, how's it going, man?
So I love celebrating my birthday and I love eating cakes and I love receiving gifts. So please note down on your calendar because we're gonna celebrate all together.
Actually,
And
with Uniho joining Hollow, how many artists do we have in Hollow? At least Hollow EN. Actually, Liz can draw a little bit too, can't she? Because she did a few doodles on her debut stream. I guess Guy technically, but I don't know if she's like a an established artist. Well, I guess technically not Liz either, but at least Liz can draw something. So it's Raura, maybe Liz. We can include Liz, I guess. Nobody in Advent is an artist. Gen 1, we have Ina, obviously. And Callie, yeah, Callie's an artist too. She draws her own shit. So how many is that? 4, maybe 5? Bibu's trying to claim Raura as her new mom now. I wonder where she got this mascot design from. Is that you, Pesto? What, you eating some ribs and rice? Iolak and Penacony, 2.3. I actually haven't started. I meant to start it earlier, but I ended up talking with Chad about random gacha shit for like 3 hours straight. So actually I haven't even started. I'll try to start it once we're done watching Raura's VTuber debut. Ooh, cute pixel art. Who did this? Actually, Uniho probably did it herself, if I'm being honest. She's an artist, so. You thought they couldn't reveal who they are? Who? The VTuber that we're watching right now? No, obviously you can't. But we know who this is, or we know what her previous VTuber was. But you know, obviously, officially, they can't talk about it. How much do these VTubers earn usually? Is it similar to normal streamers? Probably on average a little bit less, because for example, this VTuber you're watching, she's part of Hololive, which is the biggest, well, one of the biggest VTuber corpos or agencies in the world. They're certainly the most popular when it comes to their English branch. The English branch of Hololive is by far the single biggest English-speaking VTuber agency in the world. No doubt about that. So for them, yeah, they're basically a big streamer. But for them, because they're agency, the money that they make off of like goods, like merch, or like their subs on YouTube, memberships as they call them, or like their donations, not only does YouTube take a cut, but well, YouTube takes a cut of their memberships and their like their super chats or the donations that are sent through YouTube system. But not only that, but the agency that they work for, in this case Hololive, also takes a cut too. So I would imagine they don't make as much as, say, like an independent streamer, like a regular independent streamer of like a similar size. However, this is Hololive. So if you're a VTuber who manages to get into Hololive, you are basically a guaranteed success. Like, there is no Hololive VTuber that exists that doesn't at least have 1,000 viewers. And by average standards, average VTuber standards, that is like as long as you don't have a problem with working for an agency or becoming a corpo VTuber, joining Hololive is like the cream of the crop, basically. If you join Hololive, you have made it. In the case of this VTuber, whose debut we're watching right now, obviously she can't talk about it herself on her stream right now. But she used to be an indie VTuber, an independent VTuber who went by the name of Uniho. She streamed mainly on Twitch. She retired, or she graduated a couple of months ago, and now we know why. Because it turns out, as we can see here, she got accepted into Hololive, and now she's part of, the unofficial Holo EU branch, officially called Holo Justice. How many viewers exactly? Currently, she has over 100,000, almost 110,000. However, do keep in mind that this is a debut stream. VTuber debut streams always get much more viewers than usual because it's their first stream, obviously. We'll see how many average viewers VTubers get once they get into once their honeymoon phase, so to say, it has died down, and they get into their normal stream schedule. It depends on the streamer. It depends on how entertaining they are, how popular they are among the Hololive viewers, how much how often they stream, blah blah blah. So it depends. We'll have to see how the numbers shake out for everybody who's part of Justice. The one who helped Sayu. I don't know exactly what Yuniho's role in Sayu's shit was, but yeah, no, I do know that she did retire her Yuniho VTuber. But no, she's back as Raura. Like, that's the thing with a lot of indie VTuber retirements. Like, sometimes you'll just have VTubers who retire even though it looks like they have a lot of good things going for them. Because, like, Yuniho was a pretty successful VTuber as far as I was aware as an indie. But then she suddenly retired her Yuniho avatar a couple months back, like I said. But, like, a lot of the time that happens to indie VTubers, where it's like they just kind of retire out of the blue and you're like, well, why the hell did they do that? And, you know, so it turns out... But no, she's back. It seems. Yeah, her voice should be a dead giveaway because she's Italian. Like, how many Italian VTubers do you know? The only two I know are, well, Yuniho, now Raura, and then Panko from Face Connect. Maybe a lot if you are from Italy. I mean, maybe, but I'm not Italian, so I wouldn't know. Also, assuming Raura lives in Italy, because she's Italian, yeah, it must be fucking late for her ass, too. So it must be like 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning right now. And yeah, I'm eating some dinner right now. Rip sleep schedule. What I'm more worried about is that the German and the Italian, I guess the Brit too, I guess, I won't be able to catch their streams because I'll be sleeping or I'll be at work when while they're streaming. And that's gonna fucking suck. I want to watch them. I want to watch all their streams live. Like all the EU girls are the ones I'm actually interested in watching. Like Gigi's cool and all, but I'm more interested in watching Raura, Cecilia, and Liz. Hollow EU is real. Basically. I don't know what Gigi is. She seemed to have an accent, but in her debut stream, she said she couldn't speak anything other than English. So it's like, well... okay. So I kind of have to assume Gigi's American. Or, you know, at least Canadian. But yeah, we got a hollow EU before we got a hollow KR. Hollow Espanol when? It could happen. It could. Maybe not anytime soon, but it could happen, legit. I mean, Hollow ES has a much better chance of happening than Hollow KR at the very least. Hollow CN? Oh, you must not know then. Aware. Coco Sag. Oh, you do know. But you spelled her name wrong, so. 168 viewers. Yeah, everybody floated about 110k viewers. Nekojira. That's her artwork looks familiar. I think she might have drawn like an Azure Lane character at some point. But yeah, all of the Hollow Justice girls have floated over 100k throughout their entire debut streams. I mean, for good reason too, because this is basically the Hollow EU gen. So many gacha artists working for Hollow. Makes sense. Artists usually work on a commission basis. And not to mention, if you work for a gacha game, that probably means your art is really fucking good. If a gacha game seeks you out to have you draw art for them, that's probably a good. Well, yeah, obviously it's a good thing, but yeah, that means that your artwork is recognized on a corporate level. So yeah, if you want the best of the best, you know, you go for the ones that are highly recognized. And a lot of the time it's gonna be gacha artists. Like, why do you think Ina was drawn by, why do you think Ina has the art Papa? Yeah, Papa, right? That she does. But yeah, lots of, gacha artists, who are also, VTuber designers. VTuber moms or dads or whatever. Just kind of has a curve right here. It's like the art. Yeah, yeah. Crony also has a, yeah, a gacha artist. Technically. Miss Wada Arco. Can she take off her jacket, though? There we go. Very nice. Also, why does her tail look like a fucking butt plug? It's not pesto. She's a Nero face? Yeah. She's Nero with blue hair. Excuse me. Huh, surprising. She actually has a cover. Hibana, that's a classic. I wonder if Uniho ever did karaoke streams. I didn't really watch Uniho back when she was still indie, so I don't know how good her singing is. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, all of Justice has done debut covers. Yeah. So yeah, looks like Raura is no different. Yeah, the collab. I'm gonna have to watch this collab afterwards, cause once Laura is done with her debut stream, we gotta get on with Penacony's story. For weekly bosses, they actually have light cones and drops. They can drop light cones, yes. It's very rare though. I think I only remember seeing weekly bosses drop light cones like once or twice ever. Like they're very rare. Like, they can drop whole light cones, but it's very rare. Like, I would probably estimate it's, like, less than, like, a 0.5% chance. Like, it's super rare. Like, you should not expect to get light cones as drops, like, basically ever. And like, even if you do, you can always just buy the light cones from like MOC shop or something. It's not like they're that expensive. Oh, she'll stream tomorrow. Yeah, so like I thought, because she's Italian, she's basically streaming right in the fucking morning for me. So yeah, I'm not gonna be able to watch her at all. So guess I'll go fucking unalive myself. We should do reaction streams more often. I mean, part of my plan for like putting up like a consistent stream of like YouTube content is me doing React Andy stuff. It'll just be more gacha focused. But yeah, that's exactly what I plan on doing. But when I'm ready. Just wonder, yeah. Like, it's possible, but you shouldn't really expect them at all. Better off just buying them straight from MOC shop. Not to mention, even if you do get a light cone drop, like, it can drop one of any of the MOC light cones, I'm pretty sure. So it's like, even if you do get a light cone drop, is it going to be one that you're actually going to use? Is another question entirely. So yeah, you might as well just not even deal with that and just fucking buy that shit directly from MOC shop. Gonna have to go bald and get loud for gacha reactions. Maybe, man. Maybe if that's what it maybe if that's what it takes. New Hollow, yeah. Hollow EU, basically. Hollow EU plus one weird American or like one weird Canadian. But yeah, this is basically the Hollow EU gen. So we have one Brit, we have one Italian, this girl, and then we have one German. I think Cecilia is German, unless she's another Austrian like Kiara. But I think she's German. She definitely has, I mean, she's even said herself that she speaks German, so. But yeah, new Hollow gen. Very exciting. Too bad I won't be able to watch most of them at all. Unless they happen to have like night schedules on their side of the pond. A true Italian. Always an odd duck, just like Hollow ID Gen 2 has Hollow JP. A certain curvy sword. Okay. Stream is done. Cute ending stream as well. Okay. Cute. Alright, let me put away my plate and we'll get started and go grab a new drink as well. Let's see how good Unihill can sing. Also, I don't know if this is a new flavor from Pepsi, but this is a peach flavor from Pepsi. Kind of interesting. See how good it is. Huh, it's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good. Peach flavor actually goes very nice with Pepsi. Very nice. Maybe I'll go pick up some more from my local supermarket. That's actually pretty good. Assuming they even have any more. I saw a comment on Laura's debut premiere right now, saying she sounds like Toa. She kind of does, actually. She has a very similar pitch to Toa. That's actually kind of insane. Damn, this Pepsi Peach kind of slaps. I'm not gonna lie. Also, she kind of looks like Louis in the MV. Okay, cool debuts. Do I make streams on Twitch? I am dual streaming to both YouTube and Twitch right now. So if you want to come watch me stream on Twitch, you certainly can. Channel name Toa Sniper 98. All right, let's get on with it. Okay. Do I care about reading through these again? It's a massive airship. Souvenirs. Oh, they also have a gen cover as well. I wonder if this is a an original, just like what Advent did. I'm assuming it is.
たが寝てる間に性格は封印されたの。あと調和セレモニーについては表向きには未知なる性格の今はオーク家以外の事件の影響を抑え込むために頑張って。
So Radiant Feldspar is some fucking giant ass airship. Penacony is whatever.
急にどうしたの？夢の中に引き
A
ずり込まれ
cold
た時
tentacle diving into her memories. Oh boy, that certainly isn't gonna be taken out of context.
でもその後はいっぱい食べたり飲んだりショッピングしたりする夢を見たんだよね。まさかサンデーのやつ、それがうちの望む生活だって思ってたのかな。そんな幻覚から目覚めるのなんて簡単なのに。オッケー、乗船までまだ少し時間があるから先にバーナイトメアに行ってみんなと合流しよう。贅沢三昧の生活、イプシロンにそっくり。どう？あなたが想像してた無教とは一致してる？その質問、ここに来たばかりの時もしてきたよね。
God, Silverwolf is fucking short.
でもいろいろなことが起こった今、あなたは結構それを気に入ってるように思える。それでもやっぱり忠告しておく。あなたはまだハウンド家の指名手配リストに載ってるから、あまり目立たない方がいい。これまでと違って今回写真に写ってるのはサムじゃなくてホタルだしね。なかなか珍しい体験なんじゃない？そうだね。カフカの言葉を借りれば、これも私の人生の欠けてる部分なのかも。でも自由に行動できないのは不便だな。銀狼、手を貸してくれない？
What are they yapping about? This time it's Firefly in the picture and not Sam? Okay.
来ると思った。安心して、もう手は打ってあるから。システムをハッキングして全ての痕跡を消したんだ。でも目立つことはしないように。ホタルのことを知ってる警備員に近づくのもダメ。それだけ守れば誰もあなたのことは気にしない。行きたいところに行けるから。ありがとう。
Punctuation!
どうしまして、サミュエルさん。この偽名結構好きかも。ピノコニーでの任務は終わったわけだけど、この後の自由時間は何する予定なの？天才クラブの人たちも来てるらしいから、一緒にちょっと大きなことでもしてみる？知ってると思うけど、私の脚本はまだ終わってないの。私があなたをここに送り返したのはそんなことをさせるためじゃないんだけど。安心して。脚本には宴の星が3回の死を与えるってことの他に、ここで忘れられない収穫を
Unforgettable reward.
やっ
Sex?
てみなくちゃわからない。結果が出るまで可能性は無数に存在する。そうでしょ？あなた、自分の悪い癖に気づいてないんだね。疑問形を使うのはいつも心の中で答えが決まっている時。そういう時は他人が何を言おうと絶対に聞き入れないんだから。わかった。じゃあカフカからの伝言を伝えとく。ピノコニーで何かいいものを見つけたら私の分もよろしくね。私のカードを使って構わないから。暗証番号は知ってるでしょ？だって。具体的なことは言ってなかったけど、多分ドレスかコート、 あるいはサングラスとかだと思う。こういうのは
Why the fuck does Silver will say you know better than fashion? You know better about fashion than I do, with considering what the fuck she's wearing.
了解。忘れないようにするね。オーディショッピングセンターなら選択肢も多いし。あ、ねえ。
Bitch, you're gonna wear that and tell me you don't know much about fashion?
気に入ってくれると思う。例えばヘアアクセとかブローチとか。そういうのってもっと若い子向けだと思うけど、買うなら自分のために買ったら。あとジンが気をつけろ。
Space fashion? That's funny. That's a funny way to put it.
って言ってた。多分ピノコニーには他にも誘惑がある。
Oh yeah, Blade going on his dad arc, his worried dad arc.
本当に遠回しな言い方するんだから。きっと親切心で言ってくれてるんだよね。心配しないで銀の。私のことは分かってるでしょ。私は何もしない。ただ自分の足で歩き回ってもっとこの世界を感じたいだけ。あ、大黒。ロロを買いに行こうかな。ピノコニーに着いた日から毎日一つ食べてたんだ。
She's a gamer, just probably wants to put on what's cool.
一つは銀狼にあげる。君が気に入らなかったら私は2倍美味しい思いができるしね。あるいはカフカに持って行ってあげてもいいかも。彼女は拒んだりしないから。あ、それか
I'll enjoy double the pleasure. Now, why did you have to put it like that?
もちろん脚本にはこんなこと書かれてない。
And why'd you put it like
でも
that?
ね、私はもう自分で運命に新しい注釈を加えたの。
お疲れ様です、トパーズ総監。ファミリーの代表は今も中で準備を進めてお
Oh, it's a new scene.
りまして、ビッグボスもまだ到着しておりませんので、会談が始まるまでもう少しかかるかと思います。
へえ、この見栄えの良さ。ファミリーは本当に表面的なところに力を入れてるんだ。てっきりもっと控えめでフォーマルな場所を選ぶかと思ってたのに、まさか豪華な飛行艇にするなんてね。
総監、これは聞いた話なのですが、この貴重
Jaffa probably taught her some fashion, because her hobbies is buying clothes and stuff. True. And we saw them working together at the beginning of the game, so yeah. They probably hung out a lot.
直接影響を与えるもの。本来ならこれほど重要な議題はそうそう、朝露の時で秘密裏に会議を開いて話し合われるべきです。しかしこの雰囲気は、どう見ても深刻そうではありません。
多分今回の会談はただの前菜なんじゃないかな。企画した人が誰であれ、カンパニーの意図を事前に探ろうとしてるんだと思う。その大物は自分なりの野心があって、前もって私たちと何らかの合意に達したいと思ってるのか、もしくはこっちを威嚇してひるませようとしてるのか、そのどちらかだろうね。
おお、さすがはトパーズ総監、冴えていらっしゃる。ではビッグボスがお見えになったら、相手が罠を仕掛けていないか注意してみるようにお伝えください。
ご親切にどうも。でもあの人には必要はないと思うよ。 彼女と交渉のテーブルに着くときに気をつけなきゃいけないのはいつも他の人だもん。チームのみんなに伝えて、交渉のことは心配しなくていいから自分の職務を全うしなさいって。
え、あ、かしこまりました。すぐに伝えます。
あ、
Oh, when they say big boss, they're referring to Jade, I think.
そうだ、もう一つ。ジェードさんの前でビッグボスって呼ばない方がいいよ。冗談
And
抜
letter
き
says
で
there.
命がなくなるから。
承知しました。ご忠告ありがとうございます。
Now I get this shit again, where you have to play as specific characters. Oh, so what the f you can go into the fucking pool itself? That's funny. Can you shoot this thing? No. Yeah, why is Numby just like staring at these warp trotters? Also, doesn't Numby need to breathe? What is Numby doing under the water? He's drowning. Sure didn't seem like it. Yeah, no idea why Numby is kind of stuck there. More birdos. He gave us a pizza. Oh, Numby's back.
真面目に働けば報いはあるものだね。
Space piggies can breathe underwater. Of course, I mean, to be fair, what makes it, you know, we never know, we don't know if they actually need to breathe or not. Maybe they don't. Also, more Robin art. Where are we supposed to go? Here? Just notice Numby's got a little ribbon on his back. Yeah. Differentiate him from the other warp trotters.
この辺は賑やかだな。先に少し見て回ろうっと。
ボタンがこんなにたくさん。一つずつ押してたらどんだけかかるの？まさか本 当に全部回収するなんて。ハウンドの子犬たち、なかなかやるじゃん。
あれ、これは
危険ですのでそのボタンから離れてください。
危険？このボタンみたいな。
Is that
そ
Sparkle?
んなにすごいものなの？
そういうわけではありませんが、実は最近美しい夢の中で悪さをする者がいまして、出会う人すべてに奇妙なボタン装置を渡しているんです。当事者たちの話によると、そいつはこのボタンを押せばピノコニーが吹き飛ぶと言っていたそうで、幸い犯人の言葉を信じる人はいなかったのですが、念のためハウンド家がこのボタンを回収しているんですよ。
その犯人は？ハウンドはまだ犯人を捕まえてないの？
はい、そいつの能力は大したものだと言わざるを得ないものでして、ですがハウンド家は簡単に諦めたりはしません。無教の秩序を破壊する悪人には必ずや厳しい罰を下します。とにかくこちらのボタンはファミリーが速やかに処分しますので、近寄らないようにしてくださいね。
Totally not sus.
真面目に働けば報いはあるものだね。
Also, where did Nummy go off to?
こんにちは。どうかされましたか？
こんにちは。この貴重赤号について教えてもらえる？
あなたはカンパニー戦略投資部の代表の方ですね。もちろん構いませんよ。喜んでお答えします。貴重赤号のオーナーはルーサン家の当主オーディ・アルファルファ様です。一琥珀期前、オーディ様は大金をつぎ込んでこの豪華な飛行艇を作りました。それ以来貴重赤号は一度も止まることなく無教の12の時を巡り続けています。
へえ、オーディさん本人が。道理で船内の装飾が豪華なわけだ。
ええ、オーディ様のセンスは火の打ちどころがありません。ルーサン家の招待を受けて貴重赤号に乗ることができるのは宇宙でも一握りの VIP だけなんですよ。説明を続けますね。貴重赤号はピノコニーの夢の大海原を一琥珀期もの間旅していました。しかし先日起こった騒動により航行の一時中断を余儀なくされてしまったのです。
騒動？ずいぶんかしこまった言い方するんだね。当たり障りのない感じ。
Reverberation? Yeah, that's quite the euphemism.
ごめんなさい。続けて。
先日美しい夢で起きた騒動のせいで貴重赤号は一時的に航行の中断を余儀なくされました。
Topaz, the type of girl to just say what's on her mind without thinking, huh?
解除されましたが、その特別な理由により
ピノコニー大劇場で開催される予定だった調和セレモニーは一時延期せざるを得なくなってしまって、そこでオーディ様は調和セレモニーの会場を基調赤号に移して、その機会に基調赤号の再出航を発表しようと提案されたのです。ファミリーの緊急事態に対処しながら自分の影響力も強められる、まさに一石二鳥。さすが伝説。
Mr. Alfalfa suggested relocating the Charmony Festival to the Radiant Feldspar, taking this opportunity to announce the resumption of the airship's voyage.
の大物だね。説明してくれてありがとう。じゃあ私はこれで。カーブ、お腹空いたの？夢の中の食べ物、きっと味は悪くないよね。カーブ、受け取って。あれ、口に合わなかった？ごめんごめん。現実の世界に戻ったら美味しいもの食べに連れて行ってあげるからね。
Even warp trotters can dream, huh? Well, I mean, dogs can dream. Cats can too, I think.
内部監査？一体いつまでやるつもり
？Internal review. It's time for an audit. Numby doesn't like the cake. Yeah, it probably doesn't really taste like much to him. Because, yeah, they're inside a dream right now.
ヤリーロな案件なら私の処理方法はちゃんと上層部の決議を経てる。プロジェクトのログと通話記録は全部残ってるから、そっちで調べてみたら。本当に理解できない。君たちこの小さな案件に固執してずっと大げさに騒ぎ続けてるよね。
The corpo speak. I don't miss it.
そのまま切っちゃえばいいじゃない。あのプロジェクトならうまく処理したと思うわ。
An animated scene.
部門にとってはいい商売だった。久しぶりね、エレナちゃん。
I like how Numby just fucking terrified.
それがこんなに早く叶うなんて。何かトラブル？何でも言って。昔のようにね。
ジェイドさん、お久しぶりですね。あなたと一緒に仕事ができるなんて光栄です。
相変わらず堅苦しいのね。上下関係なんて抜きにしてただの同僚だと思ってちょうだい。余計な継承は省いていいわ。例えばさんとか。
すみませんがしばらくは無理かと。何しろあなたは私の先輩ですから。
でも今の私たちは同じ10の赤心よ。トパーズ、あなたにはベストを尽くしてもらいたいの。次の交渉ではミスは許されないから。鋭いあなたのことだから、今回の会談の本当の狙いもとっくに見抜いてるんです。
So just to make sure, chat, the IPC is still trying to buy Penacony, right?
独断で進めたことですね。カンパニーとピノコニーの正式な会談の前に。
Which is why Jade and Topaz are here right now.
正解。
Numby knows what's up.
なぜだかわかる？
もし事前にオーディと何らかの合意に達して相手の譲れないラインを探ることができれば、今後の交渉をスムーズに運べるから。これが表面的な理由ですね。
ええ。そして大きな声では言えないもう一つの理由は、
ルーサン家の当主の行動を通じてあるシグナルを捉えることができるということ。五大クランといえど調和の歌で歌われているほど一枚岩ではないかもしれないというね。調和の影響が骨の髄まで浸透していない限り、個人の欲望は常に存在する。幸い少なくともピノコニーには完全
Personal
に
desires
私利
always
私
have their
欲が
way,
ないほ
thankfully.
ど
Blah, blah,
高い
blah.
音階の大物はいないわ。影に日向に争っているカンパニーと同じように、五大クランの一つにまとまった
Back from our grocery run. Hey, welcome back, Machi. We're finally going through Penacony's story now.
単なるスローガンに過ぎない。
Do I like Mommy Jade? I mean, she's cool. She's not exactly like completely up my alley, to be fair. I'll be honest, Topaz is much more my type than Jade is, but she's cool. I mean, hey, as far as my Kuma brain is concerned, the fact that you can she literally has her shirt open, she just shows everybody her fucking bra is kind of hot. But if we're talking about who are like, if we're talking about like true waifu type, then I would go more for Topaz over Jade, to be completely honest.
オーク家が失脚した後、オーディ一派がピノコに最大の勢力となりました。継承順位だけで考えても、彼は現在の当主の中で最も長く在任している経験豊富な人物です。
そう。だからこれからの会談は事前に話し合った戦略に沿って進める必要がある。チェスを指すように一手ごとに状況を見極めながらね。
はい。交渉の3ステップは、まず聞く、次に探る、そして最後に力を見せつける。あなたから教わったことです。
ちゃんと覚えてるじゃない。でもヤリーロの件ではその順序を変えたみたいだけど。
それについては個人的な
Actual Dami Mommy? Yeah, she's probably the closest we've got to an actual fucking Dami Mommy.
当主の準備が整いまして、戦略投資部の代表の方
Yeah, with her
とお会い
whip
に
and
な
all,
りたい
yeah.
とのことです。
さあ、お仕事の時間よ。気合を入れてそのお偉い脇役に会いに行きましょう。私たちの目的はカンパニーがピノコニーに進出するための機会を作ること。それを忘れないで。突破口はアベンチュリンが開いてくれた。私たちはそれを大きくすればいいの。
She also literally steps on enemies with her ult. They're on activation for a lot of players.
知的で美しいレディたち、私の貴重石号へようこそ。
Also, Hinamakura, thanks so much for the 34-month resub, man. Welcome back. Hello. Hopefully you're enjoying your weekend. We're just going through Penacony story right now. The new 2.3 story.
ようこそ。二人のレディの乗船を心から歓迎しますぞ。
Hey, KBBQ with friends from out of town last night. Work sucked, but we chillin'. Nice. Hopefully you enjoyed the KBBQ though, at least. And then DU6 is also kind of kicking your ass. I've only done the first level of Divergent Universe so far, but yeah. Gonna have to get around to doing that shit on my own at some point.
何しろあなたは一人でピノコニーの経済システムを支えるレジェンドですから。
さすがは戦略投資部の銃の石神。お二人とも話術に長けているようだ。私は賢い人と話すのが好きでしてね。形式的なことや表面的なことは省いて、早速本題に入りましょう。今回こうしてカンパニーの代表を船に招いたわけですが、私が何について話し合いたいのか、お二人も見当がついて
Very nice how you can quickly farm planars. Yeah, it's really
ピノコニ
nice.
ーの未来。私の推測が間違っていなければ、それについて話し合いたいのでしょう。
いかにも一発で当ててみせましたな。シンプルな言葉ではありますが、
Quite the unique design for an NPC. I think I saw on Twitter that apparently old Odie is supposed to be like an old Pepeshi. I don't know if that was a spoiler or not. I guess it kind of makes sense because old Odie has the little puffball on the top of his head right here. So it would kind of make sense. I don't know what kind of significance that would have though, or like how that has any sort of like story relevance, but. Let's take that golden-haired guy who's not shown up, for example. He put in great effort and almost got himself killed. But, what was it all for? Yeah, that's what I want to fucking know.
再び手に入れるきっかけを作るためではないのですか？
ビジネス界で10個白期にもわたって積み上げてきた経験と知恵はやはり本物ですね。オーディさん、あなたの今の推測が真実だとして、そのカンパニー
You get Miss Common Rider? I already got her. Hinamakura. Yeah, she's already built and ready to go. Let's see. Let's assume your assumptions are correct. How would you respond? Okay. Is it still a Star Rail? Yeah, still Star Rail. Yeah, this is kind of this is a very unique design for an NPC. But Topaz is in the other scene, so yeah, this is still Star Rail.
どうぞ続けてください。
では、担当直入に言いましょう。
Don't know what to expect with Star Rail's story. Don't know if you expect more or is good. This is good in that it's like episodic adventures for the characters. At this point, I would say don't expect much from Star Rail's story. I mean, personally, I would say that I've learned that the most you should expect from Hoyoverse story is just to watch the their hand animated scenes, and that's pretty much it. Okay, what the fuck are they talking about? Requested this meeting before the official conference to dissuade the strategic investment department, Jade and Topaz, from trying to lay a finger on Penacony. Okay. If you back off now, you can make a smooth exit, prevent the IPC from losing face during more important negotiations. Okay. So old Odie is trying to get them not to do shit to Penacony, basically. Future playable old men in a gacha game? Hopefully so, man. I mean, if between Star Rail and Genshin that's gonna do it, it's probably gonna be Star Rail. But yeah, it'd be super cool if we had like a cool like old guy be playable. But will they ever make a character like that? Probably not. But we'll see. Really old for a Pepeshi, like about 1,000 years old. Damn. Iyo called Hotaru, who's Hotaru? And Boothill Power Rangers. I can kind of see that, especially with like the end of 2.2 where Boothill calls in the other Galaxy Rangers. Sort of Power Ranger-esque. Personally, you prefer calling them Sentais. One of our P-45 executives was attacked and nearly killed in the Dreamscape. I'm assuming she's talking about Aventurine.
一般人のピノコニーに対する信用はかつてないほどまでに下がっています。あなたがいくら強硬な姿勢を取ろうと、現実的な問題は依然として存在している。違いますか？
トパーズさん、今現実的な問題という言葉を使われましたが、忘れないでいただきたい。ここは夢の世界だということ。
This motherfucker lecturing Topaz in the middle of their conversation.
この危機に私がどう対処するか知りたいですか？構いません。教えて差し上げましょう。ピノコニーは私の手によって大きな一歩を踏み出す。さあ、宇宙で自主上場するのです。
I'm assuming he means kind of like a stock market, like a universe scale stock market.
その通り。ピノコニーが少しずつ蝕まれていく様子を黙って見ているくらいなら、美しい夢の扉を全宇宙に向けて開放した方がマシですから。
Isn't by doing that, isn't old Odie just basically trying to work for Harmony? I mean, you know, they're all part of the same. He's part of the. He's supposed to be the head of the Alfalfa family or whatever. So.
この改革はもっと早くに行われるべきだったのですが、秩序にとらわれた王家は融通が利かなくてね。
The Chinese will find some reason that the old guy is actually NTRing all the waifus and fucking cancel his ass? Yeah, probably. It's okay, all you need to do is make the old guy meta.
私の改革を阻んでいた最大の障害も消え去りました。ルーサン家は美しい夢の楽園の決算書を全宇宙に公開します。 たとえ災いを経験しても、ピノコニーは依然としてポテンシャルとチャンスに満ちている。そしてファミリーも未来に自信を持っていますから。
Hear that laugh? He's hung. He's like the typical rich fat the ugly rich fat bastard that you see in like NTR dojins.
ピノコニーが再び人々の注目の的。
Let's see. Blah blah blah. Alfalfa family will publicize financial results of the Sweet Dream Paradise, so that the entire universe can see that despite the catastrophe, Penacony still holds immense potential opportunities, and that the family remains confident in its future. Okay.
的になるその時を。この機会を利用してピノコニーが難局を乗り越えられたとしたら。
Old Odie, steal your girl. Oh no. Topaz, get out of there. Penacony should seize this opportunity to overcome adversity, even if the IPC tries to intervene. Every move. Okay, yeah, we already read that.
ジェイドさん、あなたは本当に私の伝記を熟読しているようだ。では、次の一手はどうすればいいのか。よく考えてみてください。
ここまで膨大な情報となると、消化するのにも少し時間がかかりますね。オーディさん、階段の前半戦はここまでにしましょう。 少しの間トパーズと2人で協議させてください。その後改めてカンパニーを代表して返答させていただければと思います。
もちろん構いませんとも。
He's even got the John Lennon glasses, now that I realize. Oh, now we're back to HMC.
カンパニーと会談を。
あのカンパニーの使者からの情報だ。彼は形式的なものだと言っていた。まあ無理もないだろう。今のピノコニーはかつての辺境の監獄のようだからな。外では民衆や銀河の勢力が虎視眈々と狙っていて、うちでは秩序の影が水面下でうごめいている。腹背に敵を抱えるよりも
It's kind of funny how nobody in Hollow EU Gen can speak Japanese. I figured they would have it like so far in every EN Gen. Everybody like there's at least one person in Hollow EN so far who can speak Japanese, because Hollow Myth, Callie, Ina, and Kiara can all speak Japanese. Kiara is the best at it, though. EN Gen 2, Fuomoka both speak Japanese fluent, even if they're not native, technically. The other three can't, I don't think. Maybe Narissa knows how to speak a little bit, but... Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Hollow Justice has nobody who is fluent in Japanese. That's a little strange. Wonder if they should have taken their time to look for a potential fifth member and have them be fluent in Japanese or something. Who doesn't like talking about corporate finances for an hour? I mean, if it's interesting enough, then sure. I mean, so far I didn't really think that was useless because, I mean, as far as corporate yapping goes, that was actually very short. And we got some pretty valuable information from that, because we know that old Odie is trying to, like his intention is to fucking make Penacony go public on a universal stock market or some shit. So that way he can cut out the IPC from, you know, fucking around with Penacony at all, so... Yeah, that's kind of serious on Topaz's and Jade's end, or just the IPC's end in general. Got this information from Messenger sent by Adventuring. He said it was to return the favor. No hard to imagine. Penacony today is pretty much like the frontier prison it once was, with external forces casting greedy eyes on the current of the order lurking within. Instead of falling into a situation where they're both plagued by both external and internal threats, Penacony would rather take a step back and invite the APC to negotiate at the table, ostensibly to cooperate, but in reality to secure more opportunities for their own survival. Okay.
実際には自分たちが生き残るためのチャンスを求めているんだ。
請求列車に仲裁を頼んでくるのも納得だな。ベルトさんの考えでは、俺たちはどちらの側に立つべきだと思う。
俺は調和が完全なる被害者だとは思わない。どんな理由であれ、彼らは事態を静かに収束させたいと強く願っている。それを考えると、その理由には何か裏があるのではと疑わざるを得ない。ファミリーかカンパニーのどちらかが完全にピノコニーの実権を握ることになれば、
Family IPC were to assume full control, return to his previous illusory dream of hedonism. Let's go to waste. Okay.
またしても水の泡になってしまう。あ、来たか。よく休めたか。
ぐっすり寝ていたから邪魔しないでおいたぞ。
We're here. Where's
彼
he
女は列車の代表として先にファミリーとの交渉に向かった。準備が整ったらすぐに連絡してくるはずだ。
エナの夢がついえた後、モントール政権にいるファミリーが風の噂を聞きつけて現れ、すぐに現場をコントロール下に置いたんだ。オーク家のほとんどのメンバーは意識を失ったが。
The Oak family is where Robin and Sunday are from, right? If I recall correctly. I assume that's the family that they belong
夢の
to.
主のゴフェルとされていたが、俺たちが到着した時には彼はすでに亡くなっていた。
Let's see. It's confirmed to be Gopher. Yeah. Yeah. Because Gopher was who was it? No, he was Robin and Sunday's foster dad. Yeah, he's already fucking dead. Let's see. Yeah, what about Sunday? What happened to him?
それ以上のことはファミリーも明かそうとしない。
Face a trial.
結局
Is that
人は
all?
調和セレモニーは悪の勢力に襲撃されて、ファミリーは美しい夢を守る責任を果たさなかったとしか思ってないから、ファミリーの信用はガタ落ちしてるってことだよね。
The public thinks the incident was an attack by basically terrorist forces.
影響を再
Targeting the Charmony Festival, they believe the family failed to safeguard the sweet dream, significantly eroding the credibility. Okay.
最小限に
So
抑え
yeah,
られ
people are
た
just
と
like,
も
what the
言え
fuck?
るのかも。
結局のところ、誰が覚醒してて誰が寝たふりをしているのかはわからない。
Oh, it's Showbound.
彼らは途
She's
方に
back.
暮れると目を覚まして、危険が去るとまた夢の中に戻るんだよ。
You wish MiHoYo made facial characters' facial expressions more expressive during dialogue? Yeah, Sorrow and April. Yeah. Ultimately, that's it's Genshin and Star Rail being 3D games. Is in my opinion the single biggest thing that holds back MiHoYo's ability to do storytelling well. Yeah, I've already explained this many times before, but yeah, it's just MiHoYo's decision to try to convey stories or try to tell stories through 3D. Like in the beginning, back when Genshin first came out, it was cool and it was novel because it's not like any other gacha game really did that. But like, you know, after a year or so of 3D storytelling, right? It's like, well, now it's just getting old. It's like now we understand why gacha games don't do this normally. It's because like 3D animations and like 3D models and stock animations can only get you so far. Like they can only be so interesting until you realize that you're essentially just watching characters just perform stock animations over and over, and that's it. Like the only like truly interesting parts of the story are during cutscenes where the devs have like actually bothered to animate it, like give them a custom animation instead of, you know, stock animation, you know, models doing stock animation bullshit. Yeah. Like there's a good reason why some of the best parts of Star Rail stories, whenever you talk shit to March, and she just gives you a fucking weird ass look. You know? But like that's super easy to do because all MiHoYo needs to do is just fucking animate March like just narrowing her fucking eyes at you, and how hard is that to do? But yeah, man. I mean, that's the reason. That's the main reason why Z3 is not gonna have. Well, it's gonna have a more traditional like visual novel style storytelling. But even then, I'm not too sure how well that's gonna go. I mean, hopefully it goes way better than, you know, whatever MiHoYo is trying to do with Genshin and Star Rail so far. Surprised 2.3 story is so short. I mean, I don't expect it to be very long, because considering the main Penacony story is already done now, this is just, you know, the aftermath, or the epilogue. Like, the epilogue shouldn't really be too long. Hey, there's Shoban. One of the best NPCs of Penacony.
請求列車はいつピノコニーを離れる予定なの？
もうしばらくはいるつもりだ。まあ、それほど長くはならないだろうが。
じゃあ、これが最後のお別れになるかもしれないってこと？ だとしたら何か物足りない感じがする。音楽？雰囲気？ああ、
Oh, she's talking about Gallagher.
この場にいない人たち。
I'm assuming she forgot about Gallagher then, now that he's gone.
このカクテルは荘厳で厳粛で、それでいて唯一無二であるべきだ。だってあの英雄たちを記念する。
Gallagher sad, yeah. I think it's pretty much confirmed that he's like gone now. Oh, she does still remember her. She does still remember him. Okay. That's cool, at least. She still remembers him. You feel like Mihoyo does a pretty good job showing character emotions? Nah. I would respectfully disagree. Like, maybe in character idol animations, sure. Like, Mihoyo can animate facial expressions well when they want to. But it can only really be during, like, idol animations or, like, the custom animated cutscenes that they do for story sometimes. But during, like, regular story cutscenes where everything's just stock animations, like, nah. Like, how much expressions can you... How much expression can you really give characters just performing stock animations, you know? Shoban will probably be a 4-star in the future. Hey, hopefully she becomes a playable character, man. I wouldn't mind at all. She's a cool fucking character, man. So I certainly hope so. She'll be playable just like Sunday and Screwlum Copium. I mean, we know Screwlum will most likely be a playable character, but Sunday? I guess we'll see. I suppose Sunday will have to go through his trial first, and he'll come back as, like, punished Sunday or something. Yes, Aro and April, I agree. The best parts about, not just the Star Rail story, but both Genshin and Star Rail, are the actual, the voice acting themselves. Because, like, even the English voice acting is actually really good. Like, I still prefer my Japanese, my weeaboo voice acting, but still. Like, it's clear that Mihoyo at least pays their English VAs well. So, like, I can actually listen to English voice acting for both Genshin and Star Rail. I'm not gonna feel like I'm cringing every other fucking minute. So that's an accomplishment in and of itself. And then, yeah, obviously the custom animated cutscenes are really, really fucking good. Took them until Fontaine to add a fucking crying expression in Genshin. Jesus. Now that you put it that way. Let's see. Chat with my fellow members. Okay, cool. Yeah, MGS punished Sunday. Yeah, exactly. The Wuwa ENVA was really bad. It sounded like actual NPCs. Yeah, and it turns out the reason why is because Kuro Game didn't want to pay for, like, the premier, like, American English voice actors. And so they ended up going with, like, cheaper, like, British VAs or something. Like, I'm not trying to say that the VAs that they decided to go with are, like, objectively worse than, like, say, the VAs that Mihoyo got on for their games, but yeah. One thing is clear, is that Kuro Game didn't pay them nearly as much. So yeah, it certainly shows. Which is unfortunate. Yeah, and also the voice director as well. How far am I into the main story quest? I'm currently at the part where we're about to make a toast to Gallagher, who's gone now. So we've met up with the Shioban again. I don't know how far that is into 2.3 story. Apparently 2.3 story is actually really short. Which, I mean, I'm not exactly surprised by it, considering this is supposed to be like an epilogue, so it shouldn't be that fast. It shouldn't be that long. Hey Fear, how's it going, man? It's the voice director. Yeah, I'm sure that's a big reason too. Xenoblade Chronicles has an EU voice cast. Yeah, but I mean, I want to say, from just remembering from the few snippets of people of streams that I've watched from other VTubers and whatnot of them playing Xenoblade games on EN voice acting. Like the EN voice acting in Xenoblade, it wasn't too bad. I mean, it was very hammy and very exaggerated, but it wasn't like terrible or anything. At least I didn't think so. So yeah, I'm sure it's a combination of like bad voice direction or like a shitty voice director, and the fact that Kuro didn't didn't pay top dollar for like the best English voice talents that they could try, that they could get their hands on. Am I enjoying Wuwa so far? I'm enjoying it a lot better than I did in the beginning, which is good. I think I still have like one or two major problems with it, but like I can overlook those for now. And yeah, I'm still sticking with it for the time being. You mean first one or 3? Because Xenoblade 2 is not so good. I don't know. I haven't played the Xenoblade games myself. Xenoblade 2 had a bad voice direction. Okay, so looks like both Twitch chat and YouTube chat corroborates that. So I guess I'll take your guys' word for it. But yeah, I don't remember which Xenoblade games I watched gameplay for. I watched people stream. All I remember is that they had okay English voice acting. It's not like they had a major problem with anything like that. So I'm assuming it wasn't Xenoblade 2. .8 Genshin is another limited map. You hate those. It's probably the summer map for this year, probably. But yeah, not a fan of limited maps because they never come back. Yeah. Like if MiHoYo did reruns for limited maps from prior years, then yeah, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, or it wouldn't be so bad. But yeah, fucking limited maps is fucking god awful just because then you never see them again afterwards. Fucking blows dick, man. Fuck MiHoYo.
車掌がいるからしばらくは問題ない。だが早く戻って七死人たちの消息を伝えてやった方がいいだろう。
Man, Hollow EU got so much fan art already. Damn Twitter is fast. New Genshin Archon looks interesting. Hopefully so, man. Hopefully she's like a smoking hot redhead or some shit. Like if the Pyra Archon, assuming it's a waifu, if the Pyra Archon isn't like a smoking hot redhead, I'm going to be severely disappointed. Let's see. What about the Express? Given Pom Pom's presence, no need to worry about. However, it's crucial we return to inform Pom Pom about the Nameless. Yeah, it'd be nice to tell him about the Nameless here. In your dream, in Don Hung's dream, in Daniel's dream, Express stopped them many places. Passengers came and went. The 5 of us were always present. Journey seemed never-ending. I was saying, deep-seated desire upon realizing this, he knew it wasn't real. Shit. Sag. Not MiHoYo, not Himeko. Why MiHoYo? I mean, technically speaking, Genshin is not Honkai, so yeah. What did he say before? Yeah. The dangers of the Order have always been within harmony, as you existed with the family since the very beginning. Yeah, I believe that. You think Pyra Archon as a curly-haired redhead with tan skin and freckles, you're on to something, man. You're cooking. Keep cooking, my dude. Yeah, that bro. Curly hair, choco waifu, and she's a redhead? Damn, you're cooking, man. Holy fuck, you're on to I think you're on to something there. Any plans for Axe this year? No, unfortunately not. I'm not going this year. Honestly, my motivation to attend Axe has basically gone down the drain ever since they announced that they were gonna discontinue premiere tickets. Because like without premiere tickets, there's no way I can go to everything I want to go to at Anime Expo. So it's like, to me, it's like, well, shit, why even bother now at this point? Not only that, but you know, money's kind of an issue for me right now, so can't exactly spend it on too much unnecessary shit. Like, I already waste enough money as it is spending all my fucking gacha games, so yeah. Every choco waifu is real bad in Genshin. Unfortunately so, yeah. I mean, it is a Chinese developer after all, so. Premiere tickets, yeah. So in previous years, every year up until 2022, Anime Expo here in Los Angeles had the option where people could buy premiere tickets for like $500, very expensive. And you could there was only like about a couple thousand premiere tickets the last time they had them. So you had to be very quick on buying them, basically, if you wanted to guarantee yourself a premiere ticket. But for $500, basically, the perks you got were you got your own VIP lounge that you could just hang out in whenever you wanted. There was also a free complimentary drinks like water and like soda. So if you were ever like thirsty or you just wanted to, you know, chill out somewhere and rest in between, like, you know, stops, or in between like whatever you had going on at the con, you just make your way over to the lounge and just hang out. There was also free Wi-Fi there, so it was actually quite nice. What else? The other big perk was that if you're a premiere ticket holder, you could basically cut the line of any panel you wanted. So as long as you got there, you know, at least a couple, you know, a decent time beforehand, you were guaranteed a spot in like any panel you wanted. That you wanted to go to. And that's a big deal because since Anime Expo is such a big con, if you want to attend like a popular panel, right, or like a popular show, if you're not a premiere ticket holder, you're looking at waiting for like 3 hours just to line up early enough so that you can guarantee yourself a spot. Because if you're a normie ticket holder, and for example you wanna go you wanna go into like a big panel or whatever, like a very popular panel, if you show up like 30 minutes beforehand, you're not getting in. Like, you can go fuck yourself. So yeah, that was the other like really big perk of being a premiere ticket holder, or being a premiere fan. You can just go to any panel you want to. You're basically getting yourself in. What else? I think those are like the two major ones. The two major perks. There were other like smaller perks, but like those two were like the two major ones. Oh, and the third major perk is that on the first day of the con, and the first day only, all premiere fans, you could enter the dealer's hall or the exhibitor's hall 1 hour earlier than everybody else, and you had the entire hour to yourself. So basically, if you're a premiere fan and you lined up at the dealer's hall line, they let all the premiere fans in an hour early before it was supposed to open, on the first day only though. And so premiere fans had that entire hour to just run around the dealer's hall before all the other normies, and just buy whatever the fuck they wanted. So they had first dibs on like all the good shit. especially if you knew where to go. So yeah, the premiere tickets for Anime Expo were really fucking strong, or they were quite something. It was worth if you were like a veteran of attending Anime Expo, which I am, along with my buddies, along with my boys. Yeah, the premiere ticket is well worth the price. But yeah, like, having attended Anime Expo for basically a decade on premiere ticket privileges, like, to have that shit taken away from us, and like, yeah, you can't buy premiere tickets anymore, it's like, well, shit. Like, the fuck kind of reason do I have to go to Anime Expo anymore? Like, I certainly can't see one. Especially not when I don't have any, I don't really have a lot of money to spare. So yeah, fuck that shit. Like, maybe in the future I'll come back when things are looking a little bit better for me, but not right now. Still better than that $500 Ari skin. I find it funny that people are freaking out about that skin when I've paid $400, $400 or $500 for a single Girls Frontline 2 skin multiple times. But you know. Yeah, no skin should cost $500 though. Riot was kind of yeah, I'm very surprised Riot even decided to push that shit out, man. Like, what do you even get for that anyway? Like, it better be a fucking godlike skin if people if they were charging 500 buckaroos for that shit. Holy crap. Because, like, if I recall correctly, like, Valorant skins aren't exactly cheap either, right? Because, like, the average skin in Valorant costs, like, I don't know, 30 bucks? Maybe even 40? Like, those are already kind of expensive already, you know? Like, fuck, man. You're sauteing? Yeah. Keep sauteing, brother. More often than not, it's usually director issue. Yeah, now that you put it that way, yeah. Because I don't want to be harsh on the VAs themselves. Like, they're just trying to do their job. So I give them the benefit of the doubt that, or at least the EN Wuthering Waves VAs, I give them the benefit of the doubt that they're not the ones at fault here. Actually, I don't think I ever implied at any point that they were the issue. Because what I said earlier was Kuro Game didn't, like, pay top dollar for, like, the best talents ever. Which, well, I suppose people can kind of take that out of context and kind of infer that, oh, I'm trying to insult the VAs that they did get, which wasn't my intention. But regardless, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it's usually a voice director issue. So yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. Also, Kuro Game didn't have much of a choice. I mean, that's still not an excuse for delivering a subpar English voice acting experience, though. Like, sure, maybe they had legitimate reasons as to, you know, that can explain why Wuwa's English voice acting is not that good. But, you know, like, at the same time, it's, you know, it should have been something that they should have focused on, you know? Like, your game, like, if you want to make your game truly memorable, you can't just, you know, do good in, like, certain areas but kind of slack off in others. Like, you have to deliver a full package. The reasoning was, it's meant to be a premium item for, whales? Yeah, I don't know too much about that. Or I don't know so much about that. Didn't Riot pretty much say it's for the Chinese slash Koreans? They like to flex money and we want their money. I mean, I guess. But yeah. Still kind of shitty though. And look at your chlorine? No, not in game. Tell me your stats. They're actually still hiring a voice director? Who? Uwa? Well, that'll explain it then. Well, hopefully they find somebody good. Well, I mean, now that they've made a whole bunch of money from Yinland sales, or from Yinland's banner, hopefully they can afford somebody good this time. Anyways, where were we? Is the Order incident and Penacony a unique case? No related records exist in the databank, but you have a theory, hidden dangers. Okay, we've already read that part. However, now that more powers in the universe are aware of the secret, the situation and causes will become more complicated, right? Like the gorilla gauntlet from COD.
今回の開拓の旅は危険が多かったが、とても思い出深いものとなった。理想と執着、覚醒と夢。そこから未来のための教訓を汲み取れるといいんだが。大地を思う鳥と。
What was our option? What will happen to Sunday and Robin? Yeah, what's gonna happen to them? Even if Robin had to stop her brother with her own hands, she won't give up on him. Yeah, well, yeah, they're fucking siblings. Facing punish from Harmony is inevitable. You will face Sunday will face a trial. Okay. When did the Order infiltrate Penacony? Since the family took residence in Penacony, the Order has been hiding in plain sight under the guise of the Oak family, using the Stellan's power to strengthen their hold on the sweet dream, which eventually resulted in disaster. That's a claim the family makes. Whether they were truly unaware of all this is a delicate matter. They probably did. Let's see. So let me try to make sense of this. Order has been hiding in plain sight under the guise of the Oak family. I'm assuming the Order was hiding in the form of Gopher Wood, or whatever the fuck his name was. And then Gopher influenced, who was it, Sunday? Into trying to pull whatever shit he tried pulling. I'm assuming that's what happened. Aventurine's efforts finally earned the IPC a seat at the table. Okay. So the more senior representative arrived, Jade, and initiated negotiations with the family. Okay. So basically, Aventurine's bullshit, or the shit that Aventurine did, it did have a purpose, and it was to give his company a foothold into negotiations with, like, the family, I guess. Because the IPC is trying to fucking acquire Penacony, I believe, right? I think that's still a thing. As far as the Astral Express is concerned, IPC will make for an invaluable ally during negotiations to prevent Penacony from returning to its former ways. Okay, so we are on the side of the IPC then. Mainly because we have buddies in the IPC, mainly through Topaz. And I suppose Aventurine is not exactly an enemy anymore now, is he? Yeah, Avengers just fucking kamikazed himself, yeah. Or he almost did. Alright, I'ma fight Acheron. It's that one boxer meme where it's like a 2 or 3 part meme where it's like, alright, I'm a fight, you know, insert enemy here, and he's like, damn, they got hands. Okay, so we're on the side of the IPC then. Imagine being friends with the space IRS.
信じられないかもしれないが、果てしない夢の中で俺は故郷に戻り、ずっと離れ離れになっている友人と再会することができたんだ。そしていくつかの
Must have been a nice dream, eh?
ヨミさんを思い出した。
Did you see your family again, though?
その後、自分の記憶に彼女の結末が残っていないことに気づいて、俺は辛い事実を悟った。
Acheron coming in clutch, eh?
旅が終わりに近づくと、いつも少し寂しくなる。俺たちにできるのは、できるだけハッピーエンドに近い結末に導くことだけだ。
I don't know, man. If the end of a journey is sorrowful, I don't know how happily you can end this shit. I don't know. Well, you should know that better than we, or better than us. There's Bigwig and Spade still. He took it a little too far trying to provoke an emanator who Aventurine. Aventurine trying to trigger Acheron. I mean, to be fair, wasn't that his exact intention, though? I feel like it was. Considering the dialogue that Aventurine had with Acheron, or maybe maybe it should be the other way around. Oh yeah, that's right. MC doesn't know what happened to Gallagher yet.
私たちはどんなことでも話した。でもギャラガーがドアから出ていくとき、自分は彼のことを何も知らないことに気づかされるんだ。それほど謎の多い人だったのさ。ただ、今は少し予感がするんだ。もしかしたら彼はもう自分の願いを果たして、ここには戻ってこないんじゃないかって。
Eventually was trying to fuck around and found out. And he ended up finding out a little bit more than intended. Oops.
始める前にあんたの仲間と話してきたら、どうせ私たちにはたっぷり時間があるんだから。
It was always his intention to involve Acheron. Yeah, I feel like that's exactly him having a run-in with Acheron was kind of like his plan all along. Was it not? I mean, like, I think Aventurine didn't know exactly what Acheron was capable of, but like he was aware that Acheron was there for a reason, or that she's capable of some shit. So, like, I feel like it was his intention to fucking, you know, taunt Acheron into doing something. But I don't know. Maybe it wasn't quite like that. It was an intention. Okay, yeah. He just underestimated how exactly strong she was. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense then, yeah.
そう？じゃあ。あんたの言う通りにしようか。作るドリンクについてはだいたい考えてあるの。苦いのにするか、甘いのにするか。今この瞬間のあんたの気分にはどっちの味の方が合ってるかな。
Sweet, because I got a sweet tooth.
作るのが難しいカクテルの一つ。材料の比率を少しでも間違えると、すごく甘ったるくなっちゃうの。逆に正しい比率で材料を配合できれば、唯一無二の甘さといつまでも続く後味が楽しめるんだ。悪くない選択だね。早速作るとしようか。
this shit again. Mini wine glass, alright. Less ice. Dream gem, 2 dream gems, okay. Nice sweet milk cream. There we go. Do we stir that shit? I guess the answer is no. Mint leaf. You can only move. Oh, we have to fucking select the origami bird. Okay. Oops.
言葉はいつも物足りない。もし過去の出来事に終止符を打ちたいなら、
Akron also found out his intentions right after she blasted his ass off. Classic Akron. Shank people first, ask questions later.
グラスの中に残るのは味わい深いものだけになるの。よし。
You like the sweet drink? It's cute. I mean, I'm always gonna like sweet drinks because I still have a big ass sweet tooth to this day. Like, I don't mind bitter stuff every now and then, but sweet stuff will always be my thing. Life is already bitter enough as it is.
私たちはここに集まった。いつの日か、私たちの魂が同じ場所に帰ることを願って。乾杯。
Hey, Timeko. Himiko using her own emote is cute. Difficulty 4, Apocalyptic Shadow. I assume you're talking about Wuthering Waves. Is eating away your sanity, so you gotta make your unit stronger. Yep. Like, I've seen people like try to challenge like the top difficulty like the top difficulty challenge quests in WoWa, and yeah, that shit does not look fun. It's like basically you can't make a mistake. Like one mistake and you're fucked. And your characters just get fucking one shot. It's like, well, fuck. Oh, not WoWa, Star? Oh, okay. Then yeah, I don't know what you're talking about then. Maybe Divergent Universe or something?
この最後のドリンクは特別に多めに作ったの。過去は煙のように消えるけど、これでピノコニーの味を思い出してくれたら嬉しい。
ありがとう。きっと忘れられない味になるだろ
う。もしギャラガーに会えたら、彼にも一杯飲ませてやって。あの人の好みにも合わせてるから、きっと気に入ると思う。
The Coca-Cola that spams meteors every turn? What the fuck? Well, that don't sound fun. The hell is that? Oh, the third endgame? Oh, okay, the new one that came out with this patch. Okay, gotcha. I have yet to try that myself. One player said they wanted endgame difficulty, harder endgame stuff. Mihoyo said, hold my beer. Oh, you want harder endgame stuff, you say? Oh, okay. Also, OmniStep, thanks so much for the 19-month resub. Welcome back. Hey, good morning to you too. Late stream for me. Just reading through Penacony, the new Penacony story that we got with 2.3. They added an actual third phase for every boss. Aventurine and Sam both got new moves. Shit. Honestly, those two bosses are kind of annoying already with the attacks that they did have, so. I like the soundtrack here. Very appropriate, considering where Topaz and Jade are. Break and single target characters shine there. Ooh, very cool. Ew. You're just waking up? Yeah, no problem. Tricky, old Odie is tricky. Didn't expect him to go public at such a critical moment. Okay.
だからこそ今日のオーディアルファルファになれたんでしょうけどでも勝利の天秤はまだどちらにも傾いていないわどんなに大きな声で叫んだところで声そのものに重さはないからトパーズあなたに頼んでおいた電話の件あれから何か進展はある
はいあちらは承諾してくれましたただ到着にはもう少し時間がかかるそうです
I'm assuming they're talking about the Astral Express.
雨は無知の後に出すべきだもの
今回は交換理論の段階が省略されそうですね
貪欲な商人が相手なんだから仕方ないでしょ半端な味のリンゴじゃ問題は解決できない
Hey, this camera angle is perfect. We get both Jade's huge fucking titties and Topaz's massive fucking cake in a single shot. Very good. Time to refarm for Ruan Mei. Is the Giga outdated set? The 1.0 break set? The thief set? Yeah, probably a good would be. Actually, technically, actually no. Yeah, thief set is probably not too good on her anymore. Because I was gonna say that. You know, at least with 4-piece thief, because I believe 4-piece thief gives you energy when you break enemies. But like, how often does Ruan Mei break enemies herself? You know. It's like probably not that often, so yeah. Better off with like Watchmaker or something. Still viable, just outdated. Yeah. Watchmaker's probably just better for her overall, though. At least I want to say. Let's see. Now, curious, Topaz, do you think Penacony is a quality asset? Despite its recent calamity, Penacony remains a top-quality asset within the cosmos with good credit, lucrative potential, promising prospects. Yeah, it's obvious, but I truly want to know this project is obviously too bland for your taste, isn't it? Ooh. This place hasn't suffered enough. All you've been doing is grinding? Yeah. I mean, you're not really missing out on much. At least I don't think you are. Gave that one to Gallagher. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Gallagher can use 4-piece thief just fine. Oh, didn't read the entire thing there. Without us playing along, your Jade Stone wouldn't have made it across the border so easily, allowing you to see all the desires that flow through dreams to gain a bargaining chip in negotiations. Oh, the tax agents, the fucking corpos, playing dirty, huh?
本当に凄まじい計画でしたね。
アベンチュリンが心を決めた以上、誰にも止めることはできない。たとえ運命だろうとね。少なくとも彼は今も生きている。それだけで、これは最善の結果と言える
He's
でしょ
still
う。
alive. Well, hopefully the IPC paid Argenti real fucking good.
ジェイドさん、私たちは今後の戦略について話し合うべきなのでは？
その必要はないわ。中には私一人で入るから。あなたはゲストを迎えに行って、そのまま私の指示を待っていてちょうだい。
わかりました。
Our honored guest singular.
彼女も機長席群にいたのね。
Is she talking about is she talking about us?
大した価値はなさそうね。
I like how there's nobody on stage. Ah, this is where we came from. But yeah, old Odie's still here. That's funny. Slap. Is there anything else I need to do here? Already got that chest from earlier. Hey, look, here's all the other burbs here. Is this a Titanic reference? Hey, more random ass chests. Burb. Knowing him, he probably wouldn't accept the payment. Chivalry overnight. Yeah, true. I was even about to mention that myself. Maybe Argenti wouldn't have accepted the payment in the first place, just considering who he is. Oh, we're back up here. Oh, this puzzle is like must be inside this cabin somewhere. Oh yeah, it's another one of the broken clock dudes. Guess we can't go in there yet.
こんにちは、ロビンさん。ここで
It's
あなたに
Robin,
会えるとは
Pog.
思わなかったわ。
ジェイドさん、こんにちは。調和セレモニーの開会式が基調赤号で行われることになったから少し早めに来て準備をしていたの。あなたはオーディさんとは話せた？
ちょうど今から会いに行くところなの。ロビンさん、あなたは彼のことをよく知ってるかしら？
Ooh, is Jade lying right now?
残念ながら私は会ったことがないの。ただオーク家の前当主から少しだけ評判を聞いたことがあるわ。オーディさんは素晴らしい商人だけれど、それ以外のところは何とも言えない人だって。
じゃああなたは宴の星の未来はどうなると思う？
一度は止まった基調赤号が再び出航するのと同じように、私は
Oh, what did Jade say? Where do you think the future of Penacony is headed?
美しい夢が生まれ変わることを信じているわ。
So we dream we'll see its
調和は新しい
rebirth.
方向
Okay.
性を見つける必要がある。過去と決別しなければ、私たち
Yeah,
は
because Robin
明日に
didn't
も進
subscribe
めない
to her brother's whole shit about the order, right? So this would be consistent with her behavior or with her actions. So yeah. She wants Penacony to shed whatever the fuck order bullshit that it's been dealing with.
永遠の盟友も永遠の敵もいない。この取引からお互いに望むものを得られるよう願っているわ。
私もあなたの歌を楽しみにしているわ。セレモニーで会えたらいいわね。
ええ、ジェイドさん、また会いましょう。
E2 Firefly with her premium team. Yeah, HMC, Gallagher, and Ruan Mei is already the Exodia. Yeah, pretty much, man. I mean, hell, even my E0 Firefly completely shit on MOC 12. Even with my Firefly having god-awful relic substats. But yeah. Firefly is the new shit, man. For real, for real.
待たせたわね、オーディさん。話し合いを続けましょう。
もう対策を練ったのですか、ジェイドさん。おや。
But where's Topaz?
トパーズには他の任務があるの。またすぐに会えるわ。今は話し合いを続けましょう。あなたと私の二人だけで。
私の気のせいでしょうか。先ほどまでとは随分と雰囲気が違うようですが。
後輩の前ではいい手本を見せないといけないもの。交渉の場で無遠慮な口を聞くのは良くない。
The gig's up. He
今
knows.
なら腹を割って話せるわ。オーディ、知ってるかしら？過去10個白期において宇宙市場の変遷を経験した商人はあなただけではないのよ。
面白い。これは面白くなってきましたな。腹を割って話すですか。いいでしょう。私は何でもオープンにするのが好きでしてね。次はどんな一手を打つおつもりなのか、ぜひとも聞かせていただきたい。
残念だけど、私はチェックメイトしてから駒を動かす主義なの。結論から言いましょう。まず第一に、あなたの計画は実現できない。ピノコニーがカンパニーを介さずに上場するなんて絶対に不可能よ。第2に、あなたはカンパニーのピノコニーへの進出を止められない。私たちには時間と方法がいくらでもある。適切な突破口を見つけ、それを少しずつ広げて、
Just like the real IRS.
アスデナ政権は再びカンパニーの力を思い知ることになるでしょうね。あなたが言ったことそっくりそのまま返させてもらうわ。あなたのメンツを守るためにも、正式な会談で非難の的にならないようにするためにも、その絵空事のような計画は諦めた方がいい。
面白い、実に面白い。猫をかぶったお嬢さん、よくそこまで大口を叩けますね。いいでしょう。そちらが一体どんな手札を
Can't focus on the screen. Jade's lingerie is stunning.
オーディさん、忘れないで。カンパニーは宇宙で最も大きな宣伝メディアを持っているの。つまり全宇宙のニュースネットワークの
At least you're honest.
私たちの代弁者ということ。あなたがピノコニーの株式公開の情報を流した。
Yeah, now he's okay. Now he's curious to know what Jade has up his sleeve, her sleeve. Let's not forget, the IPC controls the biggest interstellar publicity platform. More than half the news networks in the universe take their orders from us. News spreads about Penacony going public. Trillions of customers will immediately receive a message like this. I assume the IPC telling people not to buy shares in Penacony or something. Yeah, his protection for Penacony has expired. Any mishaps, blah blah blah. Yeah, so going after the family's reputation directly.
全銀河がピノコニーに注目している時にこの一つのメッセージだけで24システム時間以内にルーサン兵を価値のないものにする。それを実行する方法がカンパニーにはいくつあると。
They use media just like real life. Unfortunately true.
そんなことができるとでも。
私の無知は長いからピアポイントにいたとしても簡単にあなたの首を絞められるわ。
Which probably means it literally
その
too.
愚かな上場計画を中止するなら、カンパニーもあなたを筆頭とする党首たちの利益を損なわないと約束する。私たちにもアスデナの盟友が必要なの。カンパニーはピノコニーの資金調達を援助することができる。まずは株式の 30% を買い取ることから始めさせてもらうわ。私たちの資金が入れば、ピノコニーの安定と再建は一夜にして成し遂げられるでしょう。
Why do you get Koi and Skya vibes from her? Maybe because of maybe because they both have the whole femme fatale vibes going on. But Koi and Skya is a lot more bitchy. Jade is a lot more calm about it. Because yeah, Jade's supposed to be the whole dommy mommy type. Whereas like Koi and Skya, she's definitely dom. Like she's definitely a dom. Yeah, a dommy, you know, like a dommy character, but dommy mommy? I don't know too much about that. Yeah. Like Koi and Skya is just way more obviously evil. Whereas Jade is more of a slow burn, you know?
それこそが全てのポイントなのよね。答えは誰にも保証できない。全ては自覚と尊重次第。少なくとも取締役会は党首たちのメンツに多少は配慮するはずよ。オーディさん、あなたは賢い。わざわざこんな大掛かりなゲームをしようと考えたのは、自分のビジネスの手腕を見せつけることでファミリーの利益を少しでも多くしたかったからではないの？ほどほどにしておいた方がお互いのためだけれど、それでもまだ足りないと思うなら、それは大方宴の星の影響力をさらに拡大させ、より多くの客を呼び込んでお金を使わせるというピノコニー上場のもう一つの目的があるからでしょ。もちろんその要求にも対応できる解決策を用意しているわ。
いいでしょう。カンパニーの誠意は分かりました。ルーサン家の当主として拒む理由はありません。ただアイオーンを信仰する者として最後の答えをいただきたい。
続けてちょうだい。
私が子供だった頃、大人たちから古代琥珀期の話を聞きました。昭和のシペは昇格し、秩序のエナは没したと。その昔、秩序と孫悟はとても近しい関係だった。カンパニーは琥珀の王の信徒でありながら、
Oh, now we're getting to Aeon
秩
talk.
序の側に立たず、ファミリーとの協力を求めるのですか？
その答えはあなたが思っているより単純かもしれないわ。信用ポイントよ。人々が何を
マネー
宇宙で唯一認められた
マネーマネーマネー。
カンパニーにはね、その価値が決して減少しないことを保証する力があるの。 信用体系に新たな世界
We
が
care
生ま
about
れ
our
るため
credit
に
scores.
宇宙平和の授業は一歩ずつ前へと進む。そして外貨、資本、貿易といったものがすべて統一された通貨体系に組み込まれる。そうしてすべての星の発展は帳簿に記録され、明確なものとなり、あらゆる概念は定義され、評価され、交換され、流通する。
Weaponized market
その中心にあ
capitalism.
るものこそクリフォトの信用なの。
そしてカンパニーは全てを操れるようになるということですか。
私たちは永遠の損を築きたいだけよ。あなたも理解できるでしょ。一つの宇宙に二つの秩序は必要ないと。
結構結構。いやー、参りました。それでは教えていただけますかな。その解決策とやらが何なのか。私たちの考えていることが同じかどうか確かめてみようではありませんか。
それじゃあさっきの話を続けましょう。トパーズ、飴を案内して差し上げて。
Oh, it's not us, it's Himeko.
ご足労感謝するわ、姫子さん。
You just got intel from the Indonesian server, Starrail. They reached 255 billion rupiah in June 2019 alone. Let's see. $255 billion rupiah to USD. Let's see. That equates to almost $15.5 million. Pretty good. And that's just from the Indonesian server alone, huh? Shit. Firefly making bank. Weaponizing parasocialism.
オーディさん、こちらはピノコニーの未来の株主の一人、請求列車の姫子さんです。
You're surprised because people play Wuwa more than Genshin and Indonesia. Well, we were talking about Star Rail here, so not Genshin. As a Shin Megami Tensei fan, it's like Jade confirms that preservation and order are like lawful in Shin Megami Tensei. I mean, yeah, I suppose lawful wouldn't be a bad way to put it. But you know, whether or not they're lawful good is another story entirely. They're probably not lawful good. Like at most, they're probably lawful neutral. You know. You don't see March doing negotiations and then still we'll just say stupid shit. Yeah, true. It would either have to be Welt or Himeko. And yeah, since Himeko wasn't on the scene, yeah. Not only that, but Himeko also dresses the part too. Everybody else on the Astral Express just kind of dresses like a bum.
こちらこそお会いできて光栄です。
提案の大まかな内容については皆さんすでに理解されていますよね。予定通りこの融資が終わったらカンパニーはピノコニーの株式の 30% を保有しようと考えています。そしてそのうちの 5% を請求列車に譲渡した後、 姫子さんを独立取締役として推薦します。これは今まで
5% at stake. We're rich!
夢の地のために払った犠牲と貢献を称えるためのものと考えてください。
Old man's kind of lucky right now, yep.
ここにいる皆さんが列車の開拓の道を認めてくれたのなら、これほど嬉しいことはないわね。七死人は名声や
Why did they collab with Street Fighter 6 creators? The fuck? I was wondering why you posted that tweet in chat. The fuck is this?
乗員全員の評決を取って請求列車はピノコニーの再建事業に協力することにした。
Z3/Street Fighter 6 creators roundtable? The fuck? This is super fucking random.
より多くの世界に届けるために力を尽くすわ。もちろんすべての協力はある前提の上に。
Wait a minute, I just realized that Star Rail is still on autoplay. Oops. I'm gonna have to read that shit again. But yeah, no. This tweet has Shuhei Matsumoto, and he's one of the lead producers on Street Fighter 6. Him and the other guy. I don't know if they show the other guy here. Yeah, Takayuki Nakayama. Yeah, because those two are the two main directors for Street Fighter 6 right now. Yeah, what the fuck? The fuck is this all about? It's really fucking random. Something about a full round table coming out next week. I guess I'll go watch that then. But yeah, the fuck, why? It's so fucking random. Then again, Z3 has always been kind of strange, so I suppose it's par for the course. But like, what? With Street Fighter 6? Huh? Okay. It's like the one with Nasu, so random. Well, the Nasu one is a little bit more understandable. Because, like, a lot of Chinese media is heavily influenced by Japanese media. Or a lot of Chinese anime media is influenced by Japanese media. So, like, I'm not surprised that, for example, Star Rail was able to get a interview with, like, Nasu, for example. Because, I mean, hey, the similarities between FGO and Star Rail, for example, are very obvious. Right? But, like, what the fuck does Street Fighter... What the fuck does Street Fighter have to do with anything, Gacha related? Or anything MiHoYo related? Like, what? But yeah, that's really fucking random. I have no idea what they're trying to do with that. Like, what? Does that mean we're gonna get, like, a Street Fighter 6 collab? Or what the fuck does that mean? I have no fucking clue. You cooking something weird? Yeah. I guess, yeah. I mean, maybe they might not be cooking anything at all. Maybe it's just as, what, a publicity stunt? But, like, why collab with Street Fighter? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they're trying to do with that. Would love to know what their intentions are, but yeah, I guess we'll find out next week. Let's see. While the decision hasn't finalized yet, we are honored that everyone recognizes the way of the Trailblaze. While the Nameless didn't embark on their journeys for fame or fortune, if this is the wish of both the family and the IPC, I'll represent the Astro Express and fulfill my duty as a member of the board of directors. Entire crew has agreed to assist in the reconstruction of Penacony. Beyond that, in our future travels, we are committed to bringing the beautiful dreams of the planet of festivities to festivities to more worlds. Okay. Does that mean that we're like does that mean Penacony is like sponsoring us technically? Of course, all this cooperation is based on one premise: path of harmony in Penacony must not be distorted again. With such tragedy must never recur. Okay. You remember reading something about Persona 5? Yeah, there's a meme in the Gacha community that if a Gacha game ever gets a P5 collab, then that Gacha game is going to end of service itself within months. Because it's happened multiple times. which is fucking hilarious. So yeah, that's kind of the meme. Let's see. Slap. Look, there's a broken watch guy. Only Grand Blue hasn't so far. Funny because you remember Bang Dream. Bandori had a P5 collab years ago and it's still doing okay. Okay, so it must be like Bandori and Grand Blue then. How are we doing this? There we go. Next one over here. I see. There we go. And the last one, okay, over there. There we go. God fucking damn it. Okay. Let's see if the game will let me get this one chest. Nope. The answer is no. Don't you love it when the game puts a chest behind a story marker? Let's see, old Odie is in agreement. What about the remaining family heads? Okay.
最後の質問をしたとき、オーディンが代表していたのはルーサン家だけではなかったもの。
正式な会談はいつ開きますか？こちらで手配しておきます。
あなたに任せるわ。これからの交渉も業務の引き継ぎも全部私は関わらないから。
ジェイドさん、それは
この案件はもともとアベンチュリンが引き受けてきたもので、あなたは彼が指名したプロジェクトパートナーでしょ。あの子が遊びすぎなければ私が表に出てくる必要もなかった。違う？私が今日ここに来たのは一番難しい問題の解決を手伝うため。あなたならこの案件を上手にまとめられるわよね、エレーナちゃん。
もちろんです。ダイヤモンドさんにも大丈夫だと伝えてください。
安心して。ダイヤモンドはいつだって私たちのことを信頼しているわ。あなたの仕事ぶりも伝えておくから、そう遠くないうちに P45 に返り咲けるんじゃないかしら。それにしても貴重石号、本当に素敵な船。やるべき仕事も終わった今、
Oh no, is her little hobby being being a dommy mommy?
この飛行艇でもボーンショップ翡翠を開くつもりですか？
だってこんな機会はめったにないもの。この船の客層を見てみなさい。彼らからならきっと価値ある宝物を。
Sounds like she's gonna scam everybody of all their money.
じゃあ質屋は店主がいないと開けないから。また後でね、トパーズ。
待ってください、ジェイドさん。もう一つ聞きたいことが。
なら何かしら。
無知ですが、あれはどこから情報を得たんですか？
私が情報を見つけたんじゃなくて、情報が私を見つけたの。それは調和の未来を暗示する人から寄せられたものだった。その代わりとして私も彼女のために何かしてあげる必要はあるけれど、それはまた後での話。
She's probably rich AF. I mean, yeah, obviously.
わかった？これが投資よ。チャンスの種は土の中に埋められていて、少し栄養を与えてあげれば根を張り芽吹く。私たちがすべきことは辛抱強く待つことなの。ちょうど私が待っている最後のゲストもそろそろこの船に乗ってくる。
I like how those three are just standing around a fucking treasure chest.
思ったより簡単に潜入できた。ファミリーの警備って相変わらず甘いんだ。ここが貴重石号。本当に豪華だな。担保で願いを叶えてくれる質屋。そんな場所。この船に本当にある。
It's a trap.
噂が本当かどうか自分の目で確かめないと。
Wet socks all over again. Here's a treasure chest I didn't see the first time. Or maybe I couldn't access it before. Either way. Can't go that way. Also, Volshade, thanks so much for the 50-month resub, man. Hey, we got another 50-monther. But appreciate the continued support, man. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you're enjoying your weekend so far. And yeah, cheers, man.
もう一つあったわ。オーディさんと話し合って決めたの。ピノコニーに対する七死人の貢献に感謝してファミリーの名義で請求列車に贈り物をしようって。あなたたちもその準備を進めてくれるかしら。
かしこまりました、ロビンさん。 こんにちは、お嬢さん。どうかしましたか？
質屋への行き方って知ってる？
質屋。ああ、レディー翡翠の部屋のことですね。確かに彼女は特別なサービスを提供していると聞いたことがあります。位置をあなたのデバイス上でマークしましたので確認してみてください。
レディー翡翠、どこかで聞いたことがあるような。銀狼のところで聞いたんだったっけ？
I wonder who that could be.
そういえば銀狼、天才クラブに行くって言って消えちゃったけど、大丈夫かな？
Did we already listen to these guys? No, we haven't. Just.
大丈夫だけど、警戒は怠らないで。
There's so many complaints recently. Yeah, why the fuck do you think? Let's see. Can I do this? Huh, there must be like a wall. Pay to win, boys.
願いを叶えられる質屋か。非現実的だな。
私の願いを叶えてもらうには何を担保に入れればいいのかしら。
I don't need to go up there yet. Before we go into the objective, because we saw MC go up this way. Hey, look, it's another one of these things. Kind of late in the stream, but has this redeemed the story for you at all? I don't know how far we are into the story actually, because I only just started it like an hour or two ago, to be honest. Uh, 2.3 main quest is really just a big goodbye to Penacony. Yeah, it's all it is. I mean, in my opinion, all it is a an epilogue, or at least that's what I predict it being. So yeah. Like, I don't expect 2.3 story to like really, you know, change my mind about Penacony story at all. Like, whatever you thought about it before, like, that's what you're gonna think of it now. Or that's just what you're gonna think of it, you know, from here on out. Only like 2.5 hours max. We'll see how far we are along with it now then. This felt like an OVA to an anime. I guess that's a good way of putting it. You love that in canon. MC is just a fucking weirdo. I mean, I saw on Twitter that like basically MC wanted to talk to like a Ventrain or somebody. I forget who it was exactly, but like they ended up not doing it because of their social anxiety. So like honestly, MC is probably just an autistic motherfucker. Like, legit. Canonically, they're probably autistic as hell. MC's just like us, for real, yep. She's literally us. Now you know, now you understand why everybody loves Firefly. Burb. Firefly, Ruan Mei, MC team, autism, the three autistic, musketeers. Oh, so it's literally an optional, what is it? It's an optional, objective to go track down, Trailblazer. That's funny. Can't be open current state. Kinda wonder why. We don't want to go there just yet. Gotta go find Trailblazer. See what the fuck we're up to. Let's see. Why is there an objective marker here? And then there's one back there. The fuck is going on? Pretty sure we came from here. Did we come from here? Oh, there she is. Okay. What the fuck did you just say? They'll be able to pay for the aftermath, even if she sold her brothers. Kind of reminds me of that one dude that Sunday talked to. Oh, there's that kid that says who says she's lost.
If 私が勝ったら、あんたの宝箱は私のものだから。
誰が賭けをすると言いました？
私が言った。元気いっぱい。相変わらずだな。
It feels very weird listening to Ishikawa Yui talk like that.
私は先にレディー翡翠に会いに行かないといけないの。
Anyways, before we go, let's pick up these chests. God fucking damn it. Fucking game cock blocking us from that chest. Fuck you. So many game and movie references in this map. I mean, given what Penacony is, I'm not surprised. Excuse me.
ポーンショップ翡翠貴重石号支店へようこそ。お嬢さん、お名前は？
私のことはサミュエルって呼んで。
サミュエル、素敵な名前ね。それでサミュエルさん、あなたは何を望むの？代わりに何を差し出せるのかしら？
私は生きたいの。その願いが叶うなら自分の全てを担保に入れたって構わない。
Yeah, Jade blocked again for a second time.
全て。
サミュエルさん、悪いけど帰ってもらえるかしら。あなたは七夜の定義を十分に理解してないみたいだから。
どういう意味？
文字通りの意味よ。あなたからは強い生存欲が感じられる。それは炎のように激しく強烈で、とてもじゃないけれど、あなたがそれと同等の価値のあるものを差し出せるとは思えない。
そっか。やっぱり七草で願いを叶えてくれる七夜なんてただのインチキだったんだ。
厳しい非難ね。あなたが理解できないのは
Triggered.
でも大丈夫。これから私がはっきりと理解させてあげるから。この人たちに会いに行きなさい。彼らは私の七夜に来たことがあるの。彼らの願いが叶ったのかどうか自分の目で確かめてみるといいわ。終わったらここに戻ってきてちょうだい。そしたら七夜の意味もあなたに何が欠けている
Your life has no meaning.
分からせてあげる。
あのレディー翡翠の雰囲気。
You serve zero purpose.
どれにしよう。断固の言う通り。
勝手に言葉を変えるな。
今はタイミングが悪いか。ごめんね。
MC being a dumbass as usual. Also, unfortunately, it cut out Firefly's dialogue there, so that was kind of shitty. Also, why are there two of these guys here? Oh, were these the two guys that we fixed up throughout the rest of the ship? They just kind of hang out here, I guess. Is that a Peppa sheet? No, she just had her hair. She just has her hair up in a bun. Yes, betting your entire fortune. Surely nothing can go wrong. We have to actually play something here. Oh god. Is this like fucking Candy Crush or some shit? Yeah, it's basically like the usual Candy Crush shit. Also, what is this? I like this animation. Same minigame as a new event. Okay, cool. Oh, you chose E2 Gallagher. Nice. I'll probably go with the Shei myself. The game 40-year-old moms have mastered over the centuries. She's the 1% of gamblers who didn't quit. True, true. Also, wasn't there a treasure chest here? Why is it gone now? Did the game just scam the shit out of me? Well, fuck you then. It was the Intellitrons. The MC was trying to take it from him in a gamble. Oh, so you're never meant to be able to pick up that chest in the first place. Gotcha. No, Shei. Oh, that's right. I was the free Shei I was thinking of from as the reward from the new endgame mode, I think. So yeah, no. If it's not Shei, then yeah, I'm gonna have to go with somebody else. Gallagher, Luca, Arlen, or Hanya. I'll probably have to go with Hanya then, because I think Hanya is the only one who's not E6 yet, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I guess it would have to be her then. Yes, PvP too. That's hilarious. What's the price this dude had to pay? Yo, bro, what's up? Hey, what's going on? Mo Hit Don MX. I don't know how to say your name. But welcome to the stream. You got destroyed by a Candy Crush player. I'm sure there are people who really know how to play those kinds of games. Like I'm sure like that sort of like the whole Candy Crush style of game. I'm assuming those kinds of games are basically all about pattern recognition. Or mostly about pattern recognition anyway. She's checking out the Titanic burbs. MC can see the burbs actually, can't they?
ねえ見た表にいるあの変なものあの人
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
ちょっとあんた早く降りてみんな見てるじゃん今はタイミングが悪いかもごめんね後で時間があったら声をかけるから今はタイミングが悪いかも
Where are you from? The good old US of A.
後で時間
聞き間違いではありません。奴を捕まえました。奴はピノコニーの太陽
1v1 Silverbird only final destination.
折り紙大学の教授になっていたのです。
MC being a crazy gremlin. Yep. Fucking dealing with our autistic ass all the time.
どうやって捕まえたかですか?
What did he just say? He's been hiding at the moment of Soul in Penacony using a fake identity. He even posed as a professor at Paperfold Academy. I made a deal with the family, leave extradition related paperwork to you. How do I find him? Or how did I find him? Let's just say I had some help from an influential figure. Don't ask for all the details.
22年も奴を追いかけ、銀河の隅々まで走り回りました。まさか最後にここでこんな形で。とりあえず切りますね。相棒、自分に乾杯しなければ。
I don't know, how about you capture the dude first and then have like a celebratory toast afterwards? Also, no punctuation at the end there. Does Penacony have schools? The fuck? I mean, I guess. I mean, Penacony has factories, does it not? Excuse me. Ano-san, thanks so much for 50 months at tier 2, man. Greatly appreciated. We got another 50-month resub on our belt here. But yeah, at tier 2 even, so greatly appreciated, man. Thanks so much for the enhanced support, man. What's up? Have been away for a while, finish up your nursing schooling, haven't had time to enjoy streams, but kept being a support, hopefully you've been doing well. Hey, man, good to hear, man, and best of luck with the nursing school. Hopefully you do well. And yeah, I haven't been streaming much myself either because, you know, work. Work sucks. But yeah, appreciate that you've kept being subbed for all that time. Greatly appreciate it, man. But yeah, hopefully you're enjoying the weekend. The children yearn for the mines. Found those people. Seems their wishes did become true. I'm not sure what you wanted me to see. They all seem to be living fulfilled lives, not so fast. Yeah, what's the catch? Now you'll tell you the price they paid, right? Penacony is the world of dreams. Why do people work? Well, that's the thing. It's not really, you know. It's not really a world of dreams. Or at least, you know, it's not what you think it is. So Dell was from a wealthy family. He was head over heels for Dorothy, wanted to win her heart. So he made a deal with me, put up his entire fortune in exchange for a gift that was impress Dorothy. So he sacrificed his entire shit, right? Dell will find himself evicted from Dreamscape, yeah. So he's fucked. Not sure how anybody can play OG Simulated Universe ever again. Yeah, especially if, what is it? You can farm all of Simulated Universe planars, or the ornaments, in Divergent Universe, then yeah, if that's the case, yeah, like, why would anybody bother with SU anymore, pretty much? You've been doing great. Good to hear, man. Finished now, so you're officially working as an RN now, so even more work, but you should be able to catch more streams when you can. Hey, man, hopefully you get that bread, though. Hopefully it's... I hope it pays you well, at the very least. But, yeah, congrats, man. Good to hear. Get that bag. The weekly rewards? No, you can get the weekly rewards in Divergent Universe, too. Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure one run of Divergent Universe gets you the entire, will complete your entire weekly reward bar. Whereas with Simulated Universe, you have to do 2 runs of that shit. So yeah, like, yeah, like, Zod is right. Like, now that we have Divergent Universe, now that I think about it, yeah, there's no reason for anybody to do Simulated Universe anymore. DU has a time limit though per save, so about, you know, like 3 to 4 days. Does that mean you have to like go through all of DU in like one run? No, right? The save file is just for like your individual runs. Original SU is just for the first time clear award. Yeah, at this point, yeah. Save is for individual. Yeah, yeah. I don't think the game expects you to go through DU1 all the way to DU6 in one run or in one sitting.
あのネックレスが2人の愛をつなぎ止めることを祈るばかりね。ギャンブルが好きなステイシーは絶大な幸運を手に入れたいと願っていた。でも彼女には担保に入れられる財産が何もなかったから、私は別のものを受け取ったの。彼女の親密な関係。
The save file is there so you can farm the planar spheres faster. Oh, you need to have a fucking save file in order to farm DU faster, or in order to farm ornaments faster. I don't know how much I like that. But then again, to be fair, you do get all of that runs as DU buffs, I believe, right? So I guess it kind of makes sense. Yeah, I suppose it makes sense. Fair trade-off, I think.
ポーンショップ翡翠を出た瞬間から宇宙中のカジノはステイシーという名前を覚え、両親や兄弟は彼女との関係を断ち切った。彼女はもう本当の友人を作ることはできないでしょうね。幸運によって無限の富を手に入れることはできても、それを大切な人に使うことはもう二度とできないのよ。ウォーカー刑事は20年もの間ずっと悪名高い犯罪者を捕まえようとしていたけれど、なかなか相手の行方をつかむことができずにいた。そうして絶望に暮れていた時、彼は私を見つけたの。彼が担保に入れたのは自分のストレージシステムよ。もうすぐ彼の刑事としての記憶は消去され、自分が誰であったのかも、どんな犠牲を払ってきたのかも完全に忘れることになるわ。 面白い現象でしょ。私は彼らの願望を叶え、恩恵を与える。その恩恵はさらに大きな願望を伴ってすぐに私のもとに戻ってくる。人は他人の願望が叶うところを見たとき、自分も同等の願望を持つようになる。本当にキリがないほどの願望をね。でもいつか私はその渦の中から自分の望むものをすくい上げてみせる。私が一番得意なのは待つことなの。さあ、これで自分がどんな代償を支払うべきか分かった？サミュエルさん。それともこう呼んだ方がいいかしら。グラモスの鉄器の生き残り AR
Dun dun dun, she knows.
全然驚かないんだね。
あら、思ったより落ち着いてるわね。ロストエントロピー症候群なんて本当に災難。そうでしょ。グラモス人は共和国最強の武器が他人の手に渡らないようにするために戦士たちの遺伝子を編集してそうした保険をかけた。
Now you know how she operates? Yeah, but I've seen this kind of thing in other stories many times before. Honestly, kind of a common trope, where it's like, oh, somebody, some character, some random fucking character comes along and they offer you something you've really wanted, but in exchange you gotta pay the price for it, right? So it's like, cool. It's not like I haven't seen this a million times before. I mean, all I care about in this in Jade's case is I just want to know why she's doing it. I don't think she's explained that just yet. I'm sure she will eventually.
They are 蛍であり、生きている生命体だもの。生きたいと思うのも当然でしょうけど、かつての早急戦線は滅び、この秘密を知り治療できる。
Is the farewell Penacony quest? Yeah, it's like the epilogue, pretty much. Like the aftermath, more or less.
カンパニーならどうにかできるって言いたいの。
Hey Jade Alter, how's it going, man? Speaking of Jade, there's a Jade right here on our screen.
これ以上は言えないわ。
なるほどね。だから私には10日の担保が出せないって言ったんだ。私自身の全てに意味がないから。あなたが求めているのは、私が生きていくために仲間を鎖につなぐこと。
残念だけど、そういうわけでもないの。
I'm gonna make you an offer you can't
いい
refuse.
言い方ね。この言葉で性格ハンターにもっと興味が湧いたわ。あなたたちはそれぞれ特別な立場があって、その関係性も興味深い。とても密接で健康でありながら、個々の独立性を保っている。10の赤心がダイヤモンドに従うように、あなたたちにもリーダーがいるんでしょ。それは一体どんな人物なのかしら。
Seems like her concept is a whole blood contract, an eye for an eye kind of thing.
終焉の運命を歩みながら、運命とは逆の方向に進もうと躍起になっているのかしら。とても興味があるわ。機会があれば、あなたたち全員に私の質屋に来てもらいたいわ。その日が来るまで辛抱強く待っているから。
それは
I'd actually kind of be interested to see what Blade would do if he knew about this, if he knew about Jade's pawn shop.
いいえ。できればカンパニーを代表するものでも戦略投資部を代表するものでもない。
How is that? How would that go down?
私個人からのお誘いだと考えてちょうだい。
性格ハンターとカンパニーにはいろいろ接点があるけど、銃の赤心と関わったことはない。あなたの提案は伝える。でもその前に質問させて。私の正体を
Yeah, basically kill me, but like, okay, what do you have to offer in return?
彼女がその気になれば、ほんの数秒でこの会話をピアポイント全体に公開できる。なのに、どうして捨て駒になるリスクを背負ってまでダイヤモンドのためにそんなことをしようとするの？
それはね、結局のところ私たちは同類だからよ。
Do they both have time cancer?
でも性格ハンターや請求列車とは違って私たちが集まっているのはそれぞれ必要なものを手に入れるため。
Topaz, Jade, Adventuring. Here's a diamond. This dude has a pretty detailed portrait, or silhouette rather. The other ones are kind of like, they're more enigmatic. Not sure if that means anything.
10人とも異なる出自を持ち、それぞれに帰するところがある。その道のりの途中でダイヤモンドに誘われ、彼と一緒に歩むことを決めたのよ。
That official in the back? No, it's not
その
her.
道のりは短いかもしれないし、長いかもしれない。私たちの心には穴が開いているから、それを埋めるために外部のものに頼り続けるしかないの。そしてダイヤモンドは約束してくれた。孫悟の指令の体験を10人に分け与え、その穴を奇跡で埋めてくれると。肉体は弱くとも我が心は輝く石のように固い。さもなくば孫悟の道は成り立たない。これで分かったかしら？これはただの誓いではなく、私たち10人が担保に入れたもの。その代わりに私たちはチャンス、財産、生存、未来を手に入れたの。それによって赤心はより揺るぎないものとなった。そしていずれ訪れるであろう神々の戦いにおいて孫悟の偉業を成し遂げるのよ。
Something something, war among the Aeons, something something.
行きなさい、お嬢さん。すぐに答えを出す必要はないわ。さっきも言ったように、私が一番得意なのは。
You have to get her? Well, she's coming up soon in about 2 weeks, I think.
もし運命が本当にそのページを開いたら。
Gun dude is named Opal, I see. So we should already know about some of them then.
この質屋は私の願いを叶えられない。私がピノコニーで最後にやろうとしていることも希望という形で終わることになる。
レディー翡翠、担保として約束していたものを引き渡しに来ました。
ピノコニーの未来を決める
And that guy is fucked.
思ってたよりずっとスムーズにいったな。議論なんてほとんど。
Jesus, there'll be another Aeon war.
もうすぐ調和する。
Yeah, it seems like that's what she was talking about.
会場に行ってみよう。この飛行艇にはお宝もたくさんある。収穫は上々だね。
Oh hey, here's Boothill. Talking with the hologram of Adventuring, it seems.
忘れない方がいいぜ。俺は一発であんたを仕留められるってこと。
それは光栄だ。安心してくれ。僕が一番嫌いなのは賭け事でイカサマをすることだから。
それならいい。
おや、誰が来たかと思えば請求列車の大英雄ピノコニーで今最も輝く開拓者ちゃんじゃないか。
おお、あんたも来たのか。久しぶりだな。
You get the achievement for standing up there. I did stand up there, but I don't know if I got an achievement for that or not.
今のはただの挨拶だよ。僕は君と心が通じ合っていればそれでいいんだ。
まあいい。表に出せねえ話は一旦置いとくとしよう。調和セレモニーの雰囲気をぶち壊すわけにはいかねえからな。
賛成。ところで開拓者ちゃん、調和セレモニーでファミリーが正式に列車に謝意を表明するって聞いたよ。すごいじゃないか。はあ、その場に立ち会えないのが本当に残念だ。僕の任務はカンパニーが介入するための突破口を開くことだったからね。他のことはともかく、それに関してはそこそこうまくやれたと思ってる。
You should be able to interact with something up there when close enough. Okay, I'll try it out after I'm done talking to these boys. So remind me, chat. When Adventuring says that his job was to give the IPC an opening, so in essence, him almost dying is basically what gave the IPC what gave his corpo that opening, or was it something else that he did? Because I think that's what Jade said earlier, right? Because Avenging basically risked his fucking life. Because of that, the IPC can come in and be like, "Well, shit, you almost killed one of our people," and so that gives them leverage at the negotiating table with the family or whatever the fuck. Like, it's literally just, oh yeah, Adventure almost died, so yeah, we demand reparations of some kind. Yeah, okay. Good. It's good that I understand that. Because here I was thinking maybe he was talking about something a little bit bigger than that, but no, it's literally just, oh yeah, I almost died, so yeah, here you go. Fucking hilarious. Well, at the Dreamflux Reef, we're actually close by. We haven't been able to dig up as much dirty information without the help of a knowledgeable friend. I actually don't know I forget who he's referring to when he mentions a knowledgeable friend. Is he talking about Dr. Ratio? Might be somebody else. Akron didn't pull any punches. Otherwise, it would have been settled in a much cleaner manner. Well, get fucked, bitch. Because only Avenger was invited as IPC rep, as the IPC rep. I see. So the IPC could basically use the excuse of, yeah, you fucking mistreated our representative, so yeah, fuck you. Had to risk his life to an emanator. Well, to be fair, we talked about this before, but Aventurine didn't know exactly what Acheron was capable of. So, like, he knew that Acheron was strong, or at least I'm pretty sure he was aware that Acheron was strong. And so, yeah, like, he provoked, he taunted fucking Acheron. But, like, did he expect her to send his ass literally to the fucking Shadow Realm? No, I don't think so. So, bit of miscalculation on his part. So he's lucky he got out of that shit alive at least. But yeah, like, I'm pretty sure if Aventurine knew exactly what Acheron was capable of, yeah, he probably would have reconsidered, because, like, you know, if Argenti wasn't there, his ass was probably grass. But yeah, he just didn't know. I think that much is clear. The end Boothill's story here, sadly. I mean, he could always pop up later. I mean, you know, Topaz and, like, Topaz, for example, popped up here in Penacony, for example. Yeah. I would imagine you'll see Boothill again in, like, a later story chapter. I mean, considering he's a whole fucking Galaxy Ranger and all. Right? And they kind of just run around wherever they want, so. Yeah. I think for now, maybe Boothill's story ends here, but, I think we'll see more of him later. No spoilers, please. At this point, I'll kind of let that one slide, but yeah, it is kind of spoilers, I suppose, in a way. Spicy, huh? The feud between the marketing development department and strategic investment department is well known. Didn't expect was the involvement of the Galaxy Rangers. Aventurine just likes watching the world burn, huh? I mean, I don't blame him. He did know about her relation to Nihility and her access to, and had access to a deeper part of Penacony. Yeah, but what he didn't know, that Acheron could drop a fucking black hole on top of his ass. Let me go back to the burbs. Wonder if it's this one. We kicked off the burbs. Yep. Classic. Hey, here's Dr. Ratio, speak of the devil. Adequate. You like how Acheron comes in and kills off a whole organization prior to coming to Penacony, and we barely ever got to know them. Yeah, and especially with how Mihoyo like fucking put out a whole fucking trailer to hype us up about them, and turns out fucking Acheron just fucking murks all of them off camera or some shit. Well, she definitely murks the main dude. I forget his name. Maybe she didn't kill off the rest of the org, maybe, but the main dude for sure. So like, what the fuck happened to the other members? We don't know. I said maybe we do, but I certainly don't. Yeah, Duke Inferno. Yeah, that was honestly kind of whack. Yeah, they should have had some sort of deeper relation to the story instead of just being fucking Acheron cannon fodder. You expect more Aventurine and Boothill interactions because both their planets got fucked by the IPC? Ooh, then yeah. They'll definitely come back in story then. Or at least I expect them to then, if that's the case. Yeah, Duke Inferno got cooked by Akron, became a relic set, I know, right? Get fucked. Duke Inferno was the only one who survived? Thought his ass is grass, though. Didn't Dacron fucking murder his ass at the end? Well, shit, if the entire Annihilation gang is fucking dead, then yeah, that makes even less sense as to why MiHoYo even bothered putting out a whole entire fucking like trailer just for them. Some did survive, but Duke is dead. Yeah, that's what I was under the impression of. Yeah, some of them survived, but yeah, Duke Inferno himself is definitely fucking dead. Kind of wonder what Dr. Ratio does to have fun. Oh, that's cute. We can enter Divergent Universe here. I mean, he's actually standing in front of Divergent Universe, so he probably will play around with Divergent Universe, to be honest. Is that Topaz? Hey. Making him playable is gonna kill our FPS. We have flame effects in the game already. They're not too bad, I don't think. I'm in the mood for a job change. Need a dip. Alright, David, thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate you hanging out. And yeah, we'll catch you next time.
この船、本当に賑やかでいいよね。いつか暇ができたら、私もエコシップで盛大なパーティーを開こうと思ってるんだ。その時は君たちも招待するからね。
Whoa, does MC think Topaz is another Firefly? The fuck?
変身？何言ってるの？なあ、わかった。アベンチュリンの奇跡のことか。残念だけど、私の能力は彼ほどビジュアル系じゃないんだ。10の赤神の奇跡の能力はそれぞれ違うんだけど、中には思考を読み取ったり、相手の欲望を操ったりする人もいるから、気をつけた方がいいよ。そう考えると、ベロブルグではブローニャさんが間に合ってくれてよかった。あと少しでも遅かったら私たち友達になれてなかったかもしれないからね。
Yeah, yeah. She thought that Topaz could transform just like Aventurine. I mean, to be fair, you know. Quite a few people who can transform. Finally, we can grab this chest real quick. Hell yeah. She's still running the pawn shop. Sunday.
とても素敵なお名前ね。それじゃあ、あなたの願いを聞かせてくれる？それを叶えるために何を差し出せるのかもね。
I want to be the CEO of the IPC. Jade be like, yeah, keep dreaming, kid. Revive Akavili. That's the Trailblaze Aeon, right? Make Nanook bow down to me. The fuck do I even choose? Yeah, fuck Nanook. Kind of sad considering people made fan art about Topaz. Made fan art about Topaz transforming. Yeah, it happens. Is this the end game already? No, no, HMC. We are not in the Avengers.
そう緊張しないで。あなたの願いを叶えるために必要なものはとってもシンプルよ。
Why are we getting off easy?
ある動物の尻尾。それは二足歩行する生物で、毛は黒く、丸い頭に長い耳が生えているわ。雑食で少し情緒不安定。何より重要なのは人間の言葉を理解していてコミュニケーションが取れるというところね。その動物の尻尾を担保として持ってくればあなたの願いを叶えてあげる。
The fuck is she talking about? Oh, she's talking about Pom Pom. I wasn't even aware Pom Pom even had a tail. Alright, last two. He has one if you look closely. I don't doubt it. But yeah, I just never realized it myself. Never really took a good look at Pom Pom, if I'm being honest. Yeah, this is motherfucker again. Grab the chest, dude. Oh, did I miss something?
なんと素晴らしい騎士道なのでしょう。悪鳥を打ち砕いた偉業については聞きました。胸が痛くなるような話でしたが、あなたは間違いなく準備と正義を守り抜いた。
His EN lines are gone. Hopefully that's just a bug. They screwed up his English lines again. Yeah, I assume it's just a bug. Hopefully they fix it. He didn't have any English voice even back in 2.2. Oh, they still haven't fixed it? That's fucking weird. Why weren't you there?
あのエナの夢があまりにもリアルで、移住と化した友人に別れを告げるのが忍びなくなってしまったのです。
Some fucking night you are.
そして笑顔が
Bitch.
あまりにも生き生きとしていたものですから。
Hey, welcome back, David.
僕は今回準備の試練を乗り越えることができず、動揺してしまった自分を顧みることに多くの時間を費やしました。願わくばこれからもイドリラ様が僕の旗印となり、準備
Oh, it was back in Jade's room. Didn't I already grab it? Unless there were 2 chests there. Silver Meteor, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for the 48-month resub. Welcome back. It's been 4 years, yeah, man. 4-year resub. I've been doing well. Yeah, I've been doing all right. I fucking hate work still. Nothing's changed much, but at least I don't have to worry about getting kicked out of my house for not, being able to pay mortgage at least. So that's something. But yeah, hopefully I can turn things around and become a proper content creator. Hopefully sooner rather than later. But here's to hoping, I suppose. But yeah, hopefully you'll be doing well yourself. You did? Yeah, if there was only 1 chest in Jade's room, then yeah, I already picked it up. Again, unless there were 2 there, but I didn't see 2, or I didn't see a second one. Let's see. Oh no, it's just the same dialogue.
Ceremony はまだ始まらないし、少し休憩しようかな。また会ったね。この声は。この前も見かけたけど、やっぱり
It's our girlfriend.
じゃなかったんだ。ただ声をかける時間がなかったの。調和セレモニーが始まるまでまだ時間があるし、少し話さない。2つの殺人事件、カンパニーの死者との対決、七死人の道の伝承、アイオンに代わって楽園を作ろうとする秩序の残党、最後には美しい夢さえも打ち砕いた。波乱万丈の休暇。
Vacation, yeah, some vacation this
よ
was.
かったね。難しい問題を解決できて。でも調和セレモニーが始まったらまた旅に出るんでしょ。進むべき道はきっと見つかるよ。君たちは開拓の運命を歩む人たちなんだから。性格ハンターに入る前、エリオはこの旅が生きる方法を教えてくれるって言ってた。でも教えてくれたのはそれだけで、あとは私自身で探さないといけなかったんだ。だから私は生きていくのに必要な手がかりに注目してるの。今回のピノコニーの旅も同じだよ。最初は時計屋の謎に答えが隠されてると思ってたんだ。情けないことに方向性は間違えちゃったけど、いくつか得られたものもある。カンパニーの戦略投資部のジェイドさんって知ってる？ポーンショップ翡翠は彼女名義の資産なんだよ。それで彼女に取引を持ちかけられたんだけど。
Don't take the deal.
そもそも彼女が欲しがってるのは私の答えじゃないからね。私はもちろん生きてたい。でも運命がそうさせてくれないの。だからその借りを返してほしいんだ。それを誰かに転嫁して第三者を巻き込むんじゃなくてね。だってこれは私個人と運命との問題だから。そういえばずっと君にちゃんと謝らないとって思ってたんだ。そのアイリス家の役者の件で、どんなに小さな嘘でも人を傷つける裏切りには変わりないから。ごめんなさい。
You shouldn't have lied to me in the beginning. To be honest with you, I completely forgot about that.
そっか。カフカの言ってたことは本当だったんだ。
I don't know if I care about the whole fucking Iris dancer thing.
隠すことの方がずっと簡単なの。でも普通の人みたいに自分の心の声を表現できるか試してみたいとも思ってて。
あの娘だ、かかれ。調和セレモニーが始まる前にあの指名手配犯を捕まえるんだ。
Oh, is it time to kick some ass?
こんなとこまで追ってくるなんてお別れの時間みたいだね。私のことは心配しないで。君はセレモニーに参加して。脚本の結末はまだ訪れてない。きっとまた会えるから。ホタル、無事だといいけど。まあ、あのハウンド2人が相手なら大丈夫かな。ホタルのことは後でメッセージを送って確認するとして、今は調和セレモニーに参加しよう。
Classic MC, too autistic to protect her girlfriend.
ここに座ろう。やるべきことは全部終わっ。まあいいか。
You can go downstairs in the air below the pool now if you're remembering, right? I'll do it later. I want to finish the story today. I'm assuming I'm basically at the end here. I'm assuming. Maybe we have another hour left on the story so far.
よかった。ホタルの心配はいらないみたい。安心して開会式が始まるのを待とう。
They just now noticed her. Yeah, it looks like I think it's established that the Bloodhound security forces are like kind of dumb. Parasocial Andes.
ご来場の皆さん、ファミリーの皆さん、紳士淑女の皆さん、銀河各地からお越しの皆さん、こうして皆さんと顔を合わせ、今古白期におけるピノコニー最大の式典、調和セレモニーを迎えられることをとても嬉しく思います。まずはじめに、ピノコニーのファミリー並びに五大クランを代表して、そして私個人としてもご来賓の皆さんを心より歓迎いたします。皆さんもお気づきかと思いますが、今回の調和セレモニーはこれまでとは違い、各クランの努力によりかつてない規模となっており、銀河中の勢力が招待されています。それだけではありません。前回まではピノコニー大劇場で行われていた開会式も貴重赤号、すなわち皆さんが今いるこの飛行艇に舞台を移しました。ではここでルーサン家当主のオーディアルファルファによる調和の活動への無視の奉仕に対して一緒に温かい拍手と心からの感謝を送りましょう。今回のセレモニーはなぜこれほどまでに特別な意味を持つのでしょうか。ご存知の通り、貴重赤号は美しい夢の異変により航行を中止せざるを得なくなり、一時は12の時で話題をさらいました。しかしピノコニー内外の人々が力を合わせたことにより、私たちはついに無境を正常な状態に戻すことができたのです。調和セレモニー開催が重なったのはまさに二重の喜び。貴重赤号の再出港にも新たな意味が与えられました。そして最後にもう一つ理由があります。 皆さん、時計屋のことは覚えていますか？実はファミリーが今回のセレモニーのために力を尽くしたのは、この伝説的な人物を記念するためだったのです。ピノコニーの父、ラグウォーク・シャール・ミハイル。そう、ピノコニーの礎を築いた伝説の七死人の一人を。宴の星が混乱の最中にあった時代、彼は仲間と共に空からやってくると、開拓を通じて私たちに自由のありかを教えてくれました。また彼らは無境の開拓でも先頭に立ち、今日の調和の楽園を築いてくれたのです。ピノコニーが今日の輝きを手に入れられたのも、時計屋が私たちの心の奥底に植えた開拓の精神があったから。
I think she's just yapping about what she realized when she was down in the Dreamflux Reef, right? Or something like that.
聞いてて気分がいいね。さすがうちら。
We haven't even mentioned though.
もう請求列車は先輩後輩みんなが家族みたいなもんなの？そこを分ける必要なんてないじゃん。
今回美しい夢が正常に戻ったのも、開拓の大いなる助けがあったからに他なりません。請求列車の皆さんがいなければ、この調和セレモニーも無事に開催できなかったことでしょう。そこで五大クランの全会一致を得て、ピノコニーのファミリーは全銀河のファミリーのメンバーを代表して、七死人の皆さんに贈り物をすることに決めました。
おお、いよいよかな。
貴重赤号の所有権を請求列車に譲渡いたします。ほんの気持ちに過ぎませんが、どうぞお受け取りください。さあ皆さん、勇敢で恐れ知らずの七死人たちに盛大な拍手と喝采を。七死人、七死人、七死人。それでは一緒に乾杯しましょう。調和、開拓、ピノコニーと銀河の未来、そして心よく協力してくださったルーサン家当主。
Wasn't Himiko talking about us only having like a 5% ownership? No, that's for Penacony overall. You just get the fucking ship for free or something like that? The fuck are you gonna use this ship for, to be honest?
あの小鳥も兄に負けていませんな。
Hey, you're Sparkle.
この船に爆弾仕掛けたんだ。10分あげるから開けてごらん。
いつの間にこんなものが。
This is kind of random.
よりによってこんな時に伏線回収されるなんて。
5% of 30%, so more like 1.5%. I mean, 1.5 for all of what is it? Penacony is a pretty good deal. Also, is this in binary? That wasn't the option I chose. Also, why is Boothill in here too? Why is Argenti here too? Group chat. Random ass fucking group chat. It's like one of those, it's like a fucking mass Discord call. Dr. A should just fucking pieces out. Also, what the fuck is the point of this? Cute doll. It's the Sparkle Fumo. Stare back. Keep staring at it. You're in here too. Starge. Where do I live? In the middle of bumfuck nowhere. I stream on a toaster. Let's see. I assume the first one we found was right here. Let's see, is there... Yep, there's another one right here. Sparkle Fumo. I like how the Sparkle Fumo is wearing a full-ass kimono. Cute. I just need that bomb in your hands. Watching the stream in 7? Eggshell, nice. I have no idea what the fuck this thing is even talking about. But the doll's cute, so I guess it doesn't matter. I don't know, fuck you. Cool. Wababo! I like how everybody else is finding like literally hundreds of dolls, and here we are just fucking shitting ourselves, talking to like individual Fumos at a time. Here's the other one. Here's the third one, rather. You really ought to learn how to win a girl over. Bro, we're autistic. The dolls could be nice merch. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not too sure how marketable they would be, considering they're literally like they're being posed as like bombs. But like, yeah, they'd be cute. All right. So I found these three. Yeah, I find the other two. All the way on the other side of the ship. Oh, here's one. Also, if this is Reina Ueda doing all these voices, then holy fucking shit, that's impressive. Muddle fudger. What the fuck is blood going on about? 420 Blaze at Gacha. Hey, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for the 8-month resub. Welcome back. Cock and balls. By the way, you take physical fan mail. The fuck? I have received like fan mail from like viewers before, but like only a couple times. What I would have to do is I have to set up a like a PO box, but like that costs money to like rent out every month. So. So like, if you have something to send me, it would have to be like, I prefer it to be something like important. Like, that's not me trying to say, oh, send me something expensive, but like I don't want to have to open a PO box just for like a fucking postcard or something, you know? So yeah, physical mail or physical fan mail is a little bit difficult. I mean, I don't know, man. As a fucking sub 100 viewer fucking streamer Andy, I can't really justify opening a PO box when, you know, how many people are really going to be sending me physical fucking mail, you know? But I appreciate the sentiment though. Holy fork and shirt balls. Funny. Oh, here's a burp. Oh, well, yeah. Sorry about that, man. But, yeah. It's kind of difficult for me to, open up and, like, keep a, P.O. box when I know there's not really gonna be a lot of people sending me stuff other than, like, you know, like, obviously you and maybe, like, a couple other people. Sparkle Fumosen P.O. box incoming. They're gonna blow up my fucking mailbox, man. Oh, here's the trash can. It's Sparkle. I don't know. The answer to this is just a person. But I kind of want to see what happens when you go with another another answer. It's Sparkle. I wonder if this is the one that one-shots us. So I remember watching a video where a lord trash can just fucking starts one-shotting people. You're gonna send me gacha currency that I can't use because it's physical and not digital. Cute sparkle emo with a lighter.
もう時間がない。
I assume this must be the last one, or the last doll. Unless there are more optional ones like the Lord Trash Can one. There is another one. Oh, surprising. We have to actually fight here.
ペースを合わせよう。全てが燃え尽きるまで。
Surprising.
ドリームカブテル燃やし尽くす。優美な身構えですね。本質は同じ。命のいずれ風に吹き落とされる。一生コラボスタート。
よく見せてくれ。
楽しいですか？生きるために。弱な手先に負けるとは。
There's 3 more. Wonder if there's one upstairs here. I like how the music is serious now. Cool. No idea what that was for. Looks like we're back here again. Collectibles. I think there was already a we already found the Fumos here. No reason for us to go back there again. I feel like there was like another, like an upstairs area. Also, why does the marker say we need to go meet up with the Firefly over there? Now we get to do this shit. The door is now open. Yeah, apparently this door was open, it became open after you talked to, what, Firefly from before? Something like that. Going to move on about the missions if you don't care about the extra dolls, I see. But why is there an objective marker on Firefly when there was one inside the ship itself proper? Oh. Guess it's this thing. Yeah, what the fuck are you doing here? And why do you sound like Sparkle? Memes. Good old death. I don't know what the fuck that was about. Oh, okay. So you had to go. It does lead you up to Firefly then. The chest you couldn't get? That's where the last film is. I don't remember. I mean, here's one. Oh, are we critiquing Penacony's story here? I like how you can hear the bell on the Fumo doll ringing. Sure, maybe we'll go talk to Dr. Edward afterwards. Does it literally stand up and just fucking run away or something? I guess it did. Where does this lead us to? I don't think that collectible was there before. Oh. Burb. You're a bomb. Oh. Yes. Definitely not Sparkle. I think I heard a beeping. Oh, no, it's because it's right here. Give it to me. Humanity's greatest evil in the far future, copyright laws. There's a star sector all over again. done now? At least we are. Thanks for that. Surprisingly, we still can't open this door. Am I starting to believe the hype for Penacony's story? No, I never did. And this story so far doesn't really do anything to change my mind, to be honest. Opens in a side quest? Okay. Okay, in case there's, if there's any dolls that I missed so far, tell me now or, forever hold your peace. Excuse me. Fuck are we? There we go, one, I think we went one floor too high. I think that was last stall. Okay. This part of the story basically cemented that Penacony's story is mid. I mean, Penacony's story being mid was already cemented with the end of 2.2, because like the main 2.0 to 2.2 was like the main bulk of the story, and 2.3 is clearly just meant to be an epilogue of sorts. So even if the epilogue chapter was good, that doesn't change the fact that the rest of Penacony was pretty painfully mid. But yeah. That's all of them? Alright. Why is there a Fumo doll under the water? Eat my bat. Ah, yes. Hit the bomb and make it explode.
君がここに現れたってことは、簡単に説明するね。今から30分くらい前に私のとこに発信者不明のメッセージが届いてすぐに駆けつけたの。27分52秒、27分51秒。美しい夢は秩序の庇護を失ってるから、ここであれが爆発したら大変なことになる。時間をかけて調べたんだけど、あの爆弾は特殊な構造をしてて、何か不思議な運命の力でロックがかかってるみたい。多分作った人以外には解除できないんだろうね。
Why? Also, are we saying this to Firefly? This and Genshin just feel like there's too much, there's so much useless dialogue, not very engaging to read. Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, MiHoYo has this bad tendency to, like, bloat their dialogue with shit that we really don't need to know about. Or, like, they drag out the fucking dialogue to be way too fucking long. Like, for example, I don't even know what the point of them including this part of the story into 2.3 is. Like, why the fuck is Sparkle, why the fuck did Sparkle put bombs all over the place on the ship? Like, huh? Did the Master even do anything except this, this bomb thing? Yeah, no. Like, this whole bomb thing is literally the only thing that she's done so far. Like, of importance. But there is a reason. I would love to know it. Maybe we'll find out real soon. But it better be a good fucking reason, other than Sparkle just saying, "Oh, I fake because I felt like it." When was the last time a gacha story wasn't purposefully made convoluted? I mean, you can have a complicated story, but, like, it better be fucking explained well. Or, like, at least you should have, like, a clear idea of what the fuck is going on. The issue... This is more of an issue with Star Rail, but to a lesser extent with an issue with Genshin as well. But one of the big problems with Mihoyo's storytelling in both these games is that a lot of their plot hinges on shit that we either don't give a shit about or we just haven't seen unfold ourselves. Right? Like, supposedly, Star Rail's story, the bulk of it, like a lot of the lore is like it has to do with like all the Aeons and shit and what they did and what happened in the past, blah blah blah. But like, bro, we don't even see any of the fucking Aeons outside of like simulated universe and its variants, right? Its variant game modes. So like, what the fuck do we care about Aeons for? I certainly don't give a shit about them. Cause they never show up in the fucking story proper. They're only ever fucking mentioned in passing. Well, yeah, that one time Akavili used to be the god of the Trailblaze or whatever. Well, guess what? I don't give a shit about them because we never fucking see them. So why the fuck do you expect me to care about Akavili's ass when we've literally never never even seen them? Because, like, at least with Genshin, right, in the beginning when we started getting quests that dealt with, like, say, you know, the whole Kanria thing, right, in the beginning it felt like, yeah, okay, like, Kanria, like, what the fuck is that exactly? But at least with Genshin, over time, we started getting more Archon quests and shit like that, where it's like, oh yeah, like, we start learning more about Kanria, and, like, yeah, Kea is apparently, like, a descendant of Kanria or whatever. We also have Dainsleif running around doing God knows what, right? We had that whole thing with Karabert or whatever his fucking name was. So like, even if we've never seen Kanria itself, or like we'd never really gotten any flashbacks like kind of depicting what Kanria was like back when it was still around, even if we don't get those things, at the very least Genshin has given us a reason to start caring about Kanria. But like, can't really say the same about Star Rail. I mean, maybe eventually they'll like actually depict like the Aeons properly, so we actually start giving a shit about them. But like, my point is that a whole bunch of Genshin and Hoyoverse, Hoyoverse in general, but specifically Genshin and Star Rail storytelling relies on this like overarching plotline that they never really like bother tying into the main storyline. So it's like, why the fuck do we care? Yeah, exactly. Why the fuck are we like? Why the fuck is the story referencing them so much when they're not even doing anything right now? Yeah, like why focus on them so much when they're not even that relevant right now? Ugh. Aeon's like maybe endgame stuff. I mean, fuck, man, I would fucking hope so, given how much they talk about them and they never fucking show up. They're used for world/universe building. Yeah, but the issue is that, you know, obviously you may know this already, but obviously the issue with that is that if like lore building and world building, like you have to do it a specific way, as in if you want to do like a good job of lore building or like world building, you can't just shove it down players' throats in like the main story, unless, right? There's like something going on where yes, the lore building and the world building like actually has a direct relation to what the fuck is going on right now. Because if it doesn't, then like the whole world building or universe building in Star Rail's case / lore building, like those things are best relegated to like side pieces of content, right? Oh, you pick up a collectible and you know it tells you, oh, so and so happened, so and this is how it was back then. Like that's okay because that's just like side shit, right? So it's up to you whether or not you want to engage like with that like sort of side piece of lore or whatever, if you're really interested in that, right? If you want to spend your own time looking that shit up, then sure, go ahead. Right? The game ain't gonna force you anything, or at least it shouldn't. Hey, thanks for hanging out, 420 Blaze It. And yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. And we'll catch you next time. Have a good one. Doesn't help that all the lore is tied to like game modes and like SU. Yeah, exactly. And like when you're playing through those game modes, most of us anyway, don't really care about reading shit. We just want to play the fucking game mode. Yeah. So yeah, that was kind of like they didn't really think that one through. All Star Rail lore is basically hidden. It's either that or MiHoYo just doesn't do a good job of tying in the overarching lore with like the actual story going on. Yeah. Like I mentioned this before, but another big problem with like Star Rail's story is that the main crew, like I want to care about the main crew, but so far they haven't really done anything of much substance. Not to mention, like, I still don't really understand what the whole point of the Astral Express is. Like, are they supposed to like travel the cosmos solving problems or whatever? Or did they have like some like greater overarching goal that they're working towards? Because I'm pretty sure my chat, I've asked this question before to my chat before, and my chat answered that like yes, technically they do have like some overarching grand goal that they are working towards, but it's like it's so ethereal that we don't even know really what it's about. Like we kinda have like some sort of like grand goal that we're working towards, but like it's not really very well detailed. So it's like it's very hard for Star Rail players to really care about the Astral Express as a whole, because we don't know what the fuck like they're trying to work, like the end game goal that they're working towards. Like, why are we running around these different planets trying to solve their problems or whatever, right? Why, what the fuck do we need to do that shit? It's like FGO early days pre-London. I would disagree. I mean, if you're gonna bring up FGO of all games, because at least with FGO, we know right off the bat why we're going around to solving all these singularities. Because we're part of an organization that's supposed to protect the future of humanity, or whatever the fuck. Right? And we've identified that, hey, there are these like things called singularities that we gotta race shift to and like resolve the issues going on there, so that way, you know, the singularities don't like blow up into something even worse. Right, and they start affecting the real, proper human history timeline. Right? So no, I would disagree. Ever since the beginning, FGO's story is very clear about what our objective is, why we're doing the shit that we're doing, and so on and so forth. So no, even pre-London, we knew what was going on. It's just that, you know, the stories themselves weren't that good. Not until Camelot, anyway. Nikkei's world building is unironically pretty good. I mean, to be honest with you, like MiHoYo, like I can't imagine how difficult lore building is is for a game like Star Rail. Because with Nikkei's whole plot is about like how, oh yeah, humanity got invaded, like the planet Earth got invaded by these robotic aliens or whatever, and we got massively fucked, and so humanity was forced to retreat underground or whatever, and we developed this technology that you know we can develop this technology that we can use to build ourselves like these hot anime android waifus or whatever, who are basically super soldiers, who can actually properly fight the raptures above ground or whatever, right? Like a story like that, even if it's very like futuristic and very like out there, even for a story like that, it's a lot easier to build lore and world build in general because, well, first of all, we're on planet Earth, right? We know a lot about our own planet, and so therefore we can theorizing what happens when shit hits the fan is a lot easier, as opposed to Star Rail, where it's like, well, shit, man, Mihoyo has to make up all these fucking weird ass planets, right? All these planets that we have no idea what they're about, right? There's very little in Star Rail that really anchors the player down to like some sort of like believable point of reference, you know? Again, because at least with Genshin, right, Tevat's kind of loosely based on, planet Earth, right? So it's like, okay, yeah, we can kind of like relate to the characters in Genshin at least. But in Star Rail, who the fuck knows? 9% done? Okay, so we're almost done, sure. Thanks for letting me know. Nanook is supposed to be like endgame, and some people want Daniel to use the abacus there. Yeah, I have no idea what you just said. Like, I think I kind of know who Nanook is. But like, Daniel use the abacus? What the fuck? Yeah, fuck if I know what's going on, dude.
それは難しいんじゃないかな。時間は限られてるし、彼女はすぐ変装しちゃうから、それに捕まえられたとしても素直に従うはずないよ。
Nikkei's story is unironically pretty interesting, but people think you're just coping for it because of huge ass and boo. But yeah, I've heard that Nikkei's story is actually pretty good, or it's actually better than you might expect. The event stories are definitely very good. A lot of them, anyway. But yeah, no. Apparently, I've heard that Nikkei's main storyline is actually, surprisingly better than you'd expect.
実は全く方法がないわけでもないの。
Maybe 85% considering the yapping. It's Star Rail, there's always gonna be yapping. Oh, is Firefly gonna like sacrifice herself here or something?
もう知ってるかもしれないけど、私は生まれつき夢を見られないの。夢に入る時も性格ハンターの特別な手段を使ってる。そのおかげで私には他の夢追い人にはできないことができるんだ。奥室の重圧が与える苦痛に耐えることができれば、美しい夢の外にある原始の記憶域に潜り込める。そうすれば貴重赤号に
Let me elaborate. Nanook is the final enemy they said in the posts, and people want to save Daniel's abacus to call in the whole fleet. Oh, right, because Daniel has that whole one-time call in the fleet, call in the fucking fleet thing that we saw him use in the fake timeline of Penacony. What about you, though?
心配しないで。ファイアフライの走行ならカウントダウンが終わるまでに私をその場所に運べるはずだから。それどころか無事に戻ってくることだってできるかも。今のところ これが最善かつ最も合理的な選択肢なの。だってこの長い物語の最後はハッピーエンドになるはずだから。いい言葉を教えてあげる。いわゆる不可能と呼ばれるものはまだ訪れていないだけのことだ。ヨミさんから教えてもらったんだ。今ありえないことがたくさん起こってるけど、そういうのって本当にありえないことなのかな。私はね、ただそのありえないが否定される瞬間がまだ来てないだけだと思うんだ。文字通りの終わりだろうと、死のような苦痛だろうと、危険極まりない死だろうと、定められた終点に着くまでそれらに違いはない。だから私はまだたくさんの選択ができる。それに私も信じてるの。私たちが選択をした瞬間、心の中ではもう結果が決まってるんだ。
Also, why are there so many why are there so many fucking missing like periods?
私たちが運命を作るんだよ。
Why is there so much missing punctuation?
請求列車と性格ハンターは光と影、異なる道を行き絡み合い、一緒に進んで成長する。終わりが決まっていてもそれは今じゃない。ちょっと順調すぎるのでカウントダウンを早めます。火に向かって飛ぶホタルのように人生は短い。
Also, why do they spell fireflies like that?
もし答えが出てるなら絶対に悔いを残さないで。私たちにはその権利があるでしょ。
I haven't heard this Robin song before. Yeah, new Robin song, I assume. Also, why is it so fucking loud? Hey, look, it's this bitch.
この夢の地では全てが許され、全てが可能になる。私たちはそれぞれの目的を持ってここに来て、思わぬ方法でそれを実現した。その結末が甘美であれ、幻であれ、苦い現実的なものであれ、それは私たちが望んだ答え。人はなぜ眠ることを選ぶのか。私はね、君の言う通り、いずれ夢から覚めるためだと思う。
Daniel would use the abacus jade if Trailblazer did so much as bump their toe against the table. Probably true. Disney ass ending. At least Disney endings make sense. Like, what the fuck was the whole point of that anyway? Everything was kind of making sense all the way up until the whole bomb thing. The fuck was the whole point of the bomb shit?
ミハイルは毎年ここに2つの花束を置いていたそうだ。そして彼がいなくなった後、それは3つになった。
Boothill slowly pulling a gun on or his gun on Argentia is always funny. Shit, I missed it. Fuck.
望んでいた通り、今ピノコニーの長い夜は明けた。ゼントは必ずしも順風満帆ではないかもしれないが。
They'll explain it after the whole epilogue. Spoilers. Do I need to start banning some people?
ピエールナ、これでもう帰れるだろう。未来の七死人も次の目的地に向かう準備ができているよ
うだ。でも出発する前にまだ最後の仕事が残っているわ。
What Who do we want to say goodbye to? Goodbye to Akron, 'cause she's actually here.
光栄だな。これまでにも私は多くの別れを経験してきたが、今回こうしてあなたたちと笑顔で別れることができて嬉しい。だが出発する前に過去の七死人にいろいろと言いたいことがあるんじゃないか。死者の物語に完璧なピリオドを打つことは何よりの慰めになる。彼らはここにいる。さあ、行くといい。
What do you gotta say?
物語に完璧なピリオドを打つことは何よりの慰めになる。彼らはここにいる。さあ、行くといい。
I have to go all the way up there to the fucking old man? Shit, bro.
最初に車掌さんからのお願いを聞いたときは正直びっくりしたんだよね。七死人は開拓の人間でいいことをしても名を残さない。時間だってかなり経ってるし、こんな広いピノコニーでどうやって3人の行方を突き止めればいいんだろうって思ってた。
Sparkle acting as a wingman? Of course, that was the point for real, for real. Shit, man.
ないんだなって思ってるよ。
歴史は死者の名を残さないかもしれない。
Why? Of course. Why didn't I think of that?
彼らの足跡を見届けている。長い夜に訪れる最初の光は往々にして何も照らすことができない。それが一瞬で消えてしまうのに対して夜はあまりにも長いからな。だがそれによって人々は知ることになる。夜空にいつも光るものがあったとしたら、星が一つ落ちた後には無数の流星が空を横切ることになると。
We still have this fucking drink?
ラザリナ・ジェーン・エスデラ。
Well, I suppose food and drink don't exactly go bad in a fucking dream
二度
world.
と沈黙しない歴史、ほとばしる情熱と勇気、そして星々への旅路に敬意を表して。
Alright, let's go talk to the old man. Oh, we gotta go talk to Gallagher first.
これがギャラガーが私たちに残した最後の謎みたいね。結局私たちはギャラガーの正体を知らないばかりか、彼が生きている人間かどうかすら判断できなかった。
なんていうか、あのおじさんさすが虚構歴史学者って感じだよね。そういえばあの人フィルムランドで自分は13歳だって言ってたけど、もしかして別の意味があったりするのかな。でも全部謎で説明するのは少なくともうちらがピノコニーで一緒に過ごした時間とこの土地に対するあの人の忠誠と愛情もきっと本物だよね。ギャラガーと眠れるハウンド、宴への招待状、すべての嘘、それから唯一の真実に敬意を表して、また会うことがあったら今度はあんまり謎めいたこと言わないでよね。
Alright, and then the old man. Assuming his body's still there. Oh, we gotta say bye to Micah first.
あ んたたちもうピノコニーを離れるのか？
すまないな、ミカさん。別れを言いに来るのが遅くなって。
何言ってんだ。あんたたちは時計屋のために多くのことをしてくれた。ろくな礼はできないが、せめてドリームリーフを代表して七死人一行に一杯捧げさせてくれ。
ドリームリーフの人々はこれからどうなる？
多分ここに残るだろう。目を覚ましていることに慣れてる人が目を閉じて暗闇の中で生きていくのは難しいからな。秩序が消えた後、誰かがこの原始の記憶域を見守る必要がある。ピノコニーの夜は長く、まだ全員が安心して眠れるような状況じゃない。向こうの美しい夢についてはあれがなくても俺たちは今まで生きてきた。そうだろ？
ミカさんとドリームリーフの住民たち、長い夢の森人。
Stock animation。
忍耐の歳月、数々の悲しい夜、そしていつか訪れる夜明けに敬意を表して。
Oh, that's funny. We can change Micah's fucking emotions. Hey, old man, you're still here. Mm.
結局またここに戻ってきたわね。この開拓の旅はあんたとドアボーイの出会いから始まって、途中いろいろなことがあって、また最初のスタート地点に戻ってきた。まるで時計の針が何度回っても一日の始まりと終わりがいつも前に進む12時になるかのように。多くを語る必要はないわね。この物語はあんたから始まったんだから、あんたで終わるべきだわ。そして次のページをめくりましょう。ラグウォーク・シャール・ミハイル、夢の地の時計屋、請求列車の七死人、ピノコニーの過去、現在、未来、そして死ぬまで変わらない夢に敬意を表して。
これでうちらの七死人としての使命は終わりだよね。
The Boothill bit if you want to rewatch it. Okay.
人々に
Thanks,
方向を
Warwick.
示すことができるが、世界の運命は最終的にそこに住む人たちに委ねるべきだからな。
きっとミハイルはこの日を見届けたかったんだろうな。
みつきちゃん、どうかした？
ちょっと変な感じがするだけ。これまでも似たような感じがしたことはあったんだけど、今回は少し強い気がする。
言ってみろ。もしかしたらみんなも同じことを考えているかもしれない。
つい考えちゃうの。ミハイルもティエルナンもラザニナも長い人生の中でたくさんの物語を経験してきたんだなって。3人にも若かった時があって、うちらみたいにぶつかり合ったり騒ぎ合ったりしてたんだよね。仲間、ライバル、旅、冒険、悲しい思い出、楽しい思い出、うちらが慣れ親しんでる毎日を同じように経験してる。でもそれも全部過去のことなんだよね。
You're awfully sentimental today. MC and our artistic ass.
珍しく真剣になってるんだから少しは合わせてくれたっていいじゃん。
No, we're autistic.
例えばだけど、本を読んでる時 登場人物が次々と困難にあって最後の後悔でいっぱいの結末を迎えたら複雑な気持ちにならない？うちらは登場人物たちの人生の細かいとこまで見てるからその人たちのことを特別だと思っちゃうんだよね。だから現実的じゃなくても合理的じゃなくても結末が訪れるとしたらそれはハッピーエンドであってほしいの。でももし彼らがそれとうちらがそんなに特別じゃなかったとしたら、ミハイルがこの椅子に座って毎日毎日請求列車が来るのを待ってた時、あの人は何を思ってたのかな。あの人が人生の最後に自分は後悔してないってきっぱり言えたんだとしたら、今うちらの心にあるこの後悔は一体何なの？
そうね、私たちはみんなその問いの答えを探しているんじゃないかしら。銀河は広く生命は小さい。開拓の足跡は止まることはないけど、宇宙という尺度で見れば普通の人は一生をかけてもわずかな距離しか進めない。でもそんな短い道のりがつながり合うことで無数の世界を結びつけることができるの。宇宙はレールに枕木を残した人たちのことを覚えてないかもしれないけど、私たちは覚えてるでしょ。私たちが覚えている限り彼らの物語は終わらないわ。ミハイルが私たちに残したものはこの問いに対する彼の答えなの。それは完璧ではないかもしれないけど、激動の人生を送った過去の七死人が人生の最後に心からの笑顔になれるものなのよ。一方でその意味は後に続く私たちが解釈することになるんだけどね。
重要なのは答えじゃなくて他の人の答えからうちらが何を得られるかってこと？
ええ、それが開拓よ。
ごめんね、なんか重い雰囲気にしちゃって。ほらタンコ、なんか寒いジョークでも言って空気を和らげて。
No dad jokes for you today.
今から先のことを考えるのは決して悪いことじゃない。いつかは俺たちも別れに向き合うことになるだろうからな。
だがそれまでは長い道のりを共に歩んでいくことになる。
そうね。そして今一番大事なのはピノコニーでの体験を車掌に伝えることよ。それから準備を整えて開拓の次の目的地に出発しましょう。
Daily reset.
そろそろ列車に戻らないと。でもその前にヨミと最後のお別れをしてこようかな。
Holy fucking mother a yap.
ピノコニーに来たばかりの頃のことを覚えているか？あの時は私たちの旅がこんな形で交錯することになるとは誰も思っていなかった。いや、旅の目的からしてこの広大な銀河で私たちが再び交わることは
Account breaking in progress. I believe you're confusing me with Pocket Chalk.
私の刀は運命を断ち切れるほどに鋭い。お互いに旅に出た時の初心を
In Genshin, you can do events even if it's story locked.
いつか再会できる日は来るはず。
Yeah, I wonder why Star Rail doesn't have that going for it too. Hey, Yuki loves sunsets. Welcome back, man.
そういえばまだちゃんと自己紹介もしていなかった。
How do you do 2.2 events if you didn't finish 2.2 story yet last patch? Yeah, you don't. You can go fuck yourself. I think the justification for Star Rail doing this shit is because I believe technically all limited time events do enter like the event archive or whatever it's called. So even if you miss the original run of the event, you can always go back and actually play the event itself still. And you can get some of the rewards, but you're not going to get all of it, is the problem. So I think that would be like the intended answer, but it's still really fucking stupid. Only some are? Then yeah, that's even worse then. If it's not all the limited time events, if it's only just some of them, then yeah, that's even fucking worse. The dark web. The dark internet. Did you get Clay, or are you saving for summer? I'm saving for summer. Like if Clay was actually like a meta unit that I would consider, then I would consider rolling for her, but it doesn't seem like she is. She seems to be on the same tier as Bei, and Bei wasn't really that good to begin with, so yeah, no, I'm not gonna roll for Clay. Just saving for summer. I've been seeing some leaks about Nikkei summer content, and it's looking pretty spicy. So yeah, I think it's a better idea just to save. I believe Maiden is getting a skin, and then I think I saw some leaks about Red Hood getting a summer variant of some kind. We'll have to see. If Z3 wants to outperform HSR, they may have to give 20 free rolls each patch. Maybe. We'll see what they end up doing. Wake up, bro, you're dreaming. I wonder what this, the upwards arrow means.
私がどんな人間かよりも私たちが共に何をしたかの方が重要だ。今回の物語を胸に刻んでおこう。私たちにはそれぞれ歩むべき道がある。旅だと次に会う時は空が晴れているといいな。
Are we fucking done now? Do we have to go to the map? Yeah, it seems like it. Is Pom Pom bummed out that we need to cut off his tail? Yeah, he does have a tail. More lore in the first answer. Account break. Did he see the secret ending? Yeah, as if secret endings actually have any meaning in this game. Also, it's 2 a.m. where I am, so fuck the secret ending. I just want to go to sleep. And if it's really that important, nothing that YouTube can't fix.
パムがこんなに悲しんでるとこ初めて見た。
俺は泣いてなどおらん。
So what the fuck is Pom Pom's problem right now?
死んでなんかおらんぞ。俺はただ怒っとるだけじゃ。そう怒っておるのじゃ。いつも列車がどこかに停車するたびバカ騒ぎしよって。俺が予定した発車時刻など誰も守ろうとせん。このままでは列車の燃料が尽きてしまうぞ。そう俺は怒っとるだけじゃ。ミーシャ
Oh, he's sad that all the other nameless are fucking dead. How old is Pom Pom? Jesus. He's not exactly human, so.
大丈夫。泣きたいだけ泣きなさい、パム。みんな、隣の車両で少し休んでいてもらえる？心配しないで。パムには私がついてるから。
でも。
行こう、ミツキ。
He acts like he's 5. I mean, again, he's not exactly human, so, you know, Pom Pom's physiology is a fucking mystery.
大丈夫。
Still sad though, because all his friends are fucking dead. Hey Bubbles, how's it going, man? Oh yeah, it doesn't like the nose tug. I don't think it likes a butt pat. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
パムがあんな反応するなんて。
パムにとってあの3人の七死人はとても大切な仲間だったんだろうな。
パムがいつから列車に乗っているのかは誰も知らないが、これまでの長い旅で俺たち
Just
に
never
想像もでき
questioned.
ないほど多くの
I'm sure people have questioned it, but it's like
あんな風に声を上げて泣けるのは
all we can really do is just shrug our shoulders and be like, yeah, who fucking knows?
今でもパムが列車に乗った七死人たちのこと、そして彼らと共に過ごした時間をとても大切にしている証拠だからな。慰めるのは姫子に任せよう。この列車で彼女ほど人を導くのが上手い人はいない。
The humans in the Star Rail verse have wildly different lifespans. I mean, some of them do, but like the ones we know that have lived for a long time are like the people from the fucking space station. I don't know if the trailblazers that or the nameless that Pom Pom knew had access to that sort of technology. So.
さっきのパムは感情的になっていたが、その言葉
It's only in Luofu. No, in the space station too, because remember, some people on the space station have figured out how to reverse their aging.
予定よりも長く停車するようになった。誰一人としてかけさせないために、パムは何度も跳躍のスケジュールを延期せざるを得なかったんだ。
なるほど。だからパムはいつも廊下を不安そうに。
Or it's either that, or they figured out how to put themselves into, like, you know, dolls like Herta did.
一般的な乗り物と違って、請求列車は
So they can
開
keep
拓を行
living.
うたびに それを運行のエネルギーに変換する。理想的な状況なら開拓の旅が途切れない限り、列車は絶えず動力を得て永久期間のように進み続けることができるんだ。だがこれまでのこともあって燃料の消費ペースが想定を上回っている。このままだとあと2回の跳躍が限界だろう。
What the fuck does this Astro Express use as fuel again? Ever since we joined, the Express has stayed longer than anticipated at every stop along the way. Oh, so it's our fault now. I mean, we are autistic as fuck, so. And to ensure that everyone always makes it back on board, Pom Pom has had no choice but to delay the warp jump schedule. Blah blah blah. Different from typical vehicles, Astral Express converts every trailblaze into energy it needs to run. Ideally, as long as Trailblaze expeditions continue without interruption, the Express will receive a constant flow of energy, much like a perpetual motion machine. Where are they getting the energy from exactly, though? What, just because we go around doing good shit? Oh, so the Astral Express runs off of good boy energy? The fuck? This sounds as bogus as fucking e-girls selling fucking gamer bathwater.
2回それってかなりやばくない？また宇宙を漂う氷に戻るなんて嫌だよ。そう言われるとそこまで悲惨じゃない。
Oh, she actually kind of like that. Surprising.
また宇宙を漂う美少女氷に戻るなんて嫌だよ。
つまり次の目的地を選ぶときはその点も考慮しなければならないというわけだな。
ああ、製図を確認したが、比較的近くにある世界は海洋惑星ルサカとアゲートの世界。
Hey Jelter, how's it going, man? Just came to stop by and say hi, but good night, Mr. Drew. Hey, good night to you too, man. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Oh, there's Black Swan. I think it's her anyway. Yeah, there she is. Yeah, because Black Swan has already said she's come along for the ride. Maybe some of the Akavili bullshit that still remains. Black Swan rizzling up March 7th. Also, what about Boothill? Wasn't Boothill supposed to be here with us too? Or was that Acheron who was hanging out at the Astral Express for a little bit?
協力関係を築けるかどうか見極めたかったのだけど、今の
Only in fake, I see. So yeah, what the fuck is Black Swan doing here then?
あなたたちにとって救いの手になるかもしれない。
言いたいことがあるならはっきり言ったらどうだ。
Boothill is still looking for Mr. Diamond so that he can assassinate him.
普及の光栄、本当に魅力的な竜ね。特にその曖昧で
She just so happens to overhear. How convenient.
本題に入りましょう。請求列車が今エンジンに動力を補充するために特別な開拓の旅をしなければならないのなら、考えたことはある？この旅の目的地はあの名高いアキビリですら到達したことのない世界かもしれないと。あなたたちが宇宙に新たなレールを敷くことができれば、列車は二度とエネルギーの心配をしなくてよくなるでしょう。
Infinite energy.
アキビリですら行ったことない世界を開拓する。そんなこと本当に。
What do you mean redeem Penacony? Oh, I think Penacony's story is painfully mid.
その目的地というのは 一体どんな世界なんだ？
I don't think Penacony's story is that good.
宇宙の大多数の人が存在を知らない。
Like some parts of it were clearly better than others, but for the most part, most of Penacony's story has been.
三重の運命によって縛られ、運命を予測。
I don't want to say it's been terrible or that it's awful, but could have been better. Especially given how much hype that Mihoyo, or how much effort Mihoyo put into hyping up Penacony. Like, I would have expected. Oh, here's Sunday. I would have expected their story to actually be better than it was. But unfortunately, that's not how it turned out. Also, the fuck is going on here? Wasn't expecting it to be you. Oh, is Jade supposed to be like Sunday's like interrogator or something? Don't you know any Century Post families built how hard it is to get you out of here? Oh, is Jade jailbreaking Sunday out of here? I like how Sunday's still in his regular clothes.
あるいは徹底的な死刑。私の末路はあなた次第です。レディー翡翠。なぜ今になって死にゆく者に口を開く機会を与えるような素振りを見せるのですか？
祭壇から転げ落ちてもその態度は変わらないのね。あなたの元気な姿を見られて嬉しいわ。
そのような謎めいた言葉で私の尊厳を傷つけるのはやめていただきたい。
I think you're like 1% of the people that have that opinion. No offense. No offense taken, because what the majority of people think doesn't really insult me in the slightest. Because here's my honest opinion of Star Rail players, or just Hoyoverse players in general. They have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to Gacha. So, am I surprised that most people who play Star Rail have a batshit bad opinion of the story, or like an incorrect opinion of the story? No, not really. Like, I'm not surprised that most people think that Star Rail's story is actually good. Because, unfortunately for them, or perhaps unfortunately for me, I know a little bit too much about gacha games to know that Star Rail's story is not all that. The only reason why people think Star Rail's story is actually good is because they don't know any better. But you know, that's just most people. So do I blame them for having that opinion? No. Therefore, I'm not insulted by it. I don't mind that I may be one of the 1% of people who have the kind of opinion that I do. Do I care? No, not really.
誰もが平和を享受できる真の楽園を築く。これがあなたたち兄弟の約束だったわよね。その約束を果たせる。
Because take this for what you will. You may take what I'm about to say as like arrogant or like boastful or something like that, but all I'm trying to do here is be perfectly real with you. I think that my opinion of Star Rail, or just gachas in general, is way more informed than most people who play Star Rail or just Hoyoverse gachas in general. So yes, I don't think Star Rail's story is all that good, and I can explain to you why. I don't know if you're willing to sit here and listen to me explain why I think Star Rail's story is not that good. If you don't want to, that's fine. But you know, if I have to wage a war against every other Star Rail player in order to tell them that Star Rail's story is actually kind of shit, then sure. fought harder wars than that. So I say bring it on.
これがとても重い質問だということは分かっているから、すぐに答える必要はないわ。行きなさい。あなたは自由よ。己の本分を超えようとした神に選ばれし者。その翼を折り、属性を訪れ、大地を歩き、この世界の真の姿を見てくるの。
I do not insult my pride with half-veiled sarcasm. Maybe you specifically come to see me just to sate your vile vanity. Of course not, merely came to fulfill your younger sister's wishes, to offer you a generous trade. That is, if you're willing to accept. Robin. To build a true haven where everyone can attain peace. That's the oath between you siblings, isn't it? If I told you there was still a chance to realize this vow, would you be willing to talk to me then? I recognize the gravity of the question, which is why you don't have to answer me right now. Go, you are free. No chosen one who dared to exceed his bounds. Sever your wings, descend to the mortal realm, walk their land, see what this world is truly like.
あなたたちの慈悲などいりません。
言ったでしょ？これは取引だって。それに今すぐ答える必要はない。収穫は一夜にして得られるものではないもの。私が一番得意なのは待つことなの。夜は長く、美しい夢はまだ続いている。ゆっくり考える時間はあるわ。あ、最後にもう一つ言葉を送ってあげる。経験者からの忠告としてね。人生は辛く短い。
Or advice for you before we part ways. A word of warning from someone who's been in your shoes before.
好奇を失することなかれ。
Okay, finally we're done. Okay. Back out we go. You like to hear from a different perspective from you on what's exactly so bad about it? Sure. I may go on for like an hour. Unfortunately, I'm not the type of person who really can put his thoughts into concise words very easily, but I'll try. It's already late, so I don't want to keep you. I don't want to stick around for too long. It's already what, like 2:30 right now my time, so I also want to take a shower because it's been hot lately. Look at the message for the explanation from Sparkle. Maybe later. First things first, we have to lay the groundwork. I don't like MiHoYo's whole insistence on a 3D style of storytelling. What I mean by that is that obviously both Genshin, this applies to Genshin as well, but both Genshin and Star Rail use 3D models, right? Because both these games are, I suppose they're technically open world 3D games where you control your character and you run around, you physically run around and stuff, right? So because of that, MiHoYo has to convey their story using 3D models and stock 3D animations. They can't hand animate everything. It would be lovely if they were able to somehow animate everything, right? Because in both Star Rail and Genshin, there are parts of the story where you have custom animated scenes, right? And they're obviously amazing when you do see them, when they do show up. But that's not all the time. In fact, those kinds of scenes they only really show up in parts of each like major story chapter. And obviously for like character side quests and like side quests in general, you don't get any of that sort of thing. I mean, I think maybe some side quests do get like custom animated scenes, but it's not a lot, obviously. So the reason why I think that's a big problem is because it's just not very expressive, man. I care mostly, when I look at a story, I care most about the characters themselves and their interactions with other characters, and obviously their roles in like the overarching storyline. I don't really, honestly, I don't really give a shit for like story, like whatever a story's overarching plot line is, because for a lot of these gacha games, it's not just Star Rail, but for a lot of these gacha games, the easy way to make storylines is like make some grand fucking overarching storyline where you're the fucking good guy and you run around doing good guy things. It's so fucking boring. It's so overused. But then again, a lot of these Chinese gacha games that I play, they don't really have a choice but to do that sort of thing because that's how it is. I could get into the whole socio-political part of Chinese gacha games, but I think that's a point for another time, so I won't bore you with that. Just know that a lot of gacha games out there, right? The whole overarching plot line is the whole fucking, you know, oh, you're the good guy and you have to go around doing good guy things. And why are you doing the good guy things? Well, I don't fucking know. At least not in Star Rail. At least in Genshin, we kind of know why we're there, because we're there looking for our lost twin, right? And we get all tangled up in the whole Conria thing, because it turns out, oh yeah, like when we got separated, our other twin sibling ended up being like the fucking, I don't know, the leader of the Abyss or whatever the fuck. So I was like, oh okay, well now there's a serious problem. So it kind of makes it interesting, right? Because like, okay, so how do we resolve this issue? Because not only are we looking for them, but also we need to figure out like how to, you know, make them not evil, I guess, or like at least figure out what the fuck happened to them while we were away, while they were here in Genshin or in Teyvat for like the first 500 years before we showed up. We showed up ourselves, but in Star Rail, there's not really anything like that. Like, maybe it's explained in the story somewhere that, oh yeah, there's a reason why we're doing this, but like, as far as I'm aware, there's not really a concrete reason why we're going around doing Trailblaze shit. Like, oh, we're just bouncing around from planet to planet being the good guy? Like, what the fuck? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but like, it'd be nice if we knew exactly why we were doing this shit. What, like, are we trying to revive Akavili or something? Like, is there some sort of bigger, more concrete objective that we can get around? But, anyways, that's a huge fucking side tangent. What was I originally talking about? I believe the whole 3D storytelling thing. Yeah. So that shit is really boring. I remember back when Genshin first came out 4 years ago, that yeah, like because Genshin was like the first like 3D open world gacha game, though its whole 3D storytelling method was actually interesting and like unique, because you know it was simply because there was no other gacha game that ever really did that sort of thing before. So obviously it had its novelty. But then a year into Genshin, like the whole novelty of its storytelling method, or the vehicle for its storytelling, in other words, the whole 3D thing, like that kind of wore off pretty fast. Because it didn't take long for me to realize, oh, all they're doing is basically 3D models with 3D stock animations, right? And there's like a couple of like custom animated scenes sprinkled in every now and then to like depict one of the more important scenes or whatever. Like, to me, that's not very interesting. Because like half the enjoyment of the story is seeing how characters react to what the fuck is going on around them. It's one of the reasons why whenever you give like a a fucking autistic answer to March, right? She gives you that fucking face, right? Like, that's one of the more entertaining parts of the story, and all it is just March looking at you like you're a fucking idiot. Like, those sorts of interactions, like the small things, are what make the story magical. Or that those are what give stories, like, that's what makes stories, like, so compelling. Or at least they're part of the reason. They're part of the reason. You just don't get that in Star Rail or Genshin, though, for the most part, because it's all fucking stock animations, bro. Like, unless MiHoYo decides to expand their stock animation libraries by God knows how much. Right? So they can properly, like, customize how characters react to shit, right? And you see how they're reacting to stuff that happens around them. Like, that's just not gonna happen. So that's kind of like the foundation, one of the foundations for why, you know, like, going into my whole argument about my whole thing about why I don't think Penacony's story is that good. So, with that in the background, or with that in the back of your their mind, let's actually talk about Penacony's story proper. Well, I suppose there's another, like, groundwork thing, like another foundation issue that I could talk about, but I can bring it up later. Whenever it's when it's appropriate. The single biggest issue I have with Penacony is the pacing. Shit happens too fast, way too fucking fast. This is the biggest problem, or it's the worst. It's at its worst during 2.0. I think the pacing gets a little bit better in 2.1 and 2.2. But in 2.0, shit happens way too fast, way too quickly. If I were directing Penacony, if I were directing Penacony, I would fucking rewrite a lot of that a lot of the shit that happens. But assuming that I couldn't change anything proper, right? I couldn't change any of the actual important plot points. I would have split 2.0 into 2 parts. 2.0, and then I would have made Penacony's the main part of Penacony's story, what we know as currently 2.0 to 2.2. I would have given it another part. So basically, I would have made the main part of the story run from 2.0 to 2.3. And then the epilogue we get here in 2.3, I would have put it in 2.4. So I would have given the main part of Penacony's story, right, the main chapters, I would expand it by 1 or 2 more chapters. Because again, shit just happens way too quick, way too fucking fast. Like, there's not really a lot of time for you to digest what's really kind of going on. Not to mention, there's a few points there's a few like subplots in Penacony where they could have really used some more time, in the oven. Like, they should have been given more time, like, being elaborated on. Robin's involvement in the story is one of them, but I'll get to that. I may get to that later if I remember. Because right now we're talking about the beginning of Penacony, or 2.0 at least. Excuse me. The main reason I think that the pacing in 2.0 was off is the main reason because of Firefly. Because it is painfully obvious that Firefly is written to be like the character of Penacony. Right? Like, it's so fucking obvious that she was written specifically to be like the waifu character. Which, that's not a problem, right? Having a character who, like, like the players can really relate to, or like really, really like, that's not a bad thing in and of itself. Because having a character like that really it really helps invest you into the story, especially if it's like a waifu character. Right? Right? White. So in my opinion, people would like Firefly a hell of a lot more, if we got like 2 whole chapters to really get to know her. Right? Instead of, oh, she shows up in 2.0 and oh, she dies in the same fucking chapter, or, you know, quote unquote dies in the same fucking chapter. Right? Going a little bit deeper into the whole Firefly pacing issue. Like, I really didn't like it how Firefly just kind of spills the beans about herself to you like halfway into 2.0. Like, I think that was a little bit too rushed. Like, the fuck, right? Like, it's one thing for Firefly to latch on to you immediately when you meet her for the first time. Like, that's passable. Like, that's fine. There's not really from a writing's perspective, like there's nothing like terribly wrong with that. I would have appreciated a little bit more of an organic introduction to her. Because the way the game introduces you to Firefly is a little bit forced, but again, that's not like the biggest deal. However, given what we knew about Firefly at the time, or what she kind of seemed like, you know, how she's supposed to be like this, you know, shy girl, at least at what we knew of her at the time, right? And clearly she's got a lot of secrets, right? Like, I didn't really agree with Firefly fucking spilling the beans about herself, like, all of a sudden, like, again, halfway through 2.0 when you meet, you know, the two of you fucking talk on top of the rooftop or whatever, in her, you know, quote-unquote secret base or whatever the fuck, right? I feel like, you know, they should have given her some more screen time, some more time for you to hang out with Firefly to really get to know her, and then once you two have spent enough time together, then it would have made more sense for Firefly to start talking about herself and tell you about what the fuck's wrong with her and what she's trying to do. Right? Because like revealing to people that you have this fucking time cancer thing, that's kind of serious, right? Like, you don't just tell that to just some random trash motherfucker that you just meet her off the street. Because, like, how does Firefly know you're a big deal? Maybe she heard about you because you're like the trailblazer or something? Maybe. I guess I would believe that. But even then, it's like, well, like, you haven't even been like the trailblazer for that long, so it's like, how I'm sure Trailblazer's reputation precedes her, but it's not like she's like a legendary fucking trailblazer where everybody fucking knows her, right? It's not a fucking Traveler situation in Genshin where it's like, oh, by the time you reach, like, for example, Sumeru or Fontaine, yeah, people have fucking heard of you. Like, that's understandable, right? People have heard of you fucking, you know, taking on Archons and shit and fighting dragons and shit like that, right? By the time you reach Sumeru or, I mean, hell, as early as Inazuma maybe, right? That's understandable. But Trailblazer? I guess by the time you reach Penacony, you have dealt with, what, like, technically 3 planets? It's more like 2, because Belobog and Shenzhou. But, like, in Shenzhou, what the fuck do you even do? What the fuck did we even do? Is what I want to know. At least with Belobog, it's like, okay, yeah, we kicked Kokoli's ass, and we were able to tap into the power of preservation. Yada yada yada, whatever. So, like, yeah, okay, Belobog, that's cool. But Shenzhou? What the fuck did we even do there? I don't know, you guys are gonna have to tell me on that one. Or you guys will have to inform me on that one. Maybe we did something. But, like, the second half of Shenzhou was more or less like, oh yeah, we watched Qingyun fucking snap her neck and die. And, you know, Daniel Alter comes in and, you know, he takes a trip down memory lane or some shit. And also Jinglu shows up and does something, I don't know what. What, she kicks Blade's ass for one last time and, you know, Blade just kind of has to hold that L or whatever. So like if you were to ask me, like by the time we reach Penacony, like Trailblazer's reputation is not really all that, to be honest. Like we really only had Bellabog under our belt and pretty much nothing else. Nothing else noteworthy anyway. Matter of fact, like I think the Penacony people like regard the Astral Express as a whole rather than the individual Trailblazer, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm just projecting. But in any case, back to Firefly. Yeah. So the whole thing about Firefly kind of revealing her whole problems to you, that was a little bit too fast. I didn't really like that part. Not to mention, instead of her just telling you that she has this fucking time cancer shit, I would have much preferred it if, you know, we have like recurring scenes, like maybe 2 or 3 scenes where it's like Trailblazer notices that there's something wrong with Firefly. Then again, I don't know if her time cancer shit has like visible symptoms or whatever, because it doesn't seem like Firefly is exhibiting any such symptoms. She just kind of tells us like, oh yeah, this is kind of what's wrong with me. So maybe there wasn't really a way for her to show it, maybe. But I would argue that it would have been more interesting if the writers like wrote in like some sort of like visible symptom that tips us off to like oh yeah, there's something wrong with Firefly. Like there's something very wrong with her, right? That she's trying to hide from us. So that way, by the time she does tell us, it's a lot more compelling, and we care about her condition a lot more. Because towards the end of 2.3, or towards the end here, like, do we care about Firefly's fucking time cancer bullshit? Not really. It's just like some fucking plot device. It only really comes up in 2.0 when she first mentions it, but like, is it ever a problem ever again throughout the story? Not really. Other than the whole, you know, in 2.3, oh yeah, Firefly goes up to Jade to see if she can fix it or whatever, but turns out she can't. Or whatever Jade's offering, like Firefly is not satisfied by. So it's like, okay, well, what the fuck ever then? Guess we still haven't you know, figured out what to do about that shit, I guess. But again, another side tangent. You can tell I love going on side tangents. But yeah, that was one of the major issues I had with Firefly's writing. Actually, no, it's not even just one. It is like the major issue. Because yeah, the rest of it can just be boiled down to, oh yeah, the Firefly needed more time to cook. She should have been given more screen time. Honestly, all the fucking characters should have been given more screen time, with the one exception of Aventurine. Aventurine had enough fucking screen time. Most of the other characters should have had more screen time. And maybe not Acheron. I think Acheron had enough screen time, maybe. I think I think she still needed a little bit more because she's so fucking enigmatic. Oh yeah, the whole part about her fucking murking the Annihilation Gang off screen. Like, what the fuck was the point of that? Like, Mihoyo spent a whole fucking trailer and put up a whole fucking trailer hyping up the Annihilation Gang, and it turns out, oh yeah, Acheron just fucking murked and Duke Inferno's ass off screen, basically. Okay, well, cool, I guess. So much for putting out a whole fucking trailer hyping up the entire Annihilation Gang just for Acheron to come in and fucking wreck their asses. Fucking wreck their shit. Cool. That was fucking stupid. But yeah, for like a character, Firefly that is, for a character who was written specifically to be like the waifu character of the story, she should have had more time to cook on screen. But they didn't give that to her. And like, as someone who actually likes Firefly, simply because she's basically the best character in the game in terms of like what kind of impact she has on you as the player. Because the game actually gives you a fucking reason to care about her. Because she cares about you. Like, yeah, honestly, honestly, I'm gonna say MiHoYo kind of did her fucking dirty. Like, other characters were done way dirtier, but still, Firefly didn't exactly come out of unscathed either. Especially not considering when not when you consider what kind of role she was supposed to have overall, or yeah, what kind of a role she was supposed to have in a gacha game. So yeah, that's mildly annoying. Let's talk about Sparkle a little bit. What the fuck was the point of Sparkle being a part of the story? What, she shows up, she knocks the fuck out of you and Firefly, and she sends you to like this fucking dream world or whatever. Also, by the way, it's not explained how she fucking sends the two of you down to the dreamscape, by the way. She just kind of does it. Unless there's some like fucking side note in the story somewhere that you can pick up that explains how she exactly does that, but it's like, no, you know, hand wave. Mask fool bullshit, you know. I'm motherfucking Sparkle, I get to do whatever the fuck I want, including like fucking plant bombs all over the place, apparently. Jeez, I didn't know we were playing Bomberman. We'll get to that later, too. If I remember. Like, in the beginning, sure. Sparkle's role was kind of like it seemed like her role was like building up to be something, right? Like, because the story was trying to write her to be like a sort of a more villain character, right? Given her whole like, oh yeah, she sends your ass and Firefly's ass down to the dreamscape with the meme, the death meme, whatever his name was again. And then she confronts who was it, Adventuring. Makes it clear that they're not exactly friends, right? Especially with, you know, the whole, you know, racist Sparkle allegations or whatever that went around, that did the rounds on Twitter back then, a couple months ago. But then come 2.1, she basically doesn't show up again at all. Because I think her last major appearance of the story before 2.2, because I don't know if Sparkle ever showed up in 2.1. I don't think she did. Maybe she did like she made like a few cameo appearances here and there, but I don't remember her ass showing up for 2.1 for the most part, if at all. So before 2.2, basically her last appearance was her showing up at Sunday, posing as Robin, but then Sunday sees through that shit, and he calls her ass out for it. And then boom, end of Sparkle's fucking involvement in the story. And then she comes back to fucking give, I don't know exactly when she does it, maybe it is during 2.1. But then she comes back to hand, I forget who it was, Trailblazer? I'm pretty sure it was Trailblazer, right? Comes back to hand her a fucking button. Yeah, press this shit if you want to just blow everything up or whatever. And then that shit never comes up again until literally 2.3.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, what the fuck was the point of Sparkle's whole bomb shit anyway? Like, huh? So, okay, that's weird. And so because Sparkle didn't end up doing anything, I don't like the whole Sparkle bomb thing in 2.3 either, because it feels so fucking forced. It's like, it's as if to me it feels as if MiHoYo's writers were like, oh my god, we forgot to include Sparkle. Quick, throw her into 2.3. Make her fucking plant bombs all over the ship. It's like, bro, what the fuck is up with that, man? So, oh, wait, Sparkle was just trying to be a wingman for you and Firefly. Get the fuck out of here, bro. That's such a fucking lame excuse. They could have done that shit a lot better. Like, that whole fucking bomb plot shit was completely fucking unnecessary. Like, to me, it just screams of, oh, we want to make the ending as dramatic as possible, and we want to write Firefly to have this life or death situation where she's going to try to sacrifice herself by pulling the real bomb up into the fucking stratosphere, and she explodes, and you don't know if she's going to die or not, and at the last moment, she's going to make her dramatic re-entry, and oh my god, she's actually alive, hallelujah. It's like, bro, it's so fucking forced. It's so fucking contrived, man. Holy fucking shit. So that's Sparkle. Ugh. I do appreciate that they did have the balls to show Firefly dying. I mean, yeah, Firefly's quote death was actually my single favorite scene out of Penacony, because when I watched Firefly die, that actually made me feel something, which I can't really say for the rest of Penacony. But, you know, even that feeling kind of died down real fucking quick afterwards, because then I realized, wait a minute, this is a dream world, nobody really dies here. So yeah, no, Firefly isn't exactly dead. Oh no, she's gonna come back. And, you know, sure enough, at the end of 2.1. So it's like, oh, okay. A little bit less of a gripe, a smaller gripe, I should say. I would have preferred it if they gave Misha a bigger role in, like, the first half of the story. Because, like, literally all you had to work with for Misha's role was that, oh, when you enter Penacony, you run into him because of the whole fucking, like, weird, like, dream entry thing or whatever, right? But, like, you see Misha in the beginning, and he turns up as, like, a bellboy or whatever, like a bellhop, in the beginning of 2.0 when you first enter the hotel. But afterwards, it's like he just doesn't show up again until 2.2. And then when he does show up again in 2.2, like, his role goes from fucking, like, a 0 or, like, a 1, and they fucking crank that shit up straight to 11. It's like, oh my god, Misha's actually, you know, Misha's actually the fucking watchmaker, or like some fucking younger dream form of him, or like some like figment of his imagination that was designed specifically to welcome the next incoming trailblazers, so that way they know exactly what's going on, or whatever the fuck. I forget exactly what, so I apologize for that. But you know, that was basically his role. Right? Like, personally, I would have preferred it if we saw Misha pop up a little more often to, like, remind us that, oh yeah, he's part of the story, by the way. Right? Instead of just, you know, being used solely as a fucking plot device, as a fucking Chekhov's gun, to be pulled out of the fucking ether when they fucking need him. I suppose that kind of summarizes my feelings about a lot of characters, and like how a lot of Penacony's story was written. It's like a lot of things about Penacony was just, they feel forced. It's like the writers were just kind of like you moving around fucking like plot devices as if they were like building blocks or whatever. It's like, oh, whenever it's convenient, just pull that shit from the beginning. Oh, plop it back, or plop it in the beginning, or right where we need them. Here we go. And, like, Misha's probably one of the better examples I can think of that sort of issue that I see with Penacony. So yeah, I would have appreciated Misha's role in the story more had he showed up a little bit more often throughout the story, instead of just showing up as a bellhop in 2.0 and literally that's it. Like, even if it didn't make a whole lot of sense, actually no, they can make it make sense. What the fuck am I talking about? They should have given Misha like at least a scene or two, just to remind us that, oh yeah, remember this character exists. Like, I think some people were like, oh, but if you do that, then it's going to be a dead giveaway for, because, you know, it's going to be a dead giveaway to, like, what Misha's true purpose is. If MiHoYo's writers were actually good, they would have been able to do that without giving it, without giving it completely away. But, you know, apparently MiHoYo's writers are not that good. Not as good as they should have been. Not as good as what Penacony deserved, anyway. Is there anything else I need to go over for 2.0? I'm sure there is. I'm just not remembering everything. Maybe if I were to like rewatch 2.0 Penacony again, maybe I'd be able to figure out. I'd be able to remember exactly what other problems I had with it. But that's what I got for 2.0 for now. In 2.1, the biggest elephant in the room for 2.1 would be Adventuring's story. Mainly his backstory. Giving characters like a side story, right? That's fine, right? Because it expands certain characters' is like, you know, stories, backstories and whatnot, right? Like what they did for Adventuring is a lot more than what they've done for the vast majority of characters in this game. To be fair, most characters in Star Rail don't really get whatever Adventuring got. So in that sense, Adventuring is very privileged that they decided to give MiHoYo decided to give his ass like some sort of like fleshed out backstory, if you want to even call it fleshed out to begin with. More fleshed out than most other characters, like I said. The issue with Adventuring's story is that it didn't really tie in that much into the actual story itself. Because I think all it really served, like the only purpose it served was to like explain why Adventuring is so into fucking gambling. Which, that in itself isn't a problem. It shouldn't have been a problem. But all it ended up being was, oh yeah, it just explains why it literally justifies the fact that, oh yeah, Adventuring is a fucking born gambler. He just gambles. That's his whole fucking character trait. He gambles. He gamba. His backstory would have been much more compelling if it turns out that, oh yeah, like Adventuring gambas because of some greater reason. Like maybe that greater reason is because he wants to keep the legacy of his people alive? Right? Because what was the name of his race again? Like Sigonians or whatever? Because that's their whole fucking, you know, race trait apparently, is just that they're just very lucky. Well, clearly they weren't lucky enough that they all got fucking annihilated by whoever. So, you know, so much for their fucking race trait. Like, even if all Adventuring did was just say that, yeah, I gamba because, you know, it's in the nature of our people, I want to keep that legacy alive. All he needed to do was just say that, and that would have been fine. But I don't think he ever fucking mentions that specifically. He's just kind of, you know, oh yeah, I gamba, it's fun. Alright, moving on. So it's just like, huh? Like, you showed us all that just to tell us that, oh yeah, Aventuring just gambas? And he does it for the thrill? Like, bro, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, if that's literally his whole reason, you didn't need to give us a fucking entire a fucking sob story just to tell us that. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. So all Aventuring's backstory really boils down to is MiHoYo just trying to sell Aventuring as hard as they can. Because he comes right after Akron, and they know for a fact that Akron will sell way harder than fucking Aventuring. So so to me, it kind of feels like, oh yeah, MiHoYo was probably like, okay, we gotta come up with a way to make sure our Aventuring sales look as good as they can. So they decided to give his ass a backstory, nobody else. I mean, they kind of gave Akron one, but who the fuck knows what was happening during that shit? Because I certainly don't know what the fuck happened during Akron's like flashbacks or whatever. Something path lore or whatever. Fuck if I care. Not like the game gives me any fucking reason to care about like path lore or shit like that. So yeah, I don't give a fuck about that. Also, Nightmare, hey, what's going on, man? Thanks for the 47 months, man. 47 years, Papega clap. Greatly appreciate it, man. Hopefully you're enjoying your weekend. So, Aventuring's backstory could have been handled better. Like, I appreciate the effort that they put into, like, expanding on, like, a side character's, like, lore. But, unfortunately, they kind of fumbled the execution of it. Like, the concept of it is fine. Because you see that kind of thing happen in a lot of other gacha games, too. Like, in a lot of other gacha game stories, too. Right? It's interesting learning about side characters. Right? But they didn't stick the landing, basically. Like, Aventuring's side story or his backstory was supposed to make me care more about him. No, not really. I don't really care. Like, his backstory was not what made me care more about him, to be honest. So yeah, his backstory, or like the execution of his backstory, could have been implemented better, much better. What else? Oh, I don't really get the point of the whole like miniature city. Like, what the fuck was the point of that? Maybe they explained it. I didn't fucking pay attention. But like, the fuck was the whole point of like us entering the miniature diorama city or whatever? That was kind of weird. Maybe you guys in chat can explain it better for me. Maybe there was an actual fucking purpose for that. Fuck. What else about 2.1? Yes. Cause what the fuck happened in 2.1? It was basically, like, I think 2.1 was when we started getting like the split, character perspectives, right? That was actually kind of cool. Like, props to MiHoYo for trying to like set up like different, what is it, like perspectives like that, or like points of view like that. The issue with that though is that because MiHoYo's story writing, like because of their previously mentioned problem of them not being able to pace their stories very well, I mean, them then splitting like the story time that they do have between multiple storylines or between multiple perspectives, that just means that their pacing just ends up being even worse. Because now you have to figure out how to pace every single perspective, like, well, and not make it feel like it's fucking dragging on for hours. And, you know, unfortunately, 2.1 story ended up being like fucking 8 or 9 hours long. Now, I'd still argue that the pacing for those stories was fucking trash, too. A little bit better than 2.0, at least. But, you know, not much better. Not that much better. So yeah, one half was adventuring, and the other half was, I believe Trailblazer, right? It was basically following our perspective of us running around doing shit. I forget exactly what we did, unfortunately. So yeah, until I remember what the fuck else happened in 2.1, adventuring and his role in the story is probably the biggest thing about it. Oh yeah, that's right. Adventuring, I do remember adventuring going in to talk with Sunday, with who is it, Dr. Ratio in tow. That scene was actually okay. I had a few initial problems with it, but I had chat smooth over my problems with it. So I actually think that the interrogation scene between Robin and adventuring was fine. Though I do think that the whole like gemstone conspiracy thing could have been explained a lot better. Oh yeah, the other thing about adventuring's involvement in 2.1 story, or I guess technically this will expand to 2.2 as well. So it's like, okay, adventuring basically sacrifices himself to like cause a fucking incident in Penacony, right? By taunting fucking Acheron into fucking slashing his ass in half. So it's like, okay, I kind of get that part. Actually, 2.3 kind of makes that, it kind of solidifies that. So I have 2.3 story to actually thank for that. So in that sense, 2.3 did a good job of like making me understand, okay, yeah, kind of like cementing the fact that, oh yeah, Acheron did this so that fucking the IPC can get a foothold on the negotiations, right? Because of the IPC's whole goal of like acquiring Penacony and all that. So it's like, okay, yeah, I kind of get that. Where was I trying to go with that? I think I was gonna mention that initially I was kind of confused as to like why the fuck Adventuring ended up doing what he did. But then yeah, I just said that 2.3 made it clear that yeah, eventually what Adventuring ended up doing was, you know, it allowed Topaz and Jade a reason to come to Penacony and start opening negotiations and fucking shit like that. So okay, sure, I get that part. I guess the other issue I would have is how the fuck did Argenti pull his ass out of the black hole? Like, does it explain anywhere in the story in 2.2 or whenever it happened, as to like how Argenti was able to fucking bail his ass out of the whole fucking nihility realm or whatever? And not to mention, the story doesn't even show you Argenti saving Adventuring's ass in the first place. It's just like, oh yeah, Argenti just kind of casually pulls his ass out of the fire, no big deal. And of course, speaking of Argenti, dude literally only shows up once beforehand, and all of a sudden, you know, he saves Adventuring? Like, the fuck? Okay, man. Alright, cool, whatever. Sure, just fucking hand wave that shit away, I suppose.
Oh.
2.2 is the only chapter that I actually have like legitimately good things to talk about, because I did enjoy 2.2 for what it was worth. Like 2.2 is obviously the best part about Penacony, because that's the chapter where everything starts coming together, right? You understand, like everything starts kind of like coming together, and you're like, oh, okay, so this is, you know, this is happening because of this, and blah 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 blah. Like everything kind of like fits together kind of nicely, honestly, in terms of like, okay, what's going on here? Like, what the overarching plot line is for Penacony, like who the bad guys are, why the bad guys are doing what they're doing, yada yada yada. You know, we can go on about that, but even then, man, just having one good story chapter out of 3 doesn't make your story good right out the doesn't automatically make your story good. Like, it doesn't redeem all the fucking sins that the writers committed during the first 2 halves or the first 2 parts of the story leading up to it. If I were to, I think I described it this way before, so I'll repeat it again. Overall, I feel like Penacony's story, MiHoYo's writers knew how to end the story, they just didn't know how to get there. And as somebody who used to write fan fiction at least, in you know, over the years, like, I understand that problem very well because it's the exact same problem I used to have. Where I would know how to, like, write out certain scenes in my head, I just didn't know how the hell I would get, like, where my story currently was to that point. Like, that was the hard part. Like, once you get to the part where you really want to write it, then that's easy, because you already know exactly what you want, how you want things to happen. And that would explain why the ending of Penacony, the 2.2 chapter, like from the second half of 2.2 onwards, that would explain why the story from the second half of 2.2 onwards was actually kind of decent. But as you might expect, 2.2 still also had its own problems too. For one, Robin should have had a much bigger role in the story overall. Like, to be honest with you, she should have showed up. I can understand her not showing up in 2.0, right? Because, you know, she's supposed to be quote-unquote dead, right? Because, you know, the meme was supposed to have gotten to her. I mean, first of all, they should have shown, like, the meme murdering Robin, or something like that. Instead of just showing, oh yeah, Robin's dead, by the way. But, you know, that's a side criticism, a tangential criticism. However, they should have still shown something about Robin throughout 2.1. Either through, like, flashbacks or something. Right? Because, like, Sunday shows up as a prominent character in 2.1, right? Why not give him some scenes where he reminisces about him and fucking Robin hanging out or whatever, right? I think it was in 2.1. Was it in 2.1? I forget if it was in 2.1 or 2.2. But there was a scene where who was it? Like Gopher Wood? I forget it was Gopher or somebody else. Or like the dude who was like in charge of like the fucking Harmony shit or whatever, the Mr. Crows guy. Like he comes up to a Sunday in like a flashback or whatever, and he's like, oh, by the way, do you know where your sister is? And he's like, no, why? And then he's like, oh yeah, you know, I think you should know this, but Robin got her fucking throat shot out. And he's like, what? And Sunday's just like, what the fuck? All right. That scene again, kind of like Firefly's death scene. That scene with Sunday's flashback, hearing about what the fuck happened to his sister, would have been way more impactful had we seen Robin and interacted with her a little bit more. Or at least had we been given more scenes about Robin and we learned what she was like, right? Like, I only really think we start having, like, actual serious scenes after that scene. Maybe Robin shows up a little bit beforehand, because we do meet her in the Dreamflux Reef or whatever. But like, she doesn't really talk to us, I don't think. We just kind of like pick her up or whatever. And we bring her over to talk to like Gallagher or whatever, because Gallagher was trying to bring over who was it, Sunday, right? To kind of get him to see what was going on, right? But like, Robin only really talks to Sunday in that scene, and that's pretty much it. So we don't even get to fucking interact with her for the most part. So that didn't really help. In 2.1, we learned that Robin conducted her own investigation into the murders, and she did see some results of it. I'll trust your word on that, because I don't remember. I don't remember reading about that part. But I'll take your word for it. I suppose another thing about Robin's involvement in the story is that I don't like how you guys remember that one scene where Robin and Sunday are like walking through the streets of Penacony, right? And they're like kind of, I think it's because Sunday was trying to like show Robin. It was either something like that, or they were like, Robin just kind of happens to see like the more of the reality side, like the real side of Penacony, right? Where people aren't doing so hot, right? Like Penacony isn't really like the true like dream world that she and her brother were trying to work towards or whatever. And so that kind of like you know, that sort of that minor little arc there, that small little arc is like meant to show Robin like, oh yeah, like yeah, maybe your brother isn't really exactly right on this, right? That felt pretty forced as well. I feel like that could have been handled a lot better. Again, they should have given Robin more time to cook, just like Firefly. Given her more scenes to where, oh yeah, we find out what Robin's like, and you know, she starts off as being, oh yeah, she believes in her brother's whole vision for, you know, a utopia for Penacony. But then slowly over time, as the more times we see her, the more apparent becomes that, oh yeah, Robin's starting to see that maybe your brother's kind of full of shit. And that maybe he's not exactly working towards what she thought they were working towards, right? And, you know, again, sure enough, you know, Sunday does kind of betray her and Welt, and he fucking locks their asses up in, like, fucking dream prison or whatever the fuck. So that's not great. Or that's not really great. That's not too great either. It would have been cool to see some scenes of Robin. When that occurred, they're not too sure how much it would have contributed to her presence. I mean, given how little screen time Robin gets, anything would have helped to like make her presence in the story more real or more impactful. Like, especially if Mihoyo wrote her the way that I suggested just now. Because Robin's whole shtick, her whole character development stems from the fact that she starts off as, like, you know, trying to work with their brother to, like, establish, like, work towards their, you know, their vision of, like, Penacony's utopia or whatever. But then slowly over time, she starts changing her mind, and she you know, she's like, okay, my brother's kind of full of shit. Like, he kind of needs to be stopped. Right? Like, as long as that was portrayed properly, then that's all they needed to do. And by doing that, Robin's presence in the story would have been solidified. But, you know, they kind of fumbled the bag on that, so... As it is, Robin just kind of like some fucking... To me, the vibe she gives off is like, oh yeah, she's just this random fucking celebrity who decides to team up with the Astro Express or whatever. Maybe if we had a better understanding of Argenti? Not with what we know, not with what we've seen from the story. Argenti had, like, them expanding on Argenti's backstory wouldn't have been enough in my opinion. Because the only relationship that Argenti has with Aventurine, like the only interaction they have is literally just like, oh yeah, Argenti happens to save Aventurine. How he does that, nobody knows. It's not explained. Like, Argenti is just him, I guess. So much shit that hasn't been explained and Hoyotards call this peak? Well, yeah. They don't know any better, so of course they're gonna call this peak. You know all the great story parts, but you have difficulty on how to describe this plot and how you actually get there. Yeah, yeah. Like as a fellow story writer, I'm not a professional story writer by any means, but you know I've been writing fanfics for at least the better part of 6 or 7 years, right? I know a little bit of what I'm talking about, and yeah, I've had that problem too. Would you say Penacony had too many characters to develop, or was the number all right, but they just need more time for each character? If you were to include all the minor characters, like say for example the Annihilation Gang, then I do think that Penacony's like overall character roster was getting a little bit too big. If you cut out the minor characters, then I think it would have been alright. Yeah, I think it would have been okay. It's just that MiHoYo's biggest problem is their pacing. They tried to cram like a fucking 8 or 9 hour story into a single fucking client patch. Like, that's not good. Especially considering that the major limited events for each client version were basically hinged on you completing the story. Like, get the fuck out of here with that. Like, MiHoYo can go fuck themselves. That was fucking stupid. Why the fuck do you have to story lock major events behind the latest fucking story chapter? Holy fucking shit. That's so fucking retarded. Ugh. Like, as long as they had the time, or they decided to dedicate the time to each and every character, or at least as many characters as possible anyway, to, like, kind of flesh out their characters, give them a little bit of a backstory, right? It would have been a lot more compelling. Oh, here's another gripe that I have. I don't really give a shit about the Nameless and the Trailblazer, right? That we paid homage to, at the end, right? You know, the Watchmaker and his crew, right? Like, I don't really care about them. Like, the story tries really hard to get you to care about them. I don't. The main reason is because we don't even fucking know what they look like. All we know is Watchmaker, and we never even get to talk to him in person. Because by the time we, quote, meet him, his ass is already dead. Again, same with the rest of the Nameless, right? The Nameless that Pom Pom cries over. Like, I would have felt a lot worse for Pom Pom. I would have felt really bad for Pom Pom. Had the story like given those Trailblazers, the old Nameless, like an actual proper backstory. But all we ended up getting was a fucking light cone. And like an ending scene where it's like a cutscene with like silhouettes in it. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here with that shit, man. So fucking lazy, dude. Like, you would think for like backstory characters that like are very lore important, because like they help set up the events in the present, right? You would think that they would be properly depicted. At the very least, like, you give them a fucking NPC model at the very least. But no, MiHoYo doesn't even do that for some fucking reason. So I end up not even giving a shit about any of the dead Nameless or the old Trailblazer. Or even, hell, not even the Watchmaker. I don't even care that much about Misha either, because he hardly ever shows up in the fucking story. Shows up like once or twice in 2.0, he doesn't show up at all in 2.1, and he comes back in 2.2 because like apparently they somehow found out that, oh yeah, Misha kind of knows this place. So, okay. For 2.3, surprisingly, I think the first half of 2.3 was actually okay. Like, I actually did not mind the yap, because the yapping they did was actually pretty lore important, right? Because, like, you know, the whole IPC trying to come in and take over Penacony, and, you know, Jade comes in with Topaz to negotiate with old man Otis, or whatever his name was. Like, yeah, that was kind of important. So I didn't mind the yapping they did there, right? I actually didn't mind 2.3 story until Sparkle showed up. Yeah, until Sparkle's ass showed up with all the bombs and shit. That was fucking stupid. Yeah, that shit was fucking retarded. Because again, I think I complained about this earlier, right? But basically, all that screams to me is, oh yeah, we want to give Sparkle one last major role in the story, so here you go. And oh, we want to give the Penacony story a dramatic ending. So we're gonna have Firefly pick up the last bomb and suicide herself, sacrifice herself by taking the bomb to a safer place, and basically throw herself over the bomb, right? So I don't know if I'm gonna survive this or not. Oh my god, is she gonna survive? It's like, it's just pure fucking drama bait, dude. It's so fucking forced. Like, god fucking damn, I feel like my teeth's gonna fucking rot. And to fall out of my fucking mouth with how fucking forced that shit is. Yeah, lamp oil? Bombs? That was fucking stupid. I think the best way that I can describe Penacony, or what I can say to summarize my overall feelings for Penacony, is that Penacony should have been an excellent story. The setting was amazing, right? The whole, the whole idea of, like, you've got, like a fucking Las Vegas style casino slash hotel slash resort. But its gimmick is that, you have to enter it's like located in like a dream world or some shit, right? That you have to enter, right? In like a dedicated hotel room or something like that. And then, so that way, shit can happen that it isn't really real because it's just all in a dream. Which is how you get things like, Firefly and Sunday quote-unquote dying. When, in reality they're not really dying, so per se. But yeah, it kind of makes it look like they are. The characters were amazing too. I mean, I don't really have any doubts about that, right? It's MiHoYo we're talking about. MiHoYo, when it comes to character design, MiHoYo always knocks it out of the park. Very surprising if MiHoYo takes an L in the character design department, right? So you had an amazing setting, you had amazing characters, and like the overall plot line was also great too, right? About how, oh yeah, there's something sinister going on in this dream world, and it's up to you to figure out what's going on here, and yada yada yada, blah blah blah, right? It's like, oh my god, like something's killing people in a place where you're not supposed to be killed because it's supposed to be a dreamscape, right? But somehow people are dying, so you have to figure out what's going on here, right? and then and then slowly over time the problem gets like escalates or gets worse and worse and worse until you realize that, oh my god, the so-called ruler of Penacony, basically, Sunday, is plotting to, try to turn Penacony into a utopia where nobody can escape or whatever the fuck. Right? Maybe it's not that nobody can escape, but like, he wants to create his own version of utopia. He's trying to further the agenda of the order or whatever. Right? And it's up to us to stop his ass or whatever. Right? We need to stop him. Right? And so we get help from, eventually we get help from the watchmaker and shit like that, and we have our grand showdown against Sunday and whatnot. Also, I think they should have given another whole chapter dedicated to the fake out that they did at the end of 2.2. Right? It's like, oh, it looks like, you defeated Sunday. Who is it? Daniel comes in with his Shenjo reinforcements because he uses Abacus Jade or whatever, right? They come in, kick Sunday's ass, and everything wraps up nicely. And then Black Swan comes in, and is like, oh, by the way, no, this is not the real storyline. You're still dreaming, right? I think that 2.2 story should have ended exactly with around the point where Black Swan tells you, oh yeah, by the way, this is not real. You're not in the good timeline. You're still stuck in the dream. And so that way, the next story chapter, like 2.3 for example, would start with, okay, you have to Black Swan has given you a lifeline. You know that the previous timeline is not the real one. You know that you're still in a dream, so you have to figure this shit out. Right? You have to figure out how to fight back and fix things for good. Right? Get back to the real timeline or whatever, if you can even consider it a timeline. Right? Like, that would have been a much better written ending to Penacony, because then you would give more time to develop, like, okay, how does the Trailblazer, how does MC work this shit out, right? How do they overcome this problem of, oh my god, they actually lost, Sunday actually won, but there's still hope, right? There's still something that they can do. And so they run around, they collect run into other people who realize that, oh yeah, the previous timeline was just a dream, and they still have to keep fighting. They have to still keep resisting, right? And I think Trailblazer runs into Acheron and Boothill, right, or whatever, and they also run to other side characters as well. And they get together and they come up with a plan where Boothill's gonna call in his Galaxy Ranger buddies and shit like that, and they're going to wake up everybody and make everybody realize, oh yeah, wait a minute, the whole thing was a dream all along or whatever, and they get to snap back to reality or whatever, right? Or what's really been happening, and then you defeat Sunday. Like, that would have been a lot more fucking satisfying. Instead of whatever the fuck we got for 2.2. Ugh. Anyways, I've been streaming for 11 hours already. It's already fucking 3:30. God, I really need to go to sleep now. Cause I got some shit that I gotta do with my buddies later today. So your Firefly almost did like 9 mil damage. For some reason, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I gotta go fucking Resident Sleeper, man. Go take a shower first. Thanks for discussing your thoughts. Yeah, no problem. I appreciate you guys sitting here and listening to me. Cause yeah, like that other guy said at the beginning, that kind of prompted all this. Yeah, obviously, my opinion on Penacony's story is obviously in the minority, but, I do think that I have very good reasons to believe why Penacony's story is not all that good. So, in case anybody was in chat who thought that Penacony story was good. And you guys have sat here listening to me rant about why I think it's not. I appreciate your time. I don't know if I'm really gonna convince anybody. Actually, I mean, if you think that Penacony story is good, I just want to let you know that, like, I'm not trying to roast you for it. If you enjoy Penacony story, that's fine. Right? If you still enjoy Penacony story despite all its flaws, then sure, at that point, I respect your opinion too. As long as you understand that Penacony's story still has a lot of flaws about it and a lot of things that could be improved and that could have been written better. And if you still enjoy Penacony's story despite those issues, I respect that. It's really the people who refuse to believe that there's anything wrong with Penacony's story are the people that I have a problem with. Or just people in general who, you know, don't want to listen to any criticism that other people like me might have about Penacony's story. So yeah, I appreciate you guys' time. Thanks for your insights. Have a good night. Yeah, and thanks for hanging out for all this time. Appreciate it. Are links allowed? Yes, they are allowed. As long as, you know, you don't, like, put a fucking keylogger in chat or something. There's a tweet that points to a lot of proof to the theory that we are still in a dream. Yeah, technically, there's nothing that says that, yeah, you are right. Or that theory isn't exactly wrong. Yeah, because, like, how do we know we're not still in a dream? Right? Not to mention, Black Swan is on the Astral Express with us right now. Right? But at the end of 2.3, so it's like, well, did we really escape the dream? Who knows? But yeah. Like, I believe it. Guess we'll see how the story ends up unfolding. You do agree that it had, missed potential? Yeah. Yeah. Could have definitely been given a lot more love and attention than it ended up getting. But this is what we have to work with, so. It's not a black and white view. Personally, you like the story, but not everything was written well. But it wasn't a perfect story, but it was still enjoyable. Yeah, if you still enjoyed it, then sure, yeah. At that point, there's nothing really I can say. All I can say is, you know, I'm glad you enjoyed it at least. Hopefully, I hope you enjoyed it more than I did. Like, again, the second half of 2.2 story, like the ending, like the end parts of it where everything starts like coming together and starts making sense. Like, I enjoyed that part. It's clear that Mihoyo's writers really thought about the ending of Penacony a lot. It's just everything else was just. Excuse me. Really think that they could have done a lot better with like the rest of the story too, you know? You really have only one chance at that? The whole, like, dream fake out thing? True. Yeah, because if you do it a second time, it's like, oh, well, here we go again, so. I don't know. Maybe. How do you think Penacony stacks up with, like, for example, Fontaine or some of the Lost Belts? Fontaine or some of the Lost Belts. Fontaine or some of the Lost Belts. I do think that for Genshin's part, Fontaine's main quest, or the 4.2 Archon quest, is by far the best story that Genshin's seen thus far. Actually, I think, in my opinion, Fontaine's story is actually very similar to Penacony. Like, I'm pretty sure the same writers worked on both Fontaine's story and Penacony's story, because there's a lot of similarities between those two. So honestly, they compare very well with each other, to be honest. I think at the end of the day, I think I would have to go with I think I would go with 4.2 not Penacony, Fontaine's story as like the slightly better story. Just because of the simple fact that in Fontaine, towards the end of Fontaine's main Archon storyline, like shit actually changes, right? Because at the end, Focalors dies and gives up her authority, or restores Novelette's authority, right, as the whole primordial dragon thing. So that means that Novelette now has the power to forgive the Fontanians, or the Fontanians, or whatever they're called, of their sins, right? So that means that when they touch the whole primordial water thing, they no longer turn into fucking water themselves. So, like, just because of that, just because Fontaine actually has a concrete, you know, impact on the story because of what happened in the main plot line, yeah, I prefer Fontaine's story over Penacony. Because, like, for the most part, Penacony is like, oh yeah, something was about to happen, but, you know, everything just kind of goes back to normal. So it's like, what really changed, you know? Like, oh, Sundays in fucking house arrest or some shit like that? Okay, cool, whatever, but... So yeah, I would have to give the edge to, Fontaine's story, just because there's, like, actual impact that you can see happening in this story, with Novelette regaining his authority as you know, the primordial dragon or whatever of Fontaine. So yeah, that's what I think. Anyways, like I said, I've sat here yapping for long enough. So yeah, I'll see you guys. Actually, since I streamed for so long today, I'm not too sure if I'm gonna end up streaming later today, because today's Sunday. So yeah, if I end up streaming, cool. If not, I'll see you guys next time around. I think the next time I'll stream, if I don't stream later today, would be when Zigwin shows up in Genshin. Because I believe she'll show up later this week, if I'm not mistaken, so we'll roll for her. Just C0R1, of course, as usual. But yeah, you guys can look forward to that, I guess. In case you guys are interested. But yeah, appreciate everybody hanging out. And listen to me ramble for fucking 3 hours or so about why I think Penacony's story is kind of trash. But I appreciate your guys' time. So, but yeah, take care, everybody. No raid today. It's kind of late anyway, so I'm not even sure who I want to raid at this time of the night anyway. So yeah, I'll just let you guys go. So, thanks for hanging out, everybody, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.